And hello and welcome to the AEOS League India. This is phase 2. And if you have not been following up the 6 weeks of games that has been happening, we already have the top 16 teams. And right now I have the top 50 forecasters with me. One of them is me for some reason. I don't know why. But we have Spartan Tano here, Lobo, and it's Fu YT. Guys, welcome to the AEOS League. I'm sorry, that's what your YouTube says. Anyways, welcome to the AEOS League India. We're in the phase 2. We already have discussed a lot about Unite. What do you have in expectations? Because this format is a little bit different. Once you pick a Pokemon in one match, you cannot go in game 2 with the same Pokemon. So, what do you have in mind? What should be the strategies around this?
Ooh,
Go
go
on,
on,
Lobo,
Tano.
go on.
No, I mean, we got to witness this Fearless Draft previously when we were going through this. The Fearless Draft is an incredibly fun concept. I think it makes the teams really look at bans a lot more. Fu, you experienced this with us as well. We got to see, first two games were kind of similar, same. We saw a lot of mons, powerful mons getting banned, but then it was the third game where we really saw the ingenuity of some teams come through.
Yeah, exactly. I'm glad you guys brought this up at the start because this is different to a lot of the other tournaments we've seen, right? It really forces teams to kind of use as much of the mon pool as possible because, if you don't win the game in the first two games, you're forced to choose Pokemon that you might not be too comfortable with. But at the end of the day, it's great practice for these teams preparing for the next UCS.
I know. Yourself, mate. What did you find so interesting about Fearless Draft when we saw it the first time round? Because I know you and I were really excited at some of the picks that we got to see these teams going for.
That's it, mate. It's all about how deep the pools really get with this amount of bans. Like Fu's 100% on the money there. Like especially if you end up in a game-free situation and you have 10 mons banned in this game is absolutely bizarre. I love the fact that it means you can't just use all the meta picks in the first game, second game, because you need to spread out those meta picks. Otherwise, you're in a situation where you're using weaker mons against a team that has access to those meta picks. So I think it's a fantastic addition, mate. I really like it.
Ravage, you're having a little bit of company over there. I'd love to get your take on the Fearless Draft as well, my friend.
Yeah, speaking about situations, I have a situation here. This is the last and he just loves streams. He just comes onto the stream. But yeah, I have a quite theory here. So let's say you already know there are going to be 2 matches, right? And there's always going to be 4 Pokemon bans. That's the default ban. That's always going to happen. You wouldn't want to show all your cards in the first game. Like, let's say if your team plays late game, you rely a lot on Gyarados. You might not want to pick Gyarados in the first game. You don't want to show it off to the opponent. If you're winning without Gyarados anyways, then you might just take it in the second game and secure a victory. It's a 2-0. If you don't do that, what happens is that let's say you pick your best Pokemons, the gold badges that you have, all in the first game. Then for the second game, you are already on a disadvantage. And for God's sake, if it goes to the third game, you're just screwed. At that point, you have nothing to come back from. Right. So, in a way, you have to manage your Pokemon pools in a way that in every single game, you have something that you can rely on. That's my take on it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so interesting the way the strategy is now going to work. You can't only think about the game that you're playing now. You got to think about the next one, and then you're going to have to think about the possibility of a game of 3 situation. Tano, you brought this up a little bit as well when it comes to the meta. We did have a patch, boys, a nice juicy patch to start off this season. Fu, I'm going to ask you, your winner of the patch this time around.
Oh, that's super easy, Lobo. It's, I guess, the Pokemon mascot, right? Pikachu.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what went through their brains when they were thinking, what Pokemon should I pick to put on a little bit of a buff? But I mean, Pikachu, not only the Volt Tackle is just insane now, how often you can use that. I guess move. The Unite move also got buffed. And I just think all around Pikachu in general is just such a annoyance to go up against when you're anything that's not a mage. For example, if you're a Zorak trying to go in, or even a Gren that's trying to dive in with Surf, if you get locked in with Volt Tackle and the Unite combo, you're going back to the home base. I mean, there's just no way you can even get out of that situation.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the biggest buff the Pikachu got was absolutely to its visual effects. A lot more stunning. It seems like the mascot's getting a little bit of favoritism this time round. Ravage, I'll pass it to you, my friend. Winner of the patch. What you thought of that patch going forward?
I believe we have already been talking about this a lot off camera, but
Yeah.
Sylveon taking up the entire screen is definitely something you cannot ignore.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, it's just
Yep.
like, yeah, it's my game now. So,
Mhm.
so
It's my
Sylveon
lane.
is definitely taking the spotlight for me. One more thing that I have in mind, like there was a time when support Pikachu was a thing. And now that the cooldowns are reduced, you can actually put a stop to those dashes with the Volt Tackle. You can run an XP share. You can just like a lot of Pokemon, a lot of people actually use Umbreon as a support damage Pokemon. You can replace that with Pikachu. You have the cooldowns, you have the bit of damage, you have your Unite, you have stuns. Can be a good change in the meta, I guess.
I do really like that, especially Pikachu in the early game with Electro Web and Thundershock as well,
Yep.
and you get that on board. Pano, your winner of the patch, my friend. I know you're a fan of the big purple ghosty boy. Tell me how you're feeling about that Pokemon right
That
now.
I am, mate, and you can't really talk about the patch without talking about how powerful Gengar has become in it, and it's difficult. Gengar is very much one of those Pokemon where if you tweak even just a little bit of its kit, it can become an extremely broken speedster. And I think people aren't very happy that we've gone back to pretty much Season 1 Gengar with the Hex, but I'm kind of the opinion where like I do feel like it is overtuned. It's one of my favorite Pokemon. You know, I've got Gengar stuff all over my room. I have a Gengar tattoo. Like I'm a massive Gengar fan. I do think it is overtuned a little bit. They definitely need to do something about that soon. But I just feel like I'm with Ravage. I just feel like you can't get away from how well Sylveon has come out of this patch, because it's not just the hyper voice. The draining kiss is working an absolute treat.
Right.
It's just
Yeah,
it is
absolutely.
literally an all-rounder Sylveon. I've seen people dropping 100Ks across the board with like damage taken, damage given, and for an Attackamon, that is ridiculous.
Right.
Yeah,
Now, before we
absolutely.
get into the game, we just, I don't think we got Lobo's pick for the patch spinner this time. Once we get that, we'll just get into the game. Lobo, what's your pick?
Look, for me, that's a hard one, to be honest. A lot of good patches going around. Unfortunately, my Mimikyu did not get buffed. It only got buffed to the alternate move set, which nobody ever sees. But to me, Pikachu. Pikachu has to be it. It's such a fun one to play. Both move sets are very, very good. And I'm a visual effects person. I love seeing Thunderstorm come down and just rain on. And the fact with Volt Tackle, you can target an individual Pokemon for all of your Thunder Strikes to hit. I think it's going to be such a good utility support Pokemon, and I really want to see a few combinations. I don't like to just see the Electro Ball Volt Tackle combination. I want to see if we can swap Thunderbolt into with Volt Tackle as well as Thunderbolt with Thunder. Possibly mix up the move sets. Players are so smart these days around, and also if we're running a support Pikachu, hey, why not go even further? Give it a few tankier items. Let it really just be able to stay and be that annoying electric rat that we know and love.
AEOS Cookie Pikachu, let's go.
Yeah. AEOS Cookie EXP share, my friend. I'm there.
It's
Solo
better than putting it on the Sim Race.
solo queue
Actually,
tomorrow. I'm in.
Buddy Barrier, AEOS Cookie, and XP Show. Yeah, that's the Pikachu we're looking at.
I'm gonna run that build tomorrow and see how we go.
All right, with that, we already know Lobo is the kind of person who spends money on the spins to get the visual effects for his attack. And now we have game one, which is between Team QRS and Badmarsh 5. Guys, be ready for this game because we have seen them over the weeks. They have been growing, they have been playing a lot of games. And if you didn't know, the teams who came in first in their brackets got to choose their opponents. So we already know there is some kind of rivalry going on here with QRS and Badmarsh 5. Me and Spartan will be taking over this, and we'll let Lobo spend some more on the spins to get the visual effects on his back.
Yeah, all right, fine. I might just go do some gacha spins whilst you guys take the next casting. All right.
So, I guess they're gone, and it's not as fun anymore with the two of us on the decks.
We've
So,
got the
yeah.
excitement for everybody, buddy. We're good.
This part, I believe. Have you seen the previous matches, like the weekly games of Phase One that was going on?
I've seen a couple, mate. Unfortunately,
Mhm.
they're not on at the right time for me. Typically, I do. I'm doing a lot of Pokemon casting recently because I want to
Mhm.
get on that stage at EUIC. Tano for EUIC, by the way, guys. So yeah, I haven't seen as much as I want to do, but I have. I do the Engage weeklies, and we see a lot of teams really show up to that. So I have done a little bit of casting with the India League, so it's been amazing to see these teams really fight it out and kind of, as you've already sort of said, develop these rivalries. That's what you want to see in a kind of
Right.
league like this, right?
Right, and when you have been playing for 6 weeks continuously, you definitely develop some rivalries. There are people who have been playing each other again and again in the finals. And you know you just want to take them out in the first round so you don't have to face them in the finals again. I believe there's some kind of strategy going on around that. Because I see Willixim, Original One, and a lot of teams who have made it to the semifinals and finals a lot of time. So once we are doing the streams, once we go into the weekly phase ones, we generally stream just to semifinals and the finals. And these teams have been coming off a lot. It's not that once they qualified, they stopped playing. They kept
Mm,
improving their game. And now that they have a hold of the game, how they have to play and how they have to build their teams for the 3 games when there are going to be so much fans. And it's not that on game 3, you just get 10 Pokemons as banned. You also get the 4s that you can ban. So with 14
yeah.
Pokemon out of the pool, that's going to be a tough game. And I hope all the games go to game 3.
It is a lot though, isn't it? A lot of
Yep.
Mons banned in that situation. And I love that. I think, when you're having to really get to the bottom of defender pools or rounder pools and all that kind of stuff, it really excites me with Pokemon Unite because you're seeing Mons that you just don't see anymore because there's so many bans. And it's also good practice for the teams, right, Ravish? Because at the end of the day, the World Championship starts from November this year. So they have less time than ever before to get that practice in, use those Mons, and really compete and develop as a team before you end up coming back into those championships in November.
Yeah, absolutely. And I believe for me, one of the most important factors to win a game is what you ban for your opponent's team.
Mm.
Now that you have been playing someone for like 1.5 months, 45 days, you know what the other team is good at. And I believe the game winners in any Pokemon Unite match are the support and defenders. So if you can take down someone slow, bro, your Guardstorms Unite can just run free in the final match, right? So
Mm.
looking at that, what is your ban of choice? For
Ooh, I
game
mean,
one, we'll go to game two again.
yeah, I think, well, the thing is, even though we've had the recent patch and we've had the recent changes, like I kind of get what you're saying with the,
Mhm,
defenders and supporters do win the game, but I feel like there's certain carries that get picked that go under the radar.
mhm.
Blaziken has been one for a very
Right.
long time. I know it's been nerfed in the recent patch, but we were doing the Engage weeklies yesterday and it was used in nearly every single game, buddy, and it was a very strong mon. I don't think they've done enough to it. I think you can't get away with not banning the all-rounders because of how strong they are. Look at Charizard, look at Cerulege still, you've got Blaziken, Mimikyu, they're all so strong that you've kind of got to aim at targeting those across the board.
Right, and I believe that's something teams will need to play around. Like if someone is
Yeah,
going to play Blaziken and you just take your Slowbro, you know when you need to unite. And that's the
yeah.
Pokemon you can take out first, and you already have an advantage in the team fight. And same if Slowbro gets banned, then you already have Umbreon. You take his shield with the unite, and then you can just mean look him into an area and just run away. That's always an option. But yeah. So we don't know when the teams are coming online. I have got no update about that. I believe they sent something. But yeah, it seems like yours is gonna get a bye win against Badmash 5. So we might be going to another game here. It seems like one of the teams didn't show up. Something with the internet is going on today.
I've heard a lot of people having internet issues, buddy. So it doesn't surprise me. We were doing some casting last night on some tournaments. I think it was for Supervive rather than Pokemon Unite, but people were losing power a lot of the time as well. So I think tournament organizers have had a lot of issues with stuff recently. So let's hope that we don't have much of it here. But Yeah, we'll move to another game. But what I do want to ask you, buddy, so obviously we've got
Mhm,
these patch changes, and I've not seen much of the slow
mhm.
bro changes. Now,
Right.
obviously the HP was changed on slow bro. They no longer have cooldown reduction either. I don't know if it's enough. I haven't seen a lot of slow bro play to really realize if it has made that much of a difference, because you're still going to want to pick slow bro, right? You've got that unite move, and that's why you pick it.
That's true, and I believe Slowbro has always been one of the Pokemon that has always been under the spotlight, but doing
Mm.
more than most of the team. Because if you're going to play a good Slowbro, you have Water Gun at the start, which is one of the best secures in game. Then, if you wanna go against a dive comp, you have Surf to push them back. You have Telekinesis to stop someone. You have your Unite, which is obviously, in my opinion, one of the most broken things you can do in a team fight. Then, obviously, if you are going with a physical comp, you always have your Scald to cut down their attack. Then, Slowbro has always been that Pokemon that you can never go wrong with picking it. And
Mm.
yet, you never see someone like bringing it down. There's no patch updates. It's the XP. I don't think it doesn't matter that much. You'll always run something like a Buddy Barrier or something to give it back the HP.
Yeah,
Plus,
yeah.
its passive already gives it back its HP. So I don't think that's ever gonna be a problem. But yeah, it has always flown under the radar and doing all the job for the team.
Well, I know we have a lot of defender lovers in chat. We have a lot of defender lovers across the board, and especially for Slowbro. So I think it's kind of the protected child of Pokemon Unite in this sense that, like, I don't think Timmy wants to do too much to it because so many people play it and really enjoy playing it. Personally, for me, I'm a speedster player, chat. I play attackers. Like, I've had enough of the Slowbro. I'm begging, like, please, let's deal with it somehow. Yeah, I don't think the patch notes, I don't think they've made that much of a change to it. I think we're still going to see a lot of it. And as you alluded to, that Unite move is so important, but we have seen some changes to Unite moves recently that can
Mhm.
really target that. I mean, this is why Charizard gets banned nearly every single
Right.
game. But if you watch closely at those patch notes, chat, we saw Serena getting a slight change. The bound can now work on unstoppable
Unstoppable target.
targets, so you can use it on that Unite move. And Charizard, you can use it on Slowbro, you can use it on Mimikyu. It's crazy. I think that I'm excited for that change. And I think we're going to see a lot more of Serena because of that purely.
No, that is completely true. So when Serena came out, the entire reason for picking Serena is that if you go on Charizard Ult, Serena can just pick you up. If you go on any Ult, basically Serena can just pick you up. And it was so annoying to play against. You're a speedster player. I'm an all-rounder player. I have been playing guard job all my life and Metagross and stuff like that. And it has always been a pain to deal with Serena in the top lane or wherever you find it in the map. Because Serena is a Pokemon that's a little different from the other all rounders. It doesn't get its buff in the late game, but
Mm,
it comes online somewhere near in the mid game. And that's when it starts to deal the most damage. Like
mm,
it's for Pokemon like Sylveon, it's Pokemon like Leafeon that do the most damage to your team. They come online early and they roam the entire map, and you never know when you have to face them. If you don't have a good counter for something like that, it's not Slowbro again, but yeah, the United States. But if you don't have a counter for something like that, if you don't know how to shut it down, I believe the best way you can shut it down is you run an early secure.
mm.
Something like what's that? The snipe shot, Inteleon, which is good at securing. You take
Yeah.
the farm from it, or you can run something like a Blissey in the top lane if it's going on the top lane. It's one of the best secures. I believe Wigglytuff is also a good secure with the double slap and stuff. You just don't let it eat the XP, gain its levels, and go to the level buff before you do. Because if it goes there, it's gonna be a pain somewhere in the body.
It is one of those where you really have to balance it across the board. I mean, you've got a lot of mons in that situation at the moment. Gyarados gets a lot of play, but that's the kind of mon that you can
Yep.
punish because they usually take it in the top lane, and you want to try and keep that effort meter as low as possible. It's a risky one though. It's kind of like a gamble because if you can get a KO on Gyarados, you can see that thing coming online, becoming the
Right.
big fish at 9 minutes, which is crazy because then you can really start to snowball. But there's so many mons in this game that are very much like that, and I do enjoy that. I think it's great, but I think with how powerful some of these all rounders are, others are very much going under the radar, Ravage. I mean, Metagross is one of them that I think is
Mhm.
really going under the radar right now because it going into the meta that we're in, it's a pretty good brawler.
Right, completely agree with that. With Metagross, you can actually just target down their jungler. You just unite them, you just put them in the loop, and you just finish them off. And with Metagross, is also something like the Magnet Rise, where you can increase your speed. You can just chase on targets. Metagross is something that people have not been playing so much, and I don't know why. Because when you have so much options, I understand when Unite started, there were so little options. You were always stuck to the five that you always play. Lucario Extremes, we never talk about that anymore.
I agree.
Like it was, if you're not playing Lucario, you're just throwing the game. It was something like that. Machap, we did see sometimes, but yeah, if you're not playing Lucario, you're just throwing the game. So I don't know what happened to people. Even with so many comps, you can always build something because what people don't realize, I believe, a lot of players, not the competitive players, but a lot of players in rank, that different Pokemon have different synergy with different supporters and defenders, and with other Pokemon as well. Like if you're going on with something like let's say Zoroark, where you're completely relying on your combos, getting a knockout and getting off the game, you need someone to tank that base for you, like something like Trevenant, who can just hold off 2 3 people on their own. They don't just die off easily. You have 3 Pokemon hitting on them, you have Hornleys to get yourself back the HP, and you give enough time for Zoroark to get his combo back, get another knockout, get out again. So there are
Yeah.
synergies like this that people are not exploring right now. And with the start updates right now, support Pikachu is something I would be looking forward to see.
No, I agree with you, Money. I mean, we're getting a lot of love in the chat for defenders across the board. We've got some Mama Swine love. We've got some Slow Bro love. Well, I say Slow Bro love. It's more like Slow Bro fear coming in from Boss there, which is valid. But this is it. I feel like we're in such a melee sort of meta at the moment. This is why I know a lot of people are upset with the changes to Pikachu and changes to Gengar, but and Sylveon, but I'm kind of like, it's been a brawl melee meta for so long. Like all rounders and defenders are so important in this game at the moment that I like these changes. I'm on board with Pikachu. I know it is an absolute nuisance. It's kind of like Greedent when it was in that level of complete annoyance in every
Right.
single game, right? But I'm on board with it. I want to see more difference like this. We've got these mons being so powerful for so long. We need speedsters, we need attackers and supports to be stronger to combat that. So I know it is the mascot, and everyone's like, of course it's going to be Pikachu that gets the love. But at least we have another mon that we can go, okay, yeah, I can comfortably pick this attacker and know that I can really impact this game in a really effective way.
So I believe one of the main things about giving Pikachu the buff is that apart from the people who play in these tournaments, who actually know the game, who have been playing the game for so long, if there's a new player who comes in, it's hard to get hold of the mechanic. Pikachu is a
Yeah.
Pokemon where you can just mash buttons and you know you're doing damage. You pick Thunder and Thunderbolt and you know you're gonna do damage, you're gonna get those knockouts. So there has to be something for the new players, something who's still learning the game, still understanding the meta, how to play the bottom lane, the top lane. You need a simpler control because not everyone can pull up a Zorar combo. That includes me.
Same. I'm a speedster player and I still struggle with it.
Right. So not everyone can pull that off, that level of skill. Obviously, if you're playing in a tournament, people would expect you to pull something like that off. But if you're playing a ranked game, if you're playing it casually, if you're playing it for fun, you need to be someone who can exist in these overpowered Pokemons, in this overpowered meta. And you can just mash buttons and still do something in the game.
Yeah.
So I believe that justifies a Pikachu and Sylveon buff with the entire screen. But yeah. Like you don't have to aim anymore. You just click it and you just sit back.
You're absolutely right though, mate. You need to like work on your macro without worrying about the micro, right?
Right.
When you have something so simple like that where you don't really have to worry about how you're pressing those buttons, they all work in whatever order you press them. You can concentrate on the macro. So I think you're absolutely right.
Right. Speaking about this macro and micro, we have been talking about this a lot. I remember the first time I was casting the Worlds for the 2022 championship. And we were talking about this a lot because a lot of people were still dependent on the Lucario. But what people did not understand, you just cannot just pick Lucario and expect your team to win. You have to make sure your macro is correct, your positioning in the map is correct. you're there for the team fights. You're just giving the proper rotations, and people just kept spamming Lucario so much that on the stats website that we see, Lucario was only at that 50% win rate, 50 or even below 50%, and people were thinking it was Hoopa that's carrying the game. It was never Hoopa. It was still that brawler meta that was going on. People was just not understanding the macro, and with that, we have game one against Vengeance and PCUP Esports. Finally, a game on our screens, and the Slowbro ban.
Yeah, I mean, we've just been talking about it. Of course, Slowbro ban and Charizard as well, though, right, Ravage? We've been mentioning that quite a bit. It is the mon that we're going to see banned a lot. And we haven't, well, not even an EX mon anymore, right? It's just
Right.
that now.
So all I am seeing is that all the annoying Pokemons are getting banned. I used to play Zacian a lot because all-rounder and a legendary, why not? And obviously the Blaziken gets banned as well. So a lot of brawlers getting banned with the Slowbro. Your first pick should still be, I believe it should be Umbreon, because the other team is gonna pick a Speedster at this point.
Well, this is it. You've got
Cyrillid, yeah. I forgot about
Yeah, this is it. You've got so many opportunities to ban so much, and now you have to consider those EX that aren't EX anymore. So it's going to open up even more in regards to what you can pick. I love the Umbreon first pick. It is you don't have a Slowbro anymore. Umbreon is so valuable in both either defender or support, sort of all rounder section. So I really love that pick there. Clefable's an interesting one, but no surprise at the Cerulege, Ravage.
The Cyrillus was always coming, but again, you did pick a defender that you wanted. Like I mentioned, Umbreon was needed for your team because there's always gonna be some speedster that's gonna come in. You don't have Slowbro, you need someone to slow it down. You're giving away Cyrillus, that's a big oops. But yeah, you need to make that choice. And Gyarados coming in. So I've been noticing a lot on these games. Gyarados generally comes online for 8 minutes of the game. How teams are playing, they're making 4-man push on the top for the first birds. And after that, Gyarados just comes online and just destroys the entire game. And obviously, once your Umbreon is gone, you need to pick that tree because that's gonna put its roots down on one of the bases. And with the whole screen, Sylveon that we see the screen right now, lonesome with the whole screen Sylveon. I'm gonna call it that.
I hope that Lonesome puts another held item on that Sylveon though. there we go. But yeah, one thing that we do need to mention, buddy, is that Delphox. We were having conversation about that off stream chat, and Fu was talking about how strong the dashes are on the flame charge at the moment, and it is one of those things that I think slightly gone under the radar because Fire Spin is also so incredibly strong. It's got that like 2-second cooldown when you're hitting level 13, and I think that's huge, especially to what they're coming up against with Peacock, because they've just picked my little purple boy. The Gengar is coming into game one.
Also the Metagross. So it's all the picks that we have been expecting, that we have been talking about. It's all coming in game one of match one of day one. There's also matches tomorrow as well. So I guess dreams do come true.
They do, mate. We can predict the future, chat. We knew what was going to be picked. Me and Ravage are going to open our own shop telling the future because we've got some sort of skill here. But I'm excited to see this Gengar in this game. You have some very strong picks across the board. Gengar's not going to have that easy of a game against Vengeance here. Delphox is going to be their main target, but a Metagross is really difficult for it to handle. So is a Gyarados, and obviously Umbreon is as tanky as they come. Blissey takes quite a lot of damage as well, right, Ravage? It is quite a tanky support. So Gengar's got a bit of work cut out for them here, but let's see what they can do now that it's had that massive buff.
I understand the gameplay behind Blissey. You get a Gyarados online, you get a Blissey Unite off on it, and it just goes berserk. That's what's gonna happen in most of the game. But then what I'm not understanding, if you're going Metagross in the jungle, because I'm pretty sure you're going Gyarados on the top, you need to stack those up. But if you're going Metagross on the jungle, by the time you're level 5, I believe Clefable will also get its gravity. And you might not be able to get as much from the Metagross in the early game as you want to with the gravity. But you still need to push the top lane for the Gyarados. So it's gonna be an interesting game. We can see there's a jungle sharing going on. Gengar is on its home turf right now on his jungle, and at the bottom lane there's I believe the Sylveon took the buff first, and yes, and it's gonna go on the bottom lane, and the first fight is definitely gonna be on the birds on the top lane because you need to get those Gyarados online as soon as possible.
Yeah, they've gone risky here, Ravage, because you've got this Fennekin in the path down here. That's going to need a lot of XP to get evoed. You really need to kind of give that a bit of backup. Umbreon is up on board, but of course you have a Gyarados and a Metagross as well, so they need a lot of XP to really get through this early game. Luckily, they've got here to push onto it, stealing a little bit of that farm there. Gengar has hit, or rather the Haunter has hit level 5. Are we going to see Hex? Are we going to see Dream Eater, chat? We're about to hit these top birds. We've got everybody here. Let's see what goes on, because Metagross with that Gyro Ball is just going to pick up all of that. Clefable does manage to get themselves that Evo. We do see the Hex coming in here, Ravage. Are they going to be able to pick up anybody else? They get the little fish. It's been sent back to the pond, and they get the double KO with Metagross there. Pretty good play from Reaper on that Haunter.
Right, and we just saw a buff Pokemon in this patch doing insane amounts of damage in the early game. And this is what I was trying to get into. You have Metagross, but you also have the Gravity to shut it down. Once you got the Beast, once Hex was online, it was a really tough fight because you don't have that much firepower in the top lane before you have Gyarados. And the problem with Vengeance team right now is, what I see, Metagross is a late game bloomer, Gyarados is a late game bloomer, you have Delphox that doesn't come online before level 6, and then you have a Sylveon on the bottom lane that can take control. There's center, there's a knockout from Ceruledge here, Blissey goes down, again, it's the Gengar who's gonna be the MVP of this game, I already know that, but yes, with so much damage early game on the PCUP side, it's gonna be a tough match before the Gyarados comes online. I think it's gonna be too late because already 16 to 106 points lead for PCUP Esports.
Risky though, they didn't get any kind of overcap on that T1 there, but obviously Gengar wanted to just throw those points in, break that goal. It does buy them some space for this bottom objective, but we see Vengeance rotating to the top lane. The bounce comes in from the Gyarados, but the big dragon's been trapped. The Ceruledge is there dropping a lot of damage. They do manage to get out of there. We see the Hornleech throwing the Metagross into the bush, trying to drop some damage onto it. They're in a really tough situation here. Gyarados does go down. The Hyper Voice coming in from behind, and you cannot escape that. That is going to be game over for you. They've had to back up onto the pad right now, but they've got a lot of aggression coming out of Pickup Esports. A triple KO coming out of Ceruledge. A quadra coming out of Ceruledge there, Ravage.
And make that a penta because they almost picked up the objectives, and that's the penta that I was talking about. I saw Delphox coming and I knew he was gonna push in that, but what I need to this is what I've been talking about, you, and that's I think that's Hexa. That's the sixth one. Yeah, because it doesn't give you any numbers after the fifth one. Yeah, and the streak is finally broken by Clefairy. And Gengar picks up the another objective. So he went down, he took the objective, the red ice on the bottom, then he comes up. He never actually got involved in the fight, he just took the objectives for his team. And to speak of him, he's the jungler of the team. And you can see the effects of gravity right now. Gyarados is completely shut down in the team fight there. They're already pushing tier 2, it's already down. Their home base is open. This is not looking good with the 120 degrees Hyper Voice from Sylveon. He might go down, but the damage has already been done. The level gap has already been created. There is still a chance to come back, but it's really going to be a tough game for Team Vengeance.
Yeah, they're going to have to just concentrate on getting all of this XP and looking to push the lane that Peacock are not currently in. It's difficult though. Obviously, they've got the levels right now. We did manage to get the Metagross online after picking up the Sylveon there. They really just need to concentrate on pushing the lane that maybe the objective isn't in, right, Ravish? Because we're going to be seeing Peacock push the objectives, I would imagine. We do see this bottom one getting ready. Most of Vengeance are here prepared for it. Umbreon coming in, nearly getting caught out there. They see the gravity, but they need to buy some zoning. They need to buy some space for this objective to be ripped. Vengeance really do need to grab this to get themselves that extra XP that they so direly need right now.
And with the defender down, this is going to be a tough team fight for Team Vengeance. Gyarados is still there. Yes, he's going to unite. This is going to unite. But you don't have your defender to initiate the fight here. Sylveon is already doing the tip damage. They are already in position. PCUP Esports with the Hex diving in. Metagross unite. Blissey taking down the Trevenant. And Ceruledge coming online once again. Blissey goes down. And okay, Ceruledge goes down actually. It's gonna be a good team fight. So I think this is the late game comp that Vengeance was talking about. They're getting something back in here. But I believe for PCP Esports, if they do want to maintain that lead, they don't want to take the fight right now. They want to get into the fight only when they have the unites.
Yeah, but I think we're going to have to see Vengeance show their face to this top Lecky here, or at least, make sure that they don't grab it. I mean, we do have 4 minutes, 2 minutes until the Rayquaza chat, so it's not as much of a threat as it could be. It might be better just to leave that a little bit, grab this XP. We see that going in for the Gyarados there, grabbing every little yellow dot that is on that screen. We've got Pac-Man in that top lane right now, but look at this Umbreon just trying to buy some space against Peakup Esports. They're trying to make sure that they're not going in too deep. Gyarados has gone onto the rip. Metagross is there as well. It's getting very weak. The Gyro Ball does manage to grab it. We see the Unite move coming out from the Trevenant. Are they able to pick anything up? They've taken down the Gyarados, but at least they don't have to worry about that Lecky right now. Look at how much damage that Gyro Ball does, but you're in such a difficult situation because you've got Gravity, Horn Leech, you've got so much CC that you're handling in these team fights, Ravish, that whilst that's happening, the Screamion is just dropping a lot of damage on you.
True, and the thing is, once Cyrilus comes online, if you have nothing to shut it down, if your defender is already gone, if your supporter is already gone, he's not tanking the damage, and if your attackers have to face Cyrilus head on, it's always gonna win the fights. It's always gonna win the 1v1s. That's why we have always considered Cyrilus as a broken Pokemon. Yes, you're gonna farm a lot right now, you're gonna farm your Unites. But in the team fight, in the final moments, we already have only 45 seconds to go in the last team fight. What's gonna be most important is how you position yourself, how your macro goes, which we have been talking about. If you can catch this Cyrilus off guard first, if you can trade it for a 1v1, if you trade your Gyarados or your Delphox for a Cyrilus, I believe with this team comp, with this hefty damage build that they have, with Gyarados, with Metagross, with the Delphox, there's still a chance for Vengeance to come back in this game, provided you still take that or still catch that Cyrilus off guard.
Yeah, definitely. They're set up in that top lane, trying to see if they can get some vision on the entirety of Vengeance. They don't quite know where they are. They know where a couple of them are. Umbreon's there, just trying to do some distraction detail. Are they going to spot where the Cerulege is? They haven't gone into the bush yet. There we go. They have recognized Cerulege is up in that top lane. We're just going to have a bit of a standoff at the moment, chat. There's an engage from the Umbreon. They spot that the Trevenant is in that bush. It seems like teams are just waiting for the right opportune moment to really go in and get an engage here. They need to do Vengeance. They know that they are currently losing. We've got a lot of battling happening in this bottom L bush right now, but still, we're kind of at a stalemate right now, Ravage.
The problem is PCUP knows they don't have to initiate the fight. They're already in the lead. If they can just dunk one more, someone can sneak in one more goal. And if nothing happens in the game right now, they're still in the lead. They're still in a commanding position. Their Cyril is already level 14. With the Gengar having its attack buff at level 13, Sylveon at level 14, they are in the lead. So they don't have to initiate the fight. But Metagross says, I'm not going to deal with that. I'm going to initiate the fight. Busy Unite comes in. It's a complete showdown here in the middle. And we can see the Vengeance team coming online in the late game. Delphox picking out that Cyrilus. Metagross is still here. Sylveon does not stand a chance against a steel type. I believe Trevenant is the only one surviving. Vengeance finally initiating and winning this team fight is huge. They need to burn it down, and there's still a chance for PCUP Esports to defend the second tier. One goal is not going to do it for them.
No, and they still need to continue with this rip. We see the Clefable coming back. They do pick up the Trevenant there, Ravage, so they can get this, unless the Clefable can be a bit cheeky. No, they do manage to get it. I like that. Vengeance throwing some Vengeance over to peek up with a really strong Rayquaza fight. But as you said, we have 15 seconds left in this game, chat. We need these Hundo Burgers coming in. Look at the rip from the Hyper Voice. We've got one Hundo Burger in. Here comes the second. I think that's going to be enough for Vengeance to be able to get that win. That is going to be game. What a Rayquaza fight for Vengeance there.
I believe that's the upside of taking a late game team. Yes, you had the Sylveon, you had the Gengar, you dominated the early game. But with the Gyarados Metagross combination at the end, I think Vengeance was always banking on their late game damage, how much output these two Pokemon can put in the last fight. And once The most surprising thing for me here was that Metagross was initiating the fight and not Umbreon. Once he went in with the Unite, the whole team dives with him. That's the level of communication, that's the level of dependency you need with your teammates. When you know if you're gonna go in, they're gonna follow you. And with that, what a follow they went in with. And it was an amazing game, an amazing takedown. I believe Metagross was the MVP for me in the final fight. We can see Venom getting the MVP with the 150 dunks on his side with 8 assists. But if we can see the damage right now, we can see how much damage. I want to see how much damage has this Gengar has been putting. It's Reaper 619. I've seen a lot of time in the games, and I've seen him play Gengar before, but not after the buff.
Yeah, I want to see those damage numbers. Can we get those production? We want to move over and see how much damage they've been dropping. It's exciting because I feel like the Metagross was going in quite a bit. Okie dokie. So 57k from the Gengar, but Opti with 87k on that Cerulege. I mean, we were expecting it. It is a Cerulege, and they had some fantastic engages there, Ravage. But as we mentioned before we came into the game, look at how much Blissey has tanked, chat. People sometimes overestimate, like, Blissey is a pretty strong tank. It's done the same as Umbreon.
Right. If you can look at the damage taken as this way, if Blissey is taking 70,000 damage, you're completely nullifying an attacker on their end. The damage from one of their attackers. And the most interesting fact is that if you look at Peak Up Esports kill counters, someone is on around 14 knockouts, someone is on around 10 knockouts. Then you look at Vengeance, 1, 1, 2, 4, 1, 1, and they still win the game. So this is something that I have been telling the chat for a long time for the past 6 weeks, that this game does not depend on knockouts. There's nothing to do with knockouts. It's how you play the game, how you secure the objectives, how you perform in a team fight. You take 5 knockouts in the game, but those 5 needs to be at the Rayquaza fight. And that's what Vengeance has proven right now.
100%, mate. You are absolutely right. You as a team just need to keep yourself in that game by like 300 points so that the Rayquaza can win it for you. You're absolutely right. When it comes down to the getting snowballed in the top lane or bottom lane or whatever's happening, you just need to keep in that game, farm up XP, go and grab every piece of farm you can, because that Rayquaza fight is the win condition for you. You just need a very good team fight, take out 5 Mons, and you can go get those Hundo Dunks very, very easily. So you can never give up in Pokemon Unite. We say it on nearly every single broadcast. Where there's a Ray, there's a way. And that is what Vengeance did in that game.
Right, and what to look at here is that Vengeance cannot play the Metagross again. Vengeance cannot play the Blissey again. Vengeance cannot play the Umbreon again. Neither can they play the Gyarados, which Peak Up Esports recognizes and takes for themselves. But now they have something called a Sylveon, which is an early game menace, in my opinion.
But it does also mean that Cerulege is not allowed to be used by Peacup again, and it is available for Vengeance if they want to take the 2-0 win here. That is a very strong meta pick, Ravage, that they could go for, right?
Definitely. But I don't think they're gonna go with it. So the problem is that not every person is as compatible as a Pokemon as you would expect here. With so much Pokemon on the line, with so much Pokemon in the pool, there are some Pokemons that I've seen people skip. Okay, this is not the Pokemon for me. This is not the gameplay. This is not the game style that I play. And this might be something that's coming in Vengeance Pay right now, because we can see an Urshifu who can deal a lot of damage in the late game as well. We can see the Gyarados on Peak Up. I'm a little confused about Azumarill, and I'll give it a reason. The problem is that as long as you're taking a 1v1 fight with Azumarill, it's broken. But with the comps that we have been seeing, with the meta that we have been seeing, people generally push a lane with multiple Pokemon. That's when Azumarill does not shine. So that's something to look out for. Dragonite is a pick that I'm looking at right now. It's also on my background. So I'm pretty excited to see Dragonite. It can be Hyper Beam for the Secures or Outrage. I'm not sure yet. But because I cannot see the items actually. But yeah, Azumarill for me is a little doubtful. I'm not sure where they're going with this.
Yeah, I'm with you, but and it's a triple all-rounder comp, which is quite
Right.
interesting. It's very brawly, right? So it's very melee. You obviously have the Mew there that can do quite a bit of range, but you've got a Leafeon that's going to really try and concentrate on taking that out of the fight. Pikachu, if they go with the Mage build on Pikachu, which I honestly think they should do. I know Volt Tackle is quite strong, but you are Volt Tackling onto melee all-rounders that have quite a bit of dash to get onto you. I think the Mage build can really pop off here on that Pikachu. They can drop a lot of damage very close, but also I have just noticed that Azumarill only has 2 held items. it's only got 2 held items. Well, he hasn't managed to put themselves another item on. We see zombies in the chat saying, Azu? Really? Are you sure you don't want to put something else on?
Like you're already having a disadvantage with your ability huge power, that it's not huge when there are multiple people around.
Wait. It's an Umbreon now. Did we have a... Was it like a... It's not a Azumarill anymore. It's Umbreon. I think there must have been some sort of glitch. It must have been, buddy, because it was an Azumarill all the way, but now it's an Umbreon. I don't quite know what's happened there, chat. Azumarill has evolved into Umbreon. I don't think that's very, very Pokemon of them, but there we go.
Neither would Charles Darwin really happy with that. That's not the selective selection of evolution. Anyways, on the other side, if they're going with Umbreon on top, are they playing an attacker build? Okay, I can see Urshifu, Umbreon. What are we missing? Who's replaced here? Was there never 2 defenders there? No, 2 supporters?
No, well, this is it. Like, I'm pretty sure it's just that the Azumarill has become the Umbreon, but we've also got a lot of aggression going on in this lane at the moment, buddy. Look at this. Vengeance are just dropping a lot. We've seen the Phantom come into this top lane with the Glossifer. We've got 4 of them here right now, buddy. This is feeling pretty strong from Vengeance straight away.
All right, let's talk about the comp a little bit. I really like the Mew pick because Mew is something that can get out of team fights if it needs to. If it needs to defend a base, if it knows the team is getting with its United, can actually get some Pokemon out of the team fight, and it can also deal a lot of damage early game and late game. With Pikachu probably playing the Mage build, as you said, Thunderbolt is gonna do damage from the side. With the solar beam and with that light screen, you can actually deal a lot of chip damage to the opposing team. And putting them on a back foot, never letting them start the engage. Because you see the Sylveon, you know you have to check the bushes every time. Because if you don't, it's gonna pop up from somewhere, like a pop-up on your internet browser, and it's gonna ruin your life.
So true. It's going to pop up on your internet browser and just put hyper voice all over your screen. You have no choice of the matter. But we're going to see Glossifer finally get themselves a nice Evo there at the 8-minute mark. This Leafeon has just been extremely aggressive up here. But look at that. Most of the mid-birds going to Vengeance. They've managed to grab quite a few of those. Shifu is just struggling a minute. They just need to get some extra levels here, buddy. They're level 6, but we've got the Dragonite and the Leafeon at level 7 right now. They do need to catch up a little bit.
And what's the most important thing is that you have Gyarados here for 8 minutes of the game. You have to take as much advantage of this as possible. You need to make sure that Gyarados is always there for the team fights. You cannot stick to one lane. You cannot leave this all-rounder at one place because this is your team's hard carry. As soon as you get your Gyarados, you need to take those team fights. What I'm seeing right now, you're just focusing on that Sylveon a lot. You can just push the bottom lane, leave the top lane, and just dominate that Dragonite. Once it comes online, it's gonna deal a lot of damage to your team.
Yeah, 100%, mate. We've got a lot of CC coming down into this bottom lane. There's the Electro Ball coming out of the Mew. I haven't seen what the Pikachu is doing yet. I need to keep a close eye on that, chat, because I'm really hoping that it is the Mage build. But look at the rip coming down to the Regice right now with Shifu onto it. We have got the Dragonite there, but they're doing a fantastic job to zone them out. It is the Mage build Pikachu, but it's the beam from the Mew that manages to lock in that Regice. Look at that boosted, doing so much damage to Pikachu there. They've been yeeted back to the Pokemon Center, and Shifu doesn't want to give in. They've taken the double. They're going to score a 30-point dunk here. A nice bounce onto the Dragonite. Some more damage coming down onto them with the boosted, but it doesn't seem like Shifu is finished. They've got those dashes. They're going to go up the Flux Zone. They do break the goal, and now we have Peak Up Esports really getting back into this game.
Right, Vengeance does take the Regieleki in return, but they have actually broken the first tier, so it's gonna go to a second tier. But Gyarados is enough to break it down. So that's the advantage of having a late game Pokemon like Gyarados so early in the game. So we expect Gyarados, if you're playing in a ranked game, if you're playing against someone at your level, we expect it to be somewhere around 6 minutes when Gyarados comes online. But if you have Gyarados for 8 minutes of the game, you just destroy the opposition with it. Dragonite is coming in, is trying to push it down, but Urshifu taking down that Leafeon is big. Umbreon taking down its supporting counterpart, and Trevenant is taking the trade for his team, for Vengeance. But Dragonite is not gonna stay here. You have the Gyarados, you're gonna push the lanes with it, you're gonna push the attack. The problem with Vengeance comp here is that Pikachu is squishy, and so is Leafeon. You only have your Dragonite that's gonna stand in a team fight for a long time. If someone gets to dive on Pikachu, it's not gonna survive. At this point, I think even Umbreon can take down a Pikachu.
Yeah, 100%. It's actually surprising, like how much that Umbreon can do, chat. I mean, we're watching Willie at the moment, and honestly, because they're running that foul play Snarl build, which I love, by the way, because they're going to use that Snarl, and then they're going to use foul play to push people back to their team, right? They've got that CC, push them back into the damage that's coming out, and that's going to be really difficult because, as you've already said there, Ravage, they only have the Dragonite that can realistically get that engage and tank all of that damage, and it's going to be a difficult situation when you're pushed right into the center of these melee mons that just do so much.
Right, that's a problem I've been looking at right now. You saw Mew was trying to get, was almost caught by the Horn Leech there by, no, it was not Horn Leech, it was Woodhammer by Trevenant, and then he just unites and gets off casually. It wasn't a unite for the team's advantage, and Registeel finally goes on. Leafeon coming online. It's a team battle win, finally the first win for Vengeance in a team fight, and they're gonna push the bottom tier, but the problem is that Gyarados is still sitting there. He jumps in. He might be able to take the Dragonite, gets the Citrus Berry. It's not going to be enough. Blissey is here to clean it up for Gyarados, which is weird to say that Blissey is cleaning up for his team. But once the Dragonite goes down, they can just push the entire team. There's no one who's going to take the damage apart from their defender, which is Trevenant. If the Dragonite goes down, if a dive comes in from the Urshifu, from the Gyarados, from Mew, from the back lane with Solar Beam, so much damage. There's nothing that can hold their own in the team fight. That's the problem here.
Yeah, I'm with you with it. And the thing is, like, we're at 3 minutes 25 now, chat. This is a really close game. The levels are not that different between them. You've got 12 on the Dragonite and the Leafeon, but we also see that on the Shifu, and it's not going to be long before Gyarados has it as well. So, very close game. The points mean absolutely nothing coming into Rayquaza. It's just going to be one back cap, and that'll be even very easily. So, it's surprising how this game has gone so far. Nice engage from Umbreon there, trying to pull people back onto the pad for that defense. We've seen the Unite move come out of Shifu. They're going to need to at least try and farm that back because I don't even think they're going to be able to get much out of it here. They've got the 10 hits, but I think the Dragonite's managed to run away from them there, Ravage. So Reaper, that's a risky move. I think you really need to work on getting that back.
And the most important thing here is gonna be who's gonna get to level 13 first. Because that's when you get your upgraded attacks. That's gonna matter really much. And Leafeon getting the Gyarados kill at 230 is big. Yes, he's gonna come back for the Rayquaza fight, but it gives you your level 13. Gyarados might not be able to get to level 13 if he doesn't get enough farms. And if he does get the farms, he might not be able to get into the position in the final fight. We can see Urshifu is finally level 13, so he has his upgraded attack. Dragonite still does not. Pikachu still does not. Dragonite does, Pikachu still does not. So it's gonna be a little different here. I believe it's Umbreon who's gonna initiate the fight. And with Urshifu going in, Mew doing damage from back end, Gyarados is just gonna sit on the grass and just take a knockout on Dragonite. And that might be just game for Vengeance.
We see some damage getting dropped onto the Rayquaza. They're just trying to sort of pull it out, get people to engage here. Look at the beams coming in from Mew though, chat. They're doing so much for that poke. Nice boosters as well. There's the bounce into the actual backline of Vengeance. Dragon Current comes out. There's the Pikachu Unite move. Thunder doing so much damage onto anyone that it can. Shifu is there. They don't pick up the Eldegoss. It's the Dragonite. It's the secure dragon itself that manages to get the Rayquaza there, Ravage. That's going to be game over. Vengeance getting the 2-0.
I did not see that coming. And I'll be really honest with you here. You have Gyarados, you have Mew at your back lane, you have an Urshifu who's diving in, just head on to the people. Why are you wasting your light screen solar beams? You can always secure the Rayquaza with that. I know Dragonite is a great secure with the three Dragonlance ups, but Mew's solar beam deals tick damage. So if you can actually time it right, so that does depend on the level of Mew you can play, but it does take damage. So it goes like 1, 2, 3. You can
Yeah.
actually time it well enough to get the Rayquaza down. But what we saw here, once the Pikachu Unite goes down, Dragonite is still farming those Dragon Dances up. Mew was already out of Solar Beam. So once the Unite went down, and the problem was that, I'll tell you what the problem was. The Blissey Unite actually went to Umbreon. It did not go to Gyarados or Urshifu. That might have been the difference in damage that could have taken someone down, because Dragonite was already on half HP in the final fight. We're looking at the damage numbers here. It's not big, and this is how I like a game to be. You don't have to be hyper aggressive to win the game. Just need to time your strategies right. You just need to be at the right place at the right time, like that Dragonite. He was there to secure the Rayquaza. Mew wasn't, and that was game for vengeance. Really loved this game. Both the teams played really well, but I need to point that out, that if you miss your Blissing Unite, a lot of things can happen. A lot of things can go wrong for you.
So true, mate. But I do like how close that game really was. As we look at these damage numbers across the board, it wasn't any standout game for either of these teams coming into that. Like a really good Rayquaza fight from Vengeance, but I honestly feel like that Rayquaza fight was lost more by Pickup coming into that. As you say, like they didn't do the engage as you would expect them to do so on those Mons, but really, really strong fight for Vengeance there.
Definitely. And with that, we have finally gotten a winner for game one. That was Vengeance Esports. PCUP will move down to the lower bracket, so it's not over for them right now. They still have a chance. And we'll go into game two. And Spartan, I believe you'll have a new partner right now. I'll catch you up later on, so you can take over from here.
Yeah, but it's been a blast casting with you. You'll be doing plenty more today. We're going to have Lobo coming in. We're going to head to the caster so you can see our pretty faces. There's my buddy, Lobo. How you doing, mate?
Tano, my friend, it is you and me again. It's been too long, buddy, since you and I have sat at the caster's desk together. But I'm excited for this one after watching that previous game. Now, I'm very, very curious. What did you make of that first game so far? What are your overall thoughts? Give me all the info.
I loved it, mate. I mean, we got a Gengar, so you know, I'm hyped. But I feel like the second game was kind of more lost by Pickup than won by Vengeance, in my opinion. I think they lacked poke and range. I think they really need to sort of have a look at that, because Pikachu and Dragonite were doing more than the Mew, and the Mew was one of the outstanding players for Pickup in that. So I just think, they really need to have a think about how they want to utilize that comp, because they had the secures, they had the situation that they could get it under control, but Vengeance really strong in those games.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I'm going over the draft again. Look, Umbreon, Gyarados, Blissey, Mew, Urshifu, very strong team on paper. That Gyarados is a big hindrance. We know its weaknesses. If it does not get online, you're gonna struggle. And obviously, you see a Leafeon, you see a Pikachu. They get their power spikes pretty early. Eldegoss, always a terror in a lane. So, I don't know. Like, there's got to be some way that you can play that to get that Gyarados online. But what I'm also seeing here is a very, very slow starting Urshifu. I don't know. It hasn't been treated very well since it was one of the most overpowered mons in the game, and now it's serving its time in the bottom echelons of the picks. I don't know if Urshifu was the way to go, because correct me if I'm wrong. I couldn't see the drafts here, but I feel like there are a lot better all-rounder picks than Urshifu at the current stage. Your thoughts on Urshifu's current position? Because for me, that's the only thing that's lacking in that pick right there.
Yeah, I'm with you, mate. I think the thing is, the all-rounder, the pool is so strong that it's in the kind of situation where you really want to be utilizing all the other all-rounders that are in there. I mean, I know they used Ceruledge in the first game, but they could
Mhm.
have used Metagross. And I think Metagross probably offers a little bit more than Shifu in that position.
Mhm.
You know, the thing is, Khufu is such a slow rotation, and we saw them really capitalize on that invade did vengeance because they have a Leafeon, mate. So they were just
Yeah.
straight into that jungle. Khufu is like, it's literally like giving a baby candy when a Khufu is in the jungle and you've got a Leafeon on your team. It's like, of course I'm going to go invade that. It would be stupid for me not to.
Look, absolutely. We talked about Sylveon being one of the most ridiculous buffs in this patch, but I have a feeling it was Pokemon's Unite way of kind of just taking the eyes off of Leafeon. Everybody complaining about Leafeon before, how absolutely busted it is, especially when we were looking at the Asia circuit earlier on this season. We saw some of the most popular things that we saw, the techniques that people were pulling out, where the Hooper invade just enough time to get that Leafeon to get that level 5 evolution and then get straight into that jungle and start causing problems, especially if you have a Gyarados. Leafeon is strong enough to just take one buff and head on up into that top lane where Gyarados is usually sitting. And it's just a big problem there. So I'm hoping that Pickup will actually, Pickup will actually hopefully be able to figure that out and possibly bring another bit of a stronger all-rounder. We've got the Cerule Edges, we've got the Metagrosses, we've got the Blazerkins, we've got even possibly a Garchomp, just because a Garchomp is a little bit stronger than a cover in that early rotation. But I am excited for this next game. We've got Flippit versus Hilly Churls. Now, again, you and I aren't super knowledgeable about what's going on in this region, but we do love to get to watch these games as soon as we go through. Do you think what we saw in the previous game that you got to cast with Ravage, obviously the Gyarados is becoming very popular. We're going to probably see a Sylveon, and I love the fact that we saw a Pikachu in that previous game, especially in game 2.
I think we're going to see a lot of Pikachu, buddy. I know we've got the Fearless bans, but I think we're going to see it at least like game 1, game 2 situation, because I think both people are going to play it just because of how much it offers. Like, we've been talking about the Volt Tackle, we've been talking about the Mage build. It just does so much, and the Unite move is so good now. I think we're going to see a lot of that. We have seen a lot of the all-rounders coming out. Gyarados has had a surprising amount of play. I feel like Gyarados is one of those where everyone's like, it is so broken, and it can be if you get that online quite early enough. I mean, 8 minutes is when we're seeing it come on, and you have got 8 minutes out of a Gyarados, so it's a good mon to use. But it is one of those situations where an early invade can really make a difference to that. So you want to be using other all-rounders as well. I want to see some more of this Metagross. I want to see some Mimikyu. I want to see some Lucario, because they're all in such good positions right now, Lobo.
Look, there we see it. The Pikachu possibly being picked up. Oh, no, never mind. I gotta stop doing this, Tano. I get baited every single time. But there you go. We are seeing the Gyarados and the Slowbro being picked up for the first ban on the side of Flippit. Charizard being banned as well. Hillychell's going for that Slowbro ban. I wonder what's going to come out as that 4th ban. These are interesting. There's the Cerule Edge. So that, Tano, my friend, that opens the door to a lot. And I mean a lot of very strong mons right now.
It really does. I suspect we're going to see the Umbreon getting locked in as well. There's the Blaziken pick. So Flip It understanding that those nerfs were actually not that strong on Blaziken, and it's still a very powerful mon.
Look, as I'm always under the comparison that even if a Pokemon gets nerfed, if you're a skilled enough player on that mon, sometimes those nerfs, if they're not huge, are not going to be too much of a hindrance for you. Sometimes we notice a nerf when it comes through. Sometimes we play past it. But I think a Blaziken is still very, very strong right now. Double defender for Hillychels this time around, which means I have a feeling that we're going to see a few mages sitting behind that really strong front line. And there is the mascot himself, good old Pikachu, coming into the fray.
I'm actually excited with that, mate. I love the VX changes they've done to Pikachu. I really enjoy watching it play now. In return, though, Animator picking up the Cramorant, probably the other attacker outside of Sylveon that is used so much in these tournaments, purely just because the dive does quite a lot. It's quite hard to get hold of a Cramorant, but also massive CC and probably one of the strongest Unite moves in this game.
Oh yeah, mate. I know there's a term that you like to use for Cramorant's Unite move. We won't mention it just now because I have a feeling you'll bring it out at some point or whilst we're casting this time round. But like you said, Cramorant, I think, such another good utility mon. Dive Hurricane used in such a good combination with each other. Also, Dive Air Slash as well as a Surf Hurricane. Such good utility move pool. But we are seeing an Ice Lane, not the Ice Lane that we're used to seeing early on in the game. Mamoswine, a defender that has just come out of the blue, out of obscurity, and just started becoming one of the top picks for defenders. Tano, I actually really like the fact that Mamoswine is coming back into the fray, seeing how well it performed at Worlds, and just people, just turning a 180 on how I'm just messing my words, how useful a Mamoswine can be.
Yeah, I'm with you 100%, mate. I love the fact that it's become that meteoric rise of a defender. And, Zoinks being the one that predicted it across the board, 100%, mate. But I tell you what, they are going to struggle with right now, Flip It. Look at that comp compared to Hurley Kills, right? So they don't really have that much frontline. You've got the Mamoswine there, and I guess, Blaziken can take quite a bit with the Elder Goss being there to help it, but you've got a Beamersaur over on the other side that you're just not going to be able to get onto, buddy. They've got a Serena, an Umbreon, a Trevenant. Like, that is going to be really difficult for Flip It to try and handle without having anything that can dive on it realistically.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see what this Glaceon decides to go with. I feel like we're going to see an Icicle Shard kind of build, but we could also be looking for an Ice Fang into an Icy Wind double combination. We know how good Mamoswine is with the Ice Fang. That Serena is going to have a possibly hard time, same with that Cramorant, but we need to see how well... I feel like Flip It's game is all going to be based on how well this Mamoswine can really pick out those all-rounder and those frontliners. Trevenant and Umbreon are going to be a big problem, but if that Blaziken can dive on to the Beamersaur, it could be game over. But I'm excited for this one, Tano. Our new season of casting begins for us. You started a little bit earlier, but this is my first time in the new season, so I'm really excited for this one to get underway.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one, buddy. We're going to see this Swinub going straight into the jungle invasion on the Cramorant. The little pelicans there trying to do whatever it can to get all of its farm before this Swinub comes in. And we also have this Pikachu trying to defend against this Phantom that's so hard to do in that bottom lane. Torchic getting pretty weak here. They're going to have to run away. Glossifer standing up anybody that comes after them. They do manage to get on out of there, but I would like to see how that Swinub has managed to get on. Have they managed to get the buff? I don't think so, because Bulbasaur has come to try and target them as well. But the Glaceon is also on its way over, Lobo.
Oh, I absolutely love this. It's chaos early round. Pikachu surviving in that bottom lane. Swinub is chasing down the Bulbasaur. Glaceon gets the takedown on the Cramorant. Eevee's coming to help out. Steenie's coming to help out as well. But it looks like Flip It are getting the better of it as we got double takedown as Steenie goes down as well. Eevee, that Umbreon, a level 4 evolution, which we thought would be so good, is not online yet. It's going to probably get online with that back farm. We haven't seen what move the Glaceon has gone for, but I like this. Flip It probably had the weaker draft going into it, as we saw, but they have made up for it with the aggression. And here we go. There's the Icicle Spears are going to go on in, and the Cramorant has gotten pulled back. Blaziken Combusken just said, nah, you are going to stay here and get hit by these spears. And Flip It is the stronger of the two right out of the gates, but they do have a lot of good early game mons. So we're going to see how Hilly Churls are going to be able to come back into this one.
Yeah, and I mean, oh baby, a triple on that Glaceon. They're not giving in. They're level 7, buddy. They got their power spike so early when Umbreon's only just come online for Hilly Churls. So really strong position for Flip It to be in. They've got these mid-birds have just spawned. They're just going to go all the way. What an Ice Fang from Mamoswine. Goodbye, Cramorant. Back to the Pokemon Center for you. What I do want to see here, though, Lobo, is what is Pikachu running? Because I know people love the Volt Tackle, but I honestly think that the Mage build from Pikachu offers so much more.
And there you go. It is running that Mage build. It's running the Thunder Volt Tackle? Excuse did
Hey,
I
you
didn't
called
I
it.
didn't I didn't
You
see
up
that.
for it?
I didn't see I was right. Thunderbolt tackle. Okay, I absolutely love this. But what I wanted to point out as we got these middle Bs, Pikachu's just going to clear all of them up. The Ice Fang's going to pick out the Ivysaur into the Volt Tackle as it goes down. And there, the Trevenant is just going to get picked off by the Icicle Spears. I absolutely love this combination. But you know what is the best part of this entire thing, Flip It right now, is that Combuskin has just had free reign of that top path, which means that Blaziken is already online. The Fire Fists are going, and now it's just going to get its stacks in, and it's going to take as much damage from this Umbreon as possible. There goes the base as Umbreon goes down. Oh my god, Flip It coming out of the gates. They came out swinging, Tano.
Look at the lead they've got. Such a demanding lead right now for Flip It. Across the board with levels, with score. That Umbreon has had a nightmare of a game, chat. They've had to go to that bottom lane to grab some extra XP because that has been dominated by Blaziken, really working well for them. We do see this red buff coming down to Cramorant, but they can push the Lecky. They don't have Springboard yet, Lobo. It's 6 minutes. They've got an entire minute of action. They're going to go on to this goal. The Gatling Gulp missile has come out from the Cramorant. Are they going to be able to do anything? No, because they're just going to get wiped out. Flip It with a really demanding dominance of this game so far.
3 KO streak from the Pikachu, 2 KO streak from the Glaceon. And this is what I actually really like about the Volt Tackle pick, because you pointed out before, they don't have that much of a front line, but that Volt Tackle is going to take them out enough. If that Trevenant's going to come near, that Umbreon's going to come near, it has an ability to also redirect where it wants to go. So it's doing very, very well here. Again, we saw it before. Blaziken put the damage onto the Venusaur. It got taken down with the Icicle Spears as well. So we need that protection coming in from the Umbreon and the Trevenant. But both of them, Tana, are level 7. Level 7, we've got 2 level 11s, and it's not even 5 minutes yet. We've got a Mamoswine at level 9. So this is going to be a really, really hard one for here. So Hilichurls, I think, just need to spend the next couple of minutes, farm up whatever they can, if Flip It is going to allow it, because they are not letting any farm on the map go to the side of Hilichurls.
Yeah, I think they've got a fantastic pick with the Glaceon, buddy, because you just can't handle it. You've got everything else that you're really trying to concentrate on. They really want to deal with the Blaziken. In the meantime, Glaceon's just doing what Glaceon does. This is really dominant from Flip It. 357 points now, chat. And exactly as Lobos just said, Hilichurls do not have the opportunity to grab XP because they're just there to grab it at Flip It. I love the Volt Tackle Thunderbolt. I feel like it works really well. There's the Gatling Gulp Missile. Are they going to pick up anything? The Blaziken was in a really prime condition to do so, but they weren't able to even do anything with that one there, Lobo. They're completely outplayed right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Mamoswine going in, providing the distraction. What a great defender it does do. There's the Thunder right on top of the Mamoswine. It's not able... providing the defense. There's the Icicle Spear is just going to charge down the tree. You don't need an axe to take down a tree when you've got some Icicle Spears in hand. But I absolutely love what's going on here. It's Venusaur getting into melee range. Buddy, you are playing Solar Beam. Get out of there. And now we're hitting the 4-minute mark. A Registeel is exactly what Flip It wanted to see, but not what Hilichurls wanted to see, because they need that experience. But Kana, we have something even more pressing under the play. That Regieleki looming in the top side. If they take this, if they decide to stall it, which Flip It should hold this off as much as they can, it's going to be walking right into their core.
Yeah, this is the kind of thing where Hilichurls do not have a choice but show for this. So there is going to be an engage up in this top chat. The Ice Fang picking up the Umbreon, throwing them into the bush. There is going to be some action going on here. The Blaziken just missing the Umbreon there, trying to pull them away. But what's going to happen? There's a Pikachu Thunderbolt coming down. A lot of damage. Goodbye, Umbreon. You are out of here. There comes the Queen Majesty. Every Unite move possible is coming out right now, Lobo. We saw the Gatling Gulp Missile, but it didn't survive long enough. This is going to be an ace for Flip It. They've taken down everyone but the defender of Trevenant. The Umbreon is back. They can really stall this out and get the secure on that Lecky to get that win condition.
Absolutely. Unite moves were used. The only one that's left is Verdant Anger on the side of Venus. So we've got the Midnight Prance on the side of Umbreon. But like, Hilichurls are probably just going to have to let this go, try and defend it. But again, Flip It playing such an impressively patient game right now. Their two defenders topside. Venusaur is playing a lot closer than you want any kind of Venusaur to play. It's just in that range. Look at the Blaziken there. It goes straight in. There it is. There's a Focus Blast onto the Venusaur. Venusaur's down. The Icicle Spears are on top of the Trevenant. It does not last very long at all. Cramorant is going to try and do something here. It's got Pikachu in the mouth, but the Pikachu on the field is the problem for this team. A level 14 Glaceon and a level 14 Blaziken, and now they are just going to rip. Now this is a big problem for Hilichurls.
Not the kind of thing you want to see coming down your lane to your home pad, right? Because now Flip It have a choice. They can let them handle that Lecky and just defend the Rayquaza. They know how much of a lead they're currently in. It seems like Glaceon's just going to drop some damage onto the Ray. Are they going to go for the rip? That is a really risky call. I think Flip It are sticking to their name, buddy. They're going to flip it, and I don't know about it. Well done, Blaziken. I mean, why you felt the need to do so when you were 300, 400 points ahead is absolutely ridiculous. But hey,
my days.
Shout out to you sticking to your namesake, eh?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, 100%. But again, did they have the confidence there to flip it there, or did they just assume that they had enough of a points lead to go in? Because even if they lose the Ray at that point, that Regieleki was inside the home base. So they still had about 20 to 15 seconds to keep going and score whatever points that they wanted to score. But Glaceon, Blaziken, Pikachu, both able to put down their Unite moves or even a Thunder onto the Rayquaza. Blaziken, one of the best secures in the game. We know this. And Glaceon's just going to charge that thing down no matter what. What a game. Well, I mean, not for the I'm pretty sure Hilichurls isn't feeling that, but Flip It must be very confident going into that. But this is the interesting part, Tano. The Fearless ban is about to come into play.
Yeah, so you know that you can't use those strong mons for Flip It anymore. Look at how dominant that Glaceon was in that game, buddy. They got their power spike, they got their level 6 so early in that game that the triple KO just snowballed it for Flip It from that point, and Hilichurls just could not get back into it. 88k damage dropped by that Glaceon, nearly double the amount that a Name managed to drop on the Venusaur, buddy. And I saw it, I was with you all the way. I feel like that Venusaur was playing a bit too up front. They had the Giga Drain, and it was almost as if they decided that they had to use the Giga Drain in every team fight, when that's not why you use it on the Venusaur. You're there in case somebody dives onto you, right? You still need to be shooting at range.
So I'm a little bit interested here. Obviously, we do know Giga Drain is a viable moveset alongside alongside Solar Beam, but I don't know. I feel like Sludge Bomb is such a better move there, because not only does that provide you with damage, it provides a reduction as well as a slow, but it's also a much better of a zoning tool going forward to be able to take it down, lowering the special defense, and being able to have that beam do a lot more damage. And especially if you're having a Mamoswine that is so bulky, the one thing you want to be doing is hitting your Sludge Bombs and hitting the Solar Beam on top of that. So I don't know if that's a misclick or if that was a play that they were going for. Perhaps they were expecting, I don't know, with that front line that Hilichurls had of the Trevenant and the Umbreon, I would have expected that the Venusaur would have felt fairly safe. I would have expected that Venusaur would have felt fairly safe. So why the need for the Giga Drain? We called it in the first match, during the draft, sorry, that Flip It didn't have that much dive. Not much dive at all. But Blaziken managing to get in there, I really love the Volt Tackle Thunder combination. Like, because you pop the Thunder and then you pop the Volt Tackle, which means you're now stuck in the Thunder taking damage from two separate moves. And also, it's such a good way to keep your enemies behind you. We saw Serena went straight after that Glaceon Volt Tackle into the Serena to stop it, and then boom, Icicle Sphere is on the play. But as we go into the second game, same drafts this time around, but let's see how different the teams are going to be this time around, Tano.
Yeah, the Ceruledge managing to get locked in. That's going to be pretty strong if they can build comfortably around it. But we're going to have to see what defenders and support Flip It go with here, because they had the Elder Goss, so they're not going to be able to use that anymore. And of course, they had the Mama Swine, so they're going to have to pick something else. And of course, Umbreon is not available to them.
Yeah, look, I like this with the Clefable first pick into the Ceruledge. Into the Ceruledge, a Clefable is a great option there, especially if we're hoping for more divers. But this time around, Flippet has opted for the Trevenant. I like that. It's a shame. Let's see if Hilichurls decide to pick up the Pikachu on this time around, because I would love to see the same combination we saw: Volt Tackle, Electro Ball, even Thunderbolt, Electro Ball. Which both provide slows, which could really be helpful for a Ceruledge or a Blaziken to just stun them down, because now it looks like Hilichurls are just bringing out the big guns. And Flip It, they seem to be... am I looking at a Greninja? I'm looking at a Greninja, aren't I?
You are looking at a Greninja, mate, which it has had some changes. So I'm hyped to see what they can do on that. We don't see much Greninja. I like the Lucario pick as well, but the simple fact of the matter is Hilichurls have to win this game to stay in, in this winner's bracket, because ultimately that 2-0 could come in for Flip It. So they've picked up the Mamoswine and the Pikachu. They've pretty much picked up the kind of comp that Flip It were running against them previously.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Blissey is a good choice here. We're not seeing the Glaceon a lot of times. So Hilichurls are just going into a pretty much just a brawl right now. So I have a feeling that we're not going to see a Volt Tackle this time around. I have a feeling like it's going to be a complete and utter Mage build this time around. However, Greninja and Lucario could make my prediction a little bit wrong here. A Volt Tackle stun on any of those two mods, especially if we could see Lucario running E-Speed Lucario into any of these two right now, unless that Mamoswine is really going to pick up what we're seeing. But I'm also seeing... Am I seeing no items on this Mamoswine?
Yeah.
Or is that just a bug on my end?
Well, we have had some visual bugs, buddy. Me and Ravage were completely put off by the Azumarill that evolved into an Umbreon.
Wait, what? Azumarill? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
But look, animator here on the Pikachu is probably going to be really helpful. I'm hoping that Mamoswine has items. I really want to hope that Mamoswine has items, but I do like the combination of Clefable and Trevenant as a nice front line, and it just looks like it's going to be Brawl v Brawl this time round, and I think it's going to come down to whatever moveset that Pikachu's going to have to provide. It's going to be interesting for this one, Tana, as Ceruledge is going to head straight on into that central area.
Yeah, it's also going to be really important for them to get that Mamoswine online as early as Flip It managed to do so previously. And it did kind of stem from how much that Glaceon was able to snowball, buddy. So it's going to be really important that Hilichurls try and get themselves in a position where their Mamoswine can do that very thing. Otherwise, you are going to be in a really tough situation. Lucario is going to get plenty of stacks up in this top lane. I understand wanting to sort of get your own stacks in on the Blaziken, but that's a risky move on Lucario straight away.
No, absolutely, especially if it's deciding to go for that power-up punch. I realize, just as I'm saying that now, power-up punch into a Volt Tackle Pikachu is actually probably a good idea here. So, maybe they want to wait and stall it out, wait to see if the Pikachu does decide to go Volt Tackle. Lucario going to get frozen here, but Clefable is there to heal it up. I actually want to see what this Lucario has done, because I think, for me personally, I would like to see the power-up punch close combat build. You heal, you do damage. Blaziken's going to be sitting right in front of you, but also such big amount of movements on the side of Ceruledge and Blaziken. There's the Ceruledge in the big. There it goes. We have got the power-up punch coming on in. Ceruledge is going to go in. Focus punch. Pushes everything away. Steenie's going to get caught out this time around. Lucario coming to help. Beautiful boosted attack. Pushes everyone away. Absolutely amazing on that Lucario. Really well played by him there to help the Steenie get out.
Yeah, incredibly strong, but so is this Pikachu. We've got the eject button onto the Frogadier. They're going to try and make sure they pick it up. There's the Electro Web. A double KO for Pikachu. They're going to get some points in there. And in the top lane, we see the Blissey going down as well. Still level 4 on that Swinub. They do want to get themselves Evo. There's the Pillar Swine. Not a bad position for Hilichurls to be in right now, Lobo.
No, they're doing a lot better than they did in that first game. 32 points to 29. Those Thunders are just dropping. Pikachu's going to be a problem as Ceruledge comes in, and this is how we are going for the Mage build. We've only seen Thunder so far. We haven't seen what move that's locked in next time around, but Volt Tackle could be the way to really stop the Serena and the Lucario getting on the thing. We're seeing a Stomp Serena this time round as Pikachu is now going to have to run for its life. It's got a tree and a queen on its path, but Clefable not online yet, Tano. That Clefable really, really needs to get online.
Yeah, it really does. We do see the Mage build coming out of the Pikachu. I think that is a really good shot. Look at the defense coming onto this pad. Blissey trying to drop some damage onto the Serena, but it's so hard to catch when it just glasses guys all the way out of it. This Trevenant is getting pretty weak as well, but that is probably the worst mon to try and burst down. We do see that Focus Fan coming up, but they pick it up with the Cerulege. True damage straight on out on that pad. That's what we like to see. Ice Fan coming out of the Mamoswine as well. A really tough situation for them to be in right now, but the Stomp is there to get everybody away from that pad. Cerulege is incredibly weak, but they're going to be able to make it out and get the healing that they so direly need right now.
I don't know if you noticed on that, but that Pikachu just sat back and dropped Thunders and Thunderbolts onto that pad. Cerulege was the main focus in there, so I really think Flippit need to take down the Pikachu. I think the Pikachu, once again, is the linchpin to this, to Hilichurl's offense. And they've got a Greninja, they've got a Lucario that can try and just take it down, playing that assassin role. A beautiful Ice Pang to pick it up. There comes the Cerulege in with Unite onto the objective, but he doesn't manage to get any takedowns. Cerulege is going to go in. Serena does go with the Queenly Kicks, smashing down the Cerulege. It's almost out here. Pikachu coming in once again for the support, but it manages to go down. The Queen cannot be stopped. Beautiful Unite move, picking up the Cerulege, taking it out of the fight, and Pikachu had no other option with its with its front line gone. That Pikachu needs to find a way to get out, but otherwise it's just stunned there. Great comeback there from Flippit.
Yeah, really strong, mate. This Arena, he's having a fantastic game. Is there, throne to sit on, and nobody can dethrone them at the moment. 22 going in to this T2. Nice close combat there to pick up the Cerulege alongside the Greninja. They're really pushing onto this pad. The Blazikins managed to get the Lecky, but they're not even concerned about it. That T1 up there is just going to absorb that while they've broken the pad in the bottom lane. That is going to buy them so much space for any Reggie that spawns down there now.
Yeah, absolutely. Trevenant's probably going to survive itself. Greninja's going to go in with the Unite. Queenly Majesty's going to activate as the Stomps come through. And it looks like Flippit, who are struggling early game this time round, have just come through. And that Clefable with the gravity is providing the heals and the lockdown for Cerulege and Blaziken to really do its thing. This Blaziken has gotten to level 9 just by kind of stacking itself in the top lane, but we haven't seen it engage too much here. Serena getting it's all the way in. It's going to go in one more time. The Fire Fists are going to go. There's another Unite from the Serena. Blaziken's going to be taken out straight away, and Clefable is right there to keep the Queen healthy. Blissey Unite onto the Blaziken. It's still alive. Trevenant's going to come on in, but the Queen will not be stopped. That Stomp build too good, and now Cerulege has decided to Unite. Beautiful shadow close there by the Greninja, but Cerulege is just too much for that one this time round.
Yeah, and the Cerulege is doing really well to kind of get those Unite move stuns off. It's not that strong anymore, chat. It was nerfed in the most recent patch, so it doesn't actually feel like they're stunned for that long, but they're really concentrating on taking out the Greninja because Greninja's target has to be the squishy Pikachu. That Pikachu is going to drop so much damage as it's already doing so that it needs to be the main target of Greninja. So I think this is really smart from both of these teams, knowing who their targets are going to be right now. Bit of the lead for Flippit. They've come out of this really dominantly. This Lecky's going to spawn in about 10 seconds. They're going to keep some attention up here whilst that rip on the bottom one is happening from the Greninja. Regirock is a pretty good buff for them to have coming into this next minute.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see, the Lucario is now level 12. That power-up punch is going to make sure that it cannot get stunned at all. I do believe the Lucario on this team is the hidden sleeper. There you go. The Ice Fang tried to go onto the Luca, but that was a bad decision. Hornleech is going to take it on back, and here we go. The Phantom Forest is going to come in. Thunderstorm's going to come on down as well, but it does not matter. The Queen is in. Lucario chasing down the Blissey. The Blissey's going to go down as well. So Cerulege is the only one left alive, and I believe it has no other choice. Pikachu is just firing any kind of Thunderbolt that it's going to do, but the Queen has its sights set on the little mouse, and it's going to go in. Ceruledge has no choice but to unite here. 315, it could get it back, and here we go once again. The Queen almost caught out. It does get Ice Fang down. The Blissey Unite's going to come back in. That's going to be a curious one. If it gets that one back down, it's going to have to farm a lot to get that way back, but Trevenant, Greninja, and Serena are still in. Blaziken living on a prayer. They still want this base to go. It's left on 5. Tana, the stop comes through. You cannot stop the Queen.
What's crazy is that they also got a 50 dunk in the home base before all that kicked off from Serena. They have really worked a treat for their team here. Flip It really dominating because of that. I'm not sure that Hilichurls should have spent so much defending that goal there, Lobo. They gave away a lot of XP and KOs. Just let them break the goal. They're going to get it anyway. They're going to get that overcap. You need the extra XP down the lane. I think that was really risky for them to do and put so much effort into that.
Yeah, and now this is just going to show because Greninja's just going to take that blue buff. Sorry, the Trevenant gone, nah, you know what? You have enough levels. It's my blue buff this time around. Clefable doing a really great job, but I think for me, the MVP so far has been obviously the Queen has just been given free reign over this map, but that has only been possible due to the Lucario. The Lucario is just gone uncompletely noticed, unchecked in every single way, and it's gone in for an entire engage all by itself, manages to get out, does pop a close combat. The Thunderstorm already coming out from the Pikachu, but it's already been taken out. The little mouse has gone down, and now Flip It are going to go on the aggressive, Tano.
Yeah, they are. They're in a good position to do just that. Lucario getting a lot of damage put onto them. What a Ceruledge Unite we just saw, but the Queen is there to stomp them back to gravity, down to earth. They have managed to pick up that secure. It's just a little blob trying to get that XP away from anyone coming their way, and the Queen's not letting anybody get onto that Rayquaza, buddy. They're defending that, and they're going to get some tasty Hundo Dunks going in here. Domination from the get-go from Flip It in this game.
Level 15, Serena. It's her Rayquaza. It's her Bruins. It's her throne. Sit down and bend the knee. Serena has shown full force what the Queen is capable of. Those Hundo Burgers are just going to rain on in. And what a game from Flip It. That, for me, Tano, was just a masterclass. We called it before. We thought Flip It had the less strong draft in the first game, and we thought they had that's correct. We thought they had the weaker draft going into the first game. I thought they had a bit of a weaker draft going in here. It seemed like Hilichurls had a more all-rounded thing. Look at that, Blaziken, Ceruledge, and a Blissey, as well as a Mamoswine right now. That is a very, very OP kind of team there, but we have a look at this damage and look at your Queen, my friend.
I mean, wow. Do not take that crown off. That deserves to be glued to your head, Trey. Very well played. 110k damage, but also Greninja and Lucario developing so much in that play that it meant not a lot could come out of Hilichurls, unfortunately. Pikachu put up a really good fight, 70k damage. They really managed to stick back and drop that damage, buddy. But, I mean, Flip It. There was just no way around it. They were taking every single lane, every single objective, every single KO that they could from the get-go in that game. Well deserved 2-0 for Flip It there.
Yeah, absolutely. But what I really want to kind of establish here is look at the damage on the Serena, but then look at the damage taken. Yeah. It's the least amount of damage all throughout the entire game. And usually, if a Clefable is healing you, you're still taking damage. But that Serena picked its points. And I think this was the best part about Greninja and Lucario. Lucario went completely unevaded. Greninja went on its assassin duty and managed to really stifle the Pikachu. The Pikachu did very well. It was dropping Thunders. It was dropping everything it could. Ceruledge did really well. Blaziken, for me, here was probably what got Hilichurls let down just a little bit. Just unable to really do much in the face of a close combat Lucario that was online so quickly. And then obviously Ice Fang into the Lucario is not going to do anything. Once that Lucario was level 11, Power Up Punch, once you have it, it's there. If you see a Mamoswine coming towards you, you click Power Up Punch, you hold it. you are invincible for as long as you want. And then you release it and you're far enough away that Ice Fang's not even going to bother you anymore. So what an incredible game by Flip It. I was actually really, really happy to watch that game. It was just good. I don't know. It was just good. I want to get final thoughts, man. Or like thoughts on that game in general.
Yeah, well, this is it. It's a masterclass of how strong Flip It are as a team. And I tell you what, shout out to Flip It for actually doing the flip on the Rayquaza in the first game, because that was ridiculous. They did not need to do that, mate. So huge shout out to them for doing that. But yeah, it just showed how strong Flip It really are as a team. They're going to put a target on their back playing this well. And that is what you want in Pokemon Unite, because you want to be known to be a really strong team. If you're going to fight to that World Championship stage, this is where you need to be performing. November is when we kick off this World Championship, so they don't have long to get in that position where they are working as a team quite well. And yeah, I think they did that there, but I believe we're now going to head ourselves off to a break, chat. We're going to get ourselves a drink, a snack. We'll be back very shortly with the next game. Lobo's going to step out for now. I'm going to have It's Me Fu coming in, and we're going to get stuck into the next one. So grab yourselves a drink, grab yourself a snack. We'll be back very shortly.
Don't.
And here we are back again. This time it's me, your friendly host, Rabbit. You haven't seen me for 6 weeks. I know you're getting bored with me, so we have Lobo here with me. And looking at the last match, Lobo, we know that Pikachu is a menace, Serena is a menace, and that Greninja pick might just be something that we might see more.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Gren hasn't been adjusted too much, but if you've been playing Gren Ninja since season 1 and you know how to play it, like this is a conversation I have with Tano a lot. There are your meta picks and there are your comfort picks, right?
Yeah.
So no matter what position your comfort pick is in the meta kind of ladder right now, if it's your comfort pick, it's your comfort pick. And if you're a good player, if like most of these players are, whatever comfort pick you pick is just going to be a strong mon. And we saw the Greninja struggled a little bit early game when it was a Frogadier, but I think that was kind of the plan of Flip It. Let the Greninja struggle because that comeback experience and everything else is gonna happen. You pointed this out to me a lot. We saw the Mamoswine really target those all-rounders in the previous game. Probably not the best option when you have something like a Lucario with a power-up punch. So maybe the Mamoswine needed to be more on the Pikachu. We talked about it as well. Volt Tackle would have been a great option there. Again, same problem that you're going to face with a power-up punch Lucario. As quickly as the power-up punch Lucario got online, that Volt Tackle is going to do nothing to it, but it does stop the Serena. It does stop the Greninja, which is kind of what you want. And so Mamoswine, Ice Fang, into Serena, into a Volt Tackle, into a Thunder is going to be great. But we don't have time to talk about the previous game, Ravage. We have got this game right in front of us, Mark the Believers versus India Elite. I have seen Mark the Believers before. I have not seen India Elite. Can you give me a little bit of info as we see Mimikyu, Umbreon, Charizard, and Trevenant get banned?
Sure. So let me walk you through Matka Believers. So Matka Believers is basically another word for Flip It. So we can see something like that here.
All right, I like it.
On the other side, we have some of the veterans of Pokemon United India, which includes Doc, which includes Scepter. I cannot see the name of the fit person, but these two have been in the game for quite a while now. And with that Hoopa, which is I'll point it out, I'm gonna be a little biased here because Hoopa is my favorite supporter. As a Garchomp player, I need those rotations as much as possible. And we can also see a machine gun pew pew machine, which is no, never mind, he's not taking it.
Oh, we could see another pew pew machine. Another pew pew machine could be coming out in Teleon, but no. Ooh, interesting. Very interesting. But sorry, I cut you off when you were talking about your own little Hoopa. Tell me about the Hoopa.
Right, so Hoopa is a defender that you can rely on. The only way to shut down a Hoopa early game is that you push a tier down and you take that tier 1. You minimize the rotations as much as possible because when you're playing something like a Gyarados, it's a high damage Pokemon. Once you get it online, you want it to be everywhere on the field for your team. Now, what I like about IND Elite's team is that you have a late game reliance on Gyarados. You have an early game insurance with the Leafeon, and you always have an Hoopa to give you that positioning in game. Pikachu Scepter has always been playing Pikachu. It has been one of his favorite picks. It has been one of his comfort picks, which we have been talking about. And this comfort on Scepter, I think it's going to be a deadly combination.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I really love this because I don't know, we talked about it with Tano in the Asia region in just general. We love to see a Hooper invade that's really going to stop whatever's going to happen inside that central area for Mark the Believers, whether it's the Cerule Edge, whether it's the Blaziken, whether it's even the Inteleon right now. If we see a Hooper invade, let that Leafeon get online, and that is just going to be an absolute nightmare for those 3 mons. Not too much for Cerule Edge, which only needs level 5, but Blaziken and Inteleon getting invaded and stopped by a Leafeon is going to be a big problem. Mamoswine should probably have a good range here, but not too many divers on the side, so it's going to be looking to pick up that Gyarados this time round, as we do see Cerule Edge is going to head straight on into that central area, but no Hooper invade, unfortunately. Maybe it's just getting the first one and heading on over.
There's something else you can do with Hooper as well. You can take the red buff here, which I think they're gonna do. IND Elite is
Yep.
gonna do that, and you can actually mitigate the damage that your Gyarados is not putting in the early game. Magikarp is nothing in terms of damage in the early game, and you can get that DPS from Hooper with that support. It's a good DPS mon. It's a good secure mon, and if you can put your portals right, you can live on forever with this Pokemon.
Yeah,
So
absolutely. I'm very interested to see if it does go that Hyperspose whole route, because we have seen a lot of trick Hoopers come into play, and obviously with the team of Gyarados, a Gyarados with trick is going to be one burden that Mark to Believers do not want to have to deal with.
but that's gonna be a nightmare. So I haven't seen Trick Hoopa in quite some time in the Indian meta. So I'm not sure if they're gonna play Trick. It was there when Serena came out, and then Trick with Serena was like insane with that Stomp going insane again. But we have the Leafeon online right now, so they're gonna push the top lane. They need that Gyarados to be online for as much of the game. They take down the Torchic. The KFC is back in the kitchen now, and we can see this Rulets is backing off. He doesn't want to take the fight anymore because right now Leafeon is the most threatening Pokemon on the field.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw the Magikarp get an assist as the Charmander got taken down. Leafeon is just going to prove to be a nightmare for the Cerulege as the Blissey comes in, but Leafeon is on low health. One little Egg Blast and it's going to go down. The Egg is chasing the Leafeon out of the way, and here Leafeon decides to go back in, and there's a portal back through. We are seeing the Hyperspace Hole. Mamoswine just a little bit too late as Hooper now has the red buff, and Leafeon is back in here to create a problem for Mark to Believers. They might just have to flip it this time round, as we are possibly seeing the Inteleon is online. The Inteleon has decided to evolve into that little drivel, but Indie Elite are just staying on here. There's a Penta for the Leafeon. Is going to get caught out by the Mamoswine. No, it does go back in. And are they going to return? They are. Slowbro, Leafeon, Hooper making themselves comfy in the enemy team's central area.
This is what I was talking about. Once the Leafeon comes online, okay, what do you do in this situation? This is something that a lot of people wonder. What happens? What do I do when my jungle is getting invaded and I have no answers to this Leafeon? You just leave the jungle. You go to your lane, you start taking your farm, you get as much XP as possible, because right now what you have done, you have fed the Leafeon its breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It's already at level 8. Gyarados is online right now. You're already on the back foot, and they're gonna keep pushing this game forward in their favor. We can see the top tier is going down for Matka Believers. The Cerulege was the Blaziken was taking down again. There's a 40 done coming in, but they have to push the bottom lane. That's what they're doing. They're trying to even out the score. But with such a level gap right now, we can see the Unite on Leafeon, the Unite on Gyarados. It's gonna be a tough game to come back in the mid game.
Yeah, as Leafeon's going to come through, make use of that Hyperspace. Well, Emerald 2-step's going to come out on the Blissey. That is not what you want. The snipe shot's going to come in. Cerulege cannot take on a Leafeon that is just on a rampage. Surf Telekinesis, such a good build here. Ice Fan going to go in. Slowbro's going to go down. Hooper is here to provide the support. And Gyarados is just going to try and take on the little chicken. It wants its KFC this time round, and it's got a Legilecki to help it out. Inteleon can't do much here. Ice Fang obviously just trying to support. Dragon Current's going to go onto the portal. There's Gyarados now going to be fighting a 2v1 inside the top lane, but Leafeon is just unbothered by anything that is happening. It's got two people helping it out down bottom, and this Blissey can't survive for very long. Indie Elite looking very, very elite in these early sections of this game, Ravage. I just don't know what Mark to Believers can do. They have to stop the Leafeon, but they don't really have any way of really stopping it. No Unite moves to really slow it down. The Blaziken can't fight it yet because there is such a high level difference, level 11 Epheon. So Mark to Believers just have to get their levels and hope that they can catch out the Leafeon and get that comeback experience. As we see a Leafeon Unite move.
The Leafeon Unite, the Hoopa with the stunts, and everything is going on right now in the favor of IND Elites. This is looking like a perfect game to me. And in the previous game also, I was having my fingers crossed that we can see 1,000 dunk in one game. That did not happen. Someone surrendered. I'm not taking names right now. But anyways, we can see Matka Believers are getting back in the game. There's a 2 KO streak for Inteleon. Pikachu finally taking down that Cerulege, and Leafeon getting back in the game, taking down that Blaziken. I was about to say KFC again. I'm not going to make that joke again. But now that you have 3 Unites on your side, and you know Leafeon has already united, You can actually go on that Leafeon, you can dive it on, you know that that's the highest level Pokemon on their end. Get as much XP as possible. And if you see the entire team coming in from Andy Elites, that's when you need to back off. You cannot take the fights right now. You're not going to win this fight. Hoopa has his Unite. So they are anyways going to be in a better position. The Slowbro Unite is online. The fight has started. Regieleki, they won this. Blissey unites on the Mammoth fight. Because why not? It's going to deal some damage. Pikachu taking 2 knockouts. Leafeon again. How do you stop this? This is a massacre.
Yeah, it is a big team wipe there coming out from India Elite. The Dragon Current onto the invisible Inteleon. He thought he was safe. He was definitely not. Unfortunate there. That Blissey Unite probably should have been onto the Blaziken at some point. There's a Ceruledge Edge Unite onto the Pikachu. Pikachu having to force its eject button to get itself on out here. Blaziken's going to deal with the Regieleki. The Pikachu does go down, but Leafeon, unevaded once again, is going to get a 50 dunk into the bottom lane. Beautiful snipe shot, or as I like to call it, shotgun from really close range. As Hooper has decided to go unbound, Rings unbound coming through. Leafeon's just going to try and put as much damage on. Leafeon going after to the Inteleon. Thunderstorm's going to come on down. They want this pad gone, as Slowbro is just in the middle there. There it is, and that is another team wipe as we've got 36 to 331. These Indie Elites are proving to be elite at this level. I don't know what Mark the Believers are going to have to do. They've got great secure inside Blaziken and Inteleon. They're probably just going to have to flip it this time around, as Indie Elites are proving to be a very forceful team.
Night is a very interesting game. There's just one resource that you need to manage, and that's experience. You dunk, you get experience. You knock out someone, you get experience. You farm, you get experience. And if you're not managing that, because for 3 minutes now, they have to deal with a level 15 Leafeon that's gonna tear their team apart. Mammothman is trying to protect someone in the background. I did not see it. Might be the Inteleon. But now that you have your Unites, your Cyril is down, you cannot use your Unites right now. Or you might need to take this fight before the Rayquaza fight, somewhere around 215 or 210, because of such a high level difference. If anyone gets knocked down here, they might be just gone for like 30 seconds.
Yeah, and this is the problem here. The Hooper Highway just managing to get everybody up top. 21 seconds left to go. This Regieleki is going to walk into core, which means they're going to have to take the fight. Blaziken is the first one forward. Hooper's going to use his stuns to get away. Here we go. The fight is going on. Blissey manages to secure the Regieleki as Hooper has decided to go unbound. It is going against Unite. Dragon Current's going to go on in. The stun's coming up. Gyarados is in a big problem here. There's the Blissey Unite onto the Blaziken. Mamoswan's going to go on a stomping rampage this time round. But now, Leafeon getting possibly caught out, and there, no, that was a Pikachu. I'm sorry, the Pikachu goes in, but here, Mark to Believers could just go and score. It's in the top. It's in the top lane. You could have just scored and then made your way down to Ray. But now they have decided to hold true to their name, and they are going to try and flip it. Dragon Gyarados getting caught out this time round. But here, who's going to get the secure this time round? It's Blaziken! And Mark the Believers have possibly pulled this out of nowhere. All they have to do is just go and score. They all have 50 points. Blaziken's going to... Blissey doesn't score! Blissey doesn't score. The Pikachu stopped the Blissey from scoring. Oh my god, 356 to 335. Mark to Believers have taken the lead in this one, Ravage. I did not see that one coming, but Flip It is alive and well.
I can bet no one saw that coming. How that happened? I have no words right now. So basically, I did say they have to take the fights at 210. They cannot wait for the Rayquaza to spawn. They did take the fight there, and I believe it was IND Elite who initiated the fight at the Regieleki, but somehow it just flipped in Matka Believer's favor. They took the fight. They took 2 people down, 3 people down. Once they took the Regieleki, secured by the Blissey's eggs. That's something you always need to take care of. If the Blissey has its egg, it can heal you, it can do the damage. So the eggs are shining in their favor right now. But there's the final push coming in. There's 20 seconds left. Hoopa unites. A lot of unite here. Pikachu unites. This score is going to kill them.
Stop the Slowbro! No, there's still 25 points. There's 20. Slowbro got 40 points in. They got 80 points in. They need to stop this. Ceruledge Unite's going to come on out. 8 points in from the Slowbro. I don't think it's enough.
16. I think they needed 20 points.
They needed 20 points, but 8 points going in, 16. I don't know if they got any other points going in. Wow. What a final push from India Elite.
So this is the kind of game I love to watch. It's 456 to 433. They still needed 23 points. I believe the Pikachu had 25, but it never got a chance to score. It's so squishy it cannot go in. And it's Fura. I also know Fura. He's also a veteran of Pokemon United India. And he has played amazingly in this match. But somehow, the team that dominated the entire game lost in the last 2 minutes. If there's Ray, there's a way. Right?
Yeah, if there's a way, there is a way. And I think that's just one of the things I think people have complaints about Pokemon Unite as a MOBA, but also people really like Pokemon Unite as a MOBA. It's a 10-minute game. It's a 10-minute game. After 2 minutes, the ability to win or lose is just in anyone's favor. It's in anyone's favor. But again, Inteleon, 94k damage, beautifully done. Blissey with a great amount of healing. This time around in the Ray fight, the Blissey was able to unite the Blaziken, which was really good. Again, I think the turning point of that top fight match, you called it before, they have to take the fight early. India Elite decided to go in first with the Hooper Unite. Possibly not the best thing to do considering how far in the lead they were. They could have just let Mark to Believers have it. But what happened was they took the fight, then they absolutely had a sixth teammate in the Regieleki. So they had a sixth teammate in the Regieleki, and I think Mark to Believers did an absolutely fantastic job. And they secured the Ray. It was down to a flip towards the end, but great push there from India Elite coming this time around. But now, Ravaged, the Fearless Draft is going to come into play. So far, I have not had the privilege of seeing a Game 3 situation, so we haven't seen this be affected too much. But we've seen a Pikachu in almost every single game. Is there any Pokemon that you want to see?
I have a favorite here. Garchomp is my favorite. I have a dragon on my arm, so if there's a dragon Pokemon, I'm always happy about it. But yeah, everyone knows. I believe everyone in the Indian community know that I love Garchomp. And it is something that you can make viable, but with the team synergies that I'm looking at right now, I don't think Garchomp fits anywhere because you have the dive, you have the DPS, but with Garchomp, you have nothing to exit out of the fight. So if the Hoopa pick is already gone, that's the only thing that can get you out of the fight. So right now, what I'm looking at, and the Elites picked a very good comp. They have already used their Leafeon, they have already used their Gyarados, they have already used their Slowbro, and they have already used their Pikachu. So it's gonna be a little tough drafting around. However, the problem with Matka Believers is that I don't know how big their pool is. They don't have Blaziken anymore, which is supposed to be a good diver, a fire type diver. They have used their Ceruledge, which is also a fire type diver. And what else is left? What are you going to play on the top lane? Do you also go with the Power Up Punch Lucario? Do you go with the Serena? You can actually go to Serena, but with the people, I believe everyone watches these games. They have all watched the previous games as well. They know how to counter it right now. One of the games we did see, if the opposition takes something like Gravity, Serena is completely shut down. If someone takes a Mimikyu, they can also shut down Serena. So it's a lot of thought process that's gonna go in game 2 for both the teams right now because they both put a lot of cards on the first game.
What I would be interested to see you mentioned a fire type diver. I'm just throwing it out there, and I know Tano, you're listening, my buddy. But Talonflame is there. Talonflame is there. It's a great mon that gets in and gets out, plus a really good diver if you're able to really pick around the Talonflame. But we're also seeing the Gyarados and Blaziken band this time round. First up, I want to see the Mimikyu. Tano already got to watch his favorite Pokemon play in Gengar, so I'm a little bit upset about that. Bring the other Ghost Puppet out. For you, I want to see a Garchomp come through. Charizard, the fake dragon getting banned is not really a big thing this time around, but I'm curious to see what the next ban is going to be.
It's Mimikyu.
I don't like this game. I don't like this game. I don't like this game anymore.
There are like 3 more games to go. Someone's gonna pick a Mimikyu, but if Doc already, I think IND Elites has already played their Slowbro card, so they had to go with either Trevenant or Umbreon. They decided with Umbreon, which is a good pick because if they pick a diver, the mean look can completely shut it down. I was liking the pick on Clefable, but okay, this is gonna be interesting. If they actually go with
yeah,
this.
I've made this mistake so many times, but I get baited every time I cast because they hover over something like a Sableye, and I'm like, no way. There's no way you're picking a Sableye. India leads picking the Umbreon, which is great. Metagross is a great pick, I think, into this. A very, very strong all-rounder. It could... we usually see inside the top lane, we see a stacking Metagross there. And again, Metagross has the ability with that Gyro Ball combination to do such big damage. Or if you decide to go, I do believe it's Comet Punch, or I don't know the Bullet Punch. No, Bullet Punch is Scizor, I believe. Whatever
yeah.
the punch move it is. But if you get caught in that mean look with the with the Metagross and coming on in, that's going to do big damage. Slowbro's in there. There you go. You got your favorite Pokemon inside Garchomp. Now I only just need mine, and then we'll have something there. You know, the fake Pikachu is fine. I prefer the real Pikachu and Mimikyu, so you know that is what it is. I want to see what Scepter's going to bring out here with the Inteleon and the Ceruledge. I do really like India Elite's team here because you're relying on that front line of Umbreon and Metagross, and Ceruledge providing that kind of assassin role. And if we're going to see a snipe shot this time around, I just don't think Liquidation is as good as it once was. It's a great moveset. It's one of my favorite movesets. Bubble 07 in the house. But, you know, Inteleon with the snipe shot is absolutely the way to go. And Mark to Believers pulling out the Leafeon this time round. So for me, I want to see the Hooper invade into the Leafeon invade. That's what I'm hoping for. But we're going to see... It's Meteor Mash. Thank you, chat, for letting me know about Meteor Mash. It's called Meteor Mash. You think casters would know the moves of all the Pokemon, right? We sometimes get it wrong. But this is... I really like this pick, Ravage. It seems more evenly based for both teams. But India Elite was so strong, and Mark to Believers went for the flip. I have a feeling we might see a little bit of the same this time around. What do you think?
All right. So first of all, the caster doesn't have to know all the moves because we just mash the buttons and somehow we win the rank games. That's how we play. That's why we needed.
That's how we play. It's not how we cast. It's not how we cast.
But this is the reason why we needed that Pikachu buff. Anyways, I'm gonna play Pikachu in rank after this game, and I love seeing Garchomp there. It's obviously a great pick with the Hoopa combination because I was talking about this. It's the only Pokemon that can get Garchomp out of the fight. In early game, it has that stun, and in late game, it has that base, the portal. Hyperspace Hole. I know the name. I'm just not saying
Hyperspace Hole. I'll test you, Ravage. I'll test you. It's fine. But it's going to be... I actually really do like this. You predicted a Hooper combination with a Garchomp, I think, is a great combination. Do you think we're going to be seeing the Dragon moveset with Dragon Rush, Dragon Claw? Or are we going to be seeing the Ground moveset with Dig and the other move? I'm not 100% sure.
Earthquake.
What the other... Earthquake. I thought it would be Earthquake. Ground type, Earthquake, you know.
Right.
It is what it is.
It's a match
we
made
do
in
see...
heaven.
We do see Blissey heading on in to help out that Ceruledge. Garchomp heading into the top lane. Leafeon is already online, which means we could see a possible invade on the Charcadet, but it's already taken its second buff.
So the thing with Garchomp is that you pick it because it has such a high DPS. And Blissey just steals that anyways. On the other side, once Garchomp comes online, you need to play the Dragon moveset because for the ground set, you need to stay in the fight. Earthquake deals damage the longer people stay in the range of Earthquake. Plus, with the Dragon set, you have the mobility, you have the dive, you have the ability to shove opponents, you have the ability to pull someone into your team. Which I would do, I would just camp myself in their side of the grass. Once someone comes and I just Dragon Rush, then Dragon Claw them into my half of the map, and then my team just cleans it off. So that's how you need to. That's why you need to play. But with the Steelers already online, it's gonna be a tough time for Garchomp until it gets to level 7, until it gets that shove moveset, the mobility it needs. But Leafeon finally goes down to Blissey. It's gonna be a tough game. I like Mudcup Libre's approach to this game. They have a late game insurance, they have an early game insurance, with India Elites completely banking on the high DPS in the late game. So that's something that we need to look out for. Metagross is already there, Metang is already there, not Metagross. So it's gonna be a problem for Garchomp right now because he needs as much farm as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. There's the hyperspace hole going on in. Pikachu managing to take down the kill on the Metagross as the hyperspace hole just replenishes them. Garchomp really needs to get online. Like you were saying, it just has the ability to pull everything back. I liken it to Blaze Kick when it comes to Blaziken, just being able to pull farm, repositioning. So helpful inside a team fight. We know why Mamoswine is so effective. You're not getting that 25 in. My guy, there is the Gyro Ball coming on in. Garchomp is in a little bit of a pickle here. It's going to go down. Metagross versus Garchomp. Ooh. That is going to be a high damage fight in the late game. Slowbro getting mean looked by the Umbreon. The levels are all right. It's 81 to 19 to India Elite. We saw them have a very, very strong early game this time around. Hooper Highway still in play. But I think we saw an Electro Ball coming out from the Pikachu earlier on. I haven't seen what it's going on this time. If it's decided to go with that Volt Tackle, there's the Electro Ball, secures the farm. And this time around, the Slowbro manages to finish off that farm, as well as Inteleon is also online, giving it that replay. And there is the Volt Tackle onto the Umbreon. Probably not the smartest idea. You probably want to hit the little blue eel in the backline. But again, a little bit more of an even game this time around, Ravage.
I think so, but Matka Libra is getting completely dominated on the top end. Once the Cerulars came online, they're just taking out everything that's coming on their way. There is always rotating on the top. They know they cannot let Garchomp come online for as long as they can keep it under shadows, as long as they can keep it from evolving. It's a pseudo-legendary Pokemon. It has one of the best stats in game. Once it comes online, it's going to deal damage. Damage scales with levels, and we can see Pikachu with the Electroball, and it's a little tough game for Matkab right now. We're talking about levels. It's already level 11 for Cyril. It's level 8 for Blissey. It already has its Unite. Inteleon has its Unite. It's a 5-man Unite already set up for IND Elites. And I'm expecting a push on the bottom tier right now.
Yeah, look, they are just scoring here. That Hooper Highway has been completely and utterly broken down. It's very interesting to me that we had Leafeon go into the central area with the red buff. I don't know why Mark to Believers didn't allow the Garchomp to at least take the red buff or the blue buff. Beautiful, Ceruledge Unite, Blissey Unite as well. Inteleon's going to go in. It's crashed into the top hat. I don't think Regieleki walked on in. They got it just before it went through. The Unite's coming up through with 279 to 19. Mark to Believers again, once again on the back foot. Ceruledge just rolling with this one. Leafeon not as effective for Mark to Believers this time around as it was for India Elite in the previous game. But what do Mark to Believers have to do? They need to get that Garchomp online as quickly as possible.
And there you have it. You have the 3 main damage dealers of your team. Oh, now that I'm looking at it, it's a very high DPS team. You have Pikachu for the DPS, you have Pikachu for Volt Tackle and for the Electro Ball. You have the burst damage with Leafeon, but if you keep getting caught off guard like this, it's not gonna work out in your favor. Leafeon, yes, you need to roam the map, you need to take as much knockouts as possible, but you cannot let yourself get caught in off positions like this. There's no support right now. The hole could not save you every time. And look at that Cyril. It's just waiting. It's like a praying mantis right now. It's just waiting for its turn to get one knockout and farm as much damage as possible. It's not farming the experience.
Yeah, Garchomp going in onto the Metagross. This is probably not the best idea. That's a 1v5 situation going on in. Emerald 2-Step's going to come on in. Garchomp has not been taken down just yet. Ceruledge counters Emerald 2-Step with its Unite move, but Emerald 2-Step managing to take down the Ceruledge. Oh, beautiful snipe shot there on to the Leafeon. Now, this is my problem so far with the Leafeon because it is attacking the Blissey and the Umbreon. The mons that the Leafeon has to be attacking is that Inteleon because it does so much damage. But we have not seen the Inteleon. Bothered at all by the dive from Leafeon. That Leafeon needs to put a shackle on to the Inteleon. So it's very interesting. I want to see Pikachu engage a little bit more with the Volt Tackle. This comes down to, again, communication. Engage Volt Tackle onto the Metagross, take it out of play, let the Garchomp go in. There has to be a little bit more coordinated attacking from this. It seems like they're just playing a little bit more individually. But here we go. Metagross is going to come in. Thunderstorm onto the Metagross. This is exactly what I was talking about. Metagross goes down. Beautiful combination play, just as we were talking about it, Ravage.
That is absolutely correct. And with the Garchomp Unite, they can actually push this tier. You need to unite here and do as much damage as possible. Garchomp Unite has not been popped. The entire team was on Unites right now. I don't know what he was waiting for, and finally goes in when the entire team is there. He needed to take that. And if there's something that we learned from the last match that we saw, is that with your diver you need to be prepared for the back lane mage. So as you were saying, you need to make sure that the Leafeon actually takes down that Inteleon every time. You need to take that man advantage in the fight every time. If the Inteleon is not there, there's no poking damage from the background. No one is gonna snipe shot you from somewhere across the map. That's the main problem that they're dealing with right now. Every time they're going to engage in a fight, they're already receiving damage before even the fight starts.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about this before the game started with the comeback experience when it comes to Pokemon Unite. You mentioned it before. One of the most important things when it comes to macro awareness is that experience ability to get it back. They took down the Ceruleans, they took down the Metagross. That Garchomp is now level 14. That Leafeon is level 13. That Pikachu is level 13. Mark to Believers have turned it around, not on the points score, but on the levels way. So that Leafeon heading into the top side, it is on the opposite side of the map from its initial target of the Inteleon. But again, India Elite, they have that tier 1 available on the bot side. They're just scouting each other out. 100 points. Could Leafeon go for a back cap here? They're trying to scout out. Garchomp hasn't decided to go in yet. It is a fever pitch as to see who blinks first, Ravage, in this Ray fight.
Looks like a complete deja vu to me. It's the exact situation that they were in the last time. Just that no one is starting the fight. Again, IND Elites is in the lead. They don't need to start the fight. They don't need to touch the rage. They just need to call someone from Matka Believers to come in the center, make a mistake, get caught off guard, and that's when they strike. And if Matka Believers don't give them a chance, they can still backcap here again.
And there we go.
And they have the Hoopa Unite to come back in the center and start
Hoop is down. Hoop is down.
No.
Hooper went down without uniting, but the back cap is still on. It's still 250. So India Elite are still in the lead here. But Hooper going down is a big problem because India Elite could start this Rayquaza, but I guess Mark to Believers are just waiting for that Hooper to come back because it is such a good unite move that they could use. Look at this. The Leafeon flanking. The Leafeon has decided to flank. It's gone out. There's Emerald two-step, but unable to go. Thunderstorm's going to go on in. The Metagross Unite's going to come in. Garchomp's going to pull its Unite as well. The Midnight Prance from the Umbreon into the Volt Tackle Electro Ball combination. There's 2 members down for the side of India Elite. There's 1 member down for the side of Mark to Believers. Cerulege is going to go in, gets caught in the Volt Tackle, but Garchomp manages to keep it out. But Inteleon is still alive. We could see a snipe shot come through. But Hooper secures, and Mark to Believers make this a 2-0 for India Elite. Their elite status is now in question, Ravage. That was a fantastic Ray fight from the side of Mark to Believers.
They haven't scored yet. I don't know if they're gonna score. They were still... Okay, finally the 100 goes in. Wait.
I think they had enough with the 100.
I think it was IND Elites who scored. They were still 130 points behind. Okay, they scored. Okay. Never mind, I was wrong. And I need to support my Garchomp. What I saw was that the timer was counting down, and I did not realize that tier 1 was still up for IND Elite.
Yep.
And that might have just been the game. But anyways, keeping that aside, it's a complete deja vu for me. It's the same thing that happened. Matka Believers on the back foot from the beginning. And once they start coming back, they just win one team fight every game.
Yep.
And they get their levels, they get their positioning, they get their minds in the game, they get their Pokemons online, they get their Unites, and then they just storm through the entire composition. IND Elite is still not out. They're playing amazingly in the early game. I believe it's just something that's going wrong in the late game. It might be a communication issue or something like that. But it was exactly what I said. IND Elite was waiting for someone to make the mistake, which the Leafeon did. It did go into their end to check it out, and it never came back. It went straight home.
Yeah.
But for some reason, with the Hoopa Unite still intact so late in the game, Garchomp Unite was still there, Slowbro Unite was still there, they were able to pull through. Metagross Unite did happen, But with the Garchomp Unite, you can always roam around and deal so much damage with every hit. It's like an earthquake in real life.
Yeah, look, I think that was a great raid fight. The Leafeon did exactly what it was supposed to do when it tried to intercept the Inteleon. It forced India Elite back into that choke point where Hooper can then unite, Garchomp can then unite, Slowbro can then unite. Metagross caught in a place where it has just where it did throw its unite, but Garchomp unite plus Hooper unite plus every other unite was just not able to keep it sustaining. Again, Inteleon managed to survive. Cerule Edge did get everybody else low, but it ran right into the Volt Tackle of Pikachu and got taken out as well. So, a great game. Mark to Believers, early game, they struggle a little bit. Mid game, they struggle. But their late game has been absolutely on point these last 2 games. So I think teams are really going to start taking notice for that one. So that was a very, very fun game to watch, man. Like the India teams are very interesting to me to watch. There's a different play style. There's a different way that they do things. In the off season, all of us have had a chance to watch everything in Asia when it comes to Unity Clash. Fu and myself get to watch OCE as we go through the season. So it's such a joy to see these regions come alive, especially the India region. I'm really becoming a fan of the India region at the moment. The names that I'm seeing, the people that I'm getting to watch, they're starting to become in my head. I'm seeing them come through, and these games are absolutely fantastic.
The thing with India is that we love experimenting.
Uh-huh.
You give us like 40 different Pokemons, we will try all 40 of them in ranked games, in our competitions, in league games. Because we want to try something different. We don't want to do everything that the world is doing. We always try something different. And this is something that I have been noticing forever here. In the league games, in the tournaments, there's a lot of tournaments happening in India right now. And everyone is just trying and testing something. It's trial and error. That's the word here. That's how we
Yeah.
learn.
Absolutely, and I love hearing that. I love hearing that about the regions that love to experiment. Having you, Ravage, as well as someone that's been in this scene is so fantastic. But I think we are going to throw it to a short break before we go back, or I think we're ready to go straight into our next game. So Ravage and I are going to take a little bit of a break. The next beautiful faces that you're going to see on the screen are going to be Tano and Fu. So as soon as we go back to them, they are going to be casting, I believe. Let me see if I can find the game. Nope. Well, they'll let you know what game they're going to be spectating. So I'll hand it over to those two lovely people. Guys, enjoy your time with Fu and Tano. Ravage and I will see you very soon.
Hello. Well, thank you so much for that introduction, Lobo. Well, I mean, you've been watching these games, Tano. How has it been? All I've been hearing when I've been in the Discord was just how fiery these end games have been going on. So let me know, keep me up to date with how it's been going so far. Oh, I think you're muted at the
There we go. There we go.
Welcome back.
The classic, oh, you're muted. Yes, they have been extremely fiery through. Really, really good. I mean, that previous game that Lobo and Ravage were casting, insane coming down to the end of it. It's been happening all along. I mean, the first games that me and Lobo were casting, it did seem like it was going to go more one way than the other, but they have just been constant battling in these games, and it's been really exciting to see.
Well, I mean, the action continues because we're actually going to be following, is it India Elites as they go head-to-head against T for Team in this next matchup. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, from the 16, we're going to go for the top 5 to go to phase number 3 of this competition right here. But, this is still early days, I like to call it, as it's only round 2. We're going to be spectating round 2 losers right now as we're going to go, figure out how these teams are going to adapt as the competition goes on. But what I can see from the bracket so far, Tano, but there's been a lot of 2-0s and just wipes from these matchups. So hopefully, for both of our sake, we get to see as many games as possible going in today.
Definitely, mate. But it's been interesting because we've been seeing a lot of 2-0s and a lot of teams really using some really strong meta picks in the first game and then coming into the second game and using the rest of them because they really want to get that 2-0 out. And it's worked quite well so far. But we need to see some teams really utilize getting into that game free situation, because I'm excited to see it. I feel like in that situation, there's a lot of banned mons, and we're going to see the bottom of the mon pool come out through, and that's what I want to see.
Yeah, speaking of mons as well, I get to watch Ceruledge gameplay recently in this matches, because a lot of the other tournaments that we've been part of, it was kind of banned because it was just released. So, having the patch also, I guess, balancing out the mon a little bit. How have you seen it? Has it been very impactful at all in over these games, or has it just been like another all-rounder that teams have to deal with?
It's very much like the all-rounder meta still, but it's been one of those where like it's always going to be that way until they make those significant changes. But I will say, because of the patch, we have seen a Gengar do really well. We've seen Sylveon really showing up and having a good game as well. So we are seeing those mons that have tweaked a little bit coming in and doing fantastic. Serena did a fantastic game previously. Me and Lobo were casting it, and the Queen really showed why they deserve to be on that throne. So we are seeing these tweaks where these mons that have been buffed are really starting to come into their own in the meta, but it's still that all-rounder defender meta at the moment.
Yeah, as I speak, as I've disappeared from stream here, Tano, the spotlight's going to be you at the moment. But like I said, I'm very excited to see how some of these Pokemons play in, especially from the patch as well, what we just talked about at the start of the stream, and how, I guess, everyone else is kind of figuring out how the meta is, I guess, going to be for this next round of actual UCS. So this is, the perfect time for grassroots tournaments to actually just experiment with some of the Pokemon, right? Especially, how Pikachu has changes, Sylveon with its massive hyper voice change as well. And definitely the introduction of, I guess, just more mages and less all-rounders, if we're looking to combat some of these heavy dive comps that we've seen in the past. Speaking of XP share and Pikachu, have we seen that? We kind of like forecast a little bit at the start of it. Has any team pulled that out at the moment, Tana?
So not yet. We have been seeing that Pikachu very much in that strong attacker sort of situation. It seems like teams are wanting to utilize that Unite move as much as possible. We're seeing a lot of the Mage build coming out. We saw a Volt Tackle Thunder as well coming out, which worked really well. So we're not seeing it in that support position. We're seeing it more in that DPS range position, which I think utilizes it really well, because you've got these all-rounders and defenders that are dominating this meta right now. Range is going to make a big difference. If you've got a good front line and some decent mages, like you've got that Pikachu doing so well in that position, you've got the Inteleon and the Venusaur that you kind of want to also use in that position. That's kind of how you're combating it at the moment. So not so much support Pikachu, but definitely DPS mage Pikachu.
Yeah, I mean, that's really exciting to see. I mean, it's probably really annoying for a lot of these players diving into that Pikachu, especially Volt Tackle, able to have, that 4.6 seconds or 5 seconds of cooldown. It's very spammable indeed. I mean, the reason why I bring it up is because for those that watched the World Championships recently as well, there was a lot of XP share Mew, which at the time was fantastic, because your lane partner obviously gets that ability, whether it's tank or some sort of all-rounder gets the ability to get that level 5 early on in your lane, as Mew doesn't really need a lot of levels if you're just going to be playing Electro Ball coaching a lot of the time. And I think that's why we had the idea for the Pikachu, because if your Pikachu is not really a damage Pikachu, more like a Pikachu to just stun enemies over and over again, you don't really need that level. And obviously, once you hit level 9, your Unite move is able to be spammable anyway. But enough yapping from us. Tano, it seems like the draft is going to be ready. I'm very excited. This is going to be the first game we're going to be casting together today. India Elite against T4 Team. Let's see what they bring to the table in the Banjo.
I think we're probably going to see a lot more of these all-rounders. We've been seeing it all day today, chat. Some Slowbro as well coming in there. Umbreon is a band we haven't seen that much of. In fact, no, they just rotate onto the Ceruledge. Probably going to see something like a Blaziken or a Mimikyu or something like that here. We've been having a lot of all-rounders banned, and almost as if I can predict the future, Fu. There we go. Mimikyu getting the ban.
Lobo is crying behind the scenes at the moment. His poor baby Mimikyu banned away, but looks like it's going to be a full suit of all-rounders banned today for this first matchup between these teams. No Blaziken, which, fair enough. It's got a little bit of a balance from the recent patch, but from what I've heard from all the competitive players I've been speaking to, it is still extremely strong. Now, going in with the priority pick from Nohara is going to be that Gyarados to just prio and make sure their team has this for the first game.
Yeah, and we're really getting to the sort of middle to end bit of the all-rounder picks now, aren't we? We've got Shifu. There's Metagross that could be picked as well that are still in a very strong position. So they're going to have to pull out something that's not been used a fantastic amount in this tournament so far. I do enjoy the Urshifu pick. I think both builds on that are working quite well at the moment. And if you have the Slowbro on your team as well with that Unite move, that's even stronger for you getting that core comp of that Shifu and Slowbro on that team.
Yeah, absolutely. And with no surprise though, it seems like Scepter's going in for that Pikachu. No, we're going to have a swap to the Blissey. So not too much prioritization at the moment. I'm really interested to see if they actually lock in this Clefable and Metagross 2 picks here, Tano, because then they can kind of run that Death Ball build, right? Where you just have a team that just standing in that moonlight. Look at that Clefable locking in. So we really have this unstoppable force once they get online in the late game for our India elites to actually counter. That's going to be quite tough, especially having something so sustainable like Shifu that's going to probably get going the Surging Tracks build from Illusion here. And it seems like, not too much trouble. Immediately locked in. We've got the Leafeon and the Venusaur. Double Beam seems to be the solution they're going to be coming up with into that Death Ball combo.
Yeah, and I do want to see something from Tifa Team here to try and handle that Venusaur and Leafeon. And I mean, an Aegislash is an interesting pick there, buddy. We have a triple all-rounder pick for Tifa Team. Fair enough. Very brawly, though. They don't have any range whatsoever, and I'm really not sure about that over there, Few.
Yeah, I mean, they don't need range if they're just maybe running at you as a 5, right? So definitely that's something I want to see towards that end game, how they're going to actually manage to, I guess, run at the Venusaur, which is going to be the top priority for India Elites to actually protect here. Now, something a bit concerning is there's not anyone on that team running any anti-heal items. I don't see a single Curse Incense or Curse Bangle. That means that Clefable is going to get away with healing so much more, as well as all the other all-rounders on that team having that, I guess, sustain from their moves as well. So very, very interesting team here. On paper, man, I love the fact that Tifa Team has no poke and it's all about the run-at-you build. But, I mean, hats off to India Elites. They're going to bring the heat with the double beam.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you what, mate, hats off to the confidence for Team to come in there and being like, we're just going to run with this is Sparta straight at you, get that melee in. I love the confidence there. The thing is, the Rayquaza fight is going to be an interesting one because they do have poke on India Elites, and it's difficult to handle the poke when you don't have anything to answer with.
Absolutely. And as we go ahead, we've got India Elites on the purple team, Tifa Team on the orange. They're going to head up top, a little Clefairy against Chansey for that top side. So no A-presses for that top path here, as this little sword is just going to get some attack weight stats. So I feel like the early game is just going to be all about getting that Magikarp to jump over that waterfall to become a Gyarados.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely important. I mean, Aegislash getting a nice amount of stacks in here. So is the Umbreon. So having those stacks so early is so vital. You can do so much extra damage. Nice bit of effort on the meter there for the Magikarp. But here comes the Leafeon. Just being able to drop so much with that Leaf Base, and they do a lot of damage. Aegislash has gone down in the bottom side, though. It's interesting to see how dominant they have been from the get-go here for India Elites. And Tifa Team managed to get quite a few stacks in already, Fu.
Yeah, actually so good for their team at the moment because they actually took the blue buff away from the Kupfu. So Urshifu just managed to hit 5 on time. However, definitely a lot of delay made by India Elite at the moment. So a lot of the farm going on the side of Tifa Team, which is good, but they really do need that level 7. Meanwhile, in the top path, many stacks coming on from Tifa Team as this Water Bear is looking very happy as it's just a little flopping Magikarp still in that path.
Yeah, and I mean, usually you have that big fish online by now. It's a tough situation to be in for them not to be able to use that. They've got some jungle invading going on right now, and we've got dogs going in there on the Umbreon. It does so much CC, but we do have the water bear. Are they going to be able to pick up Umbreon? Back to the Pokemon Center for you. Leafeon needs to back on out of there because they've gone down as well, and there's just constant aggression coming in from Tifa team here. Really good position, 86 points in. We've got a good Ivysaur defense as well. That's a really interesting battle. All those mid-birds are now going to go over to that Shifu and make it even stronger, Fu. Really strong positioning from Tifa team here.
Yeah, Shifu managed to pick up all those wild Pokemons in the middle. I mean, that's what you like to see, right? If you're going to be running Water Bear, something you want is to go for a huge gank, get those levels, invade the enemy central area, and just keep that level lead. And can I say, level lead do they have? Level 8 already, going in for that level 9 for that bot Reggie very, very soon. Gyarados is online for Indian Elites though, so that's going to be a sigh of relief for sure, as the Matang is going to go in and try to get that KO on that Gyarados. They have to play it quite safe here though, because most of India Elites have already rotated into the bot path, so it's going to be an interesting 1v1 situation on the top.
Yeah, it's going to be a matter of who manages to get that Unite move first, whilst we have the Shifu Unite move up and down here on this bottom pad. They pop it and make sure they secure the Blissey. Quite a tanky little pink blob that is, and it's going to open up that space for the bottom Reggie with that goal broken. We're going to see Tifa team push on to get that rip, while Asia Slash is going to keep them busy in this jungle area. Lots of people on them though, Fu. They are going to go down with Leafeon there. Is Clefable going to be able to get out of there? It looks like they're just going to drag them away. Nice 2 KO coming in for Leafeon. It seems like India Elites need to push into this top lane and kind of get at least something out of the top lane whilst they've lost that Reggie bottom.
Yeah, I've lost a few members in the central area there, but look at the points differential at the moment. 148 to 4 at the moment, Tano, on the side of Tifa team. So they're in a great position here. We have the Sword online as well. Aegis Slash looking to maybe steal this away from the Leafeon. We do have the Razor Leaf set in, ready to go, but it was a little bit too early as the Gyarados will dive in. The beams to come through, but it's the egg, was it? Let's secure it. No! The Slowbro managed to convert it for Tifa team, and as Umbreon goes down, this is going to be a little bit more pressure now for India Elites to hold this pad. I think giving it is the best scenario you can actually go for it. They need to stop losing players for this fight at the moment, because the Metagross gets a KO streak of 3, Tano, and it's going to be quite a few levels going on the side of them.
Ooh, baby, a triple. What more can we say about that, Fu? This is really strong for Tifa team. They've got the points. They are getting quite ahead in the levels. The Shifu's on that level 11. I mean, Leafeon's doing a good job to try and keep themselves up there. We've got the Verdant Anger also out on the Venusaur. If they can use that at a really good opportunity to pick up that Shifu, they're going to be in a pretty strong position. But right now, I feel like they are struggling against all these all-rounders that are battling against them. The Metagross, they don't quite have an answer for you.
Important Indian Elites has to do is to actually stick together for those team fights, because, you know, we talked about how much healing that Clefable can provide for the team. If you're caught out on the side of Indian Elites, you're not going to be able to actually win those matchups, especially with that sustain coming out from those all-rounders as well. So something similar though, they do pick off the Metagross. That is going to be a huge engage for Indian Elites. They need to make something out of this. Bliss Assistant goes onto the Gyarados, it seems, as the Slow Beam is going to pick off the Clefable. No, it doesn't. And this Leafeon has to just scramble away. Beams are still coming through. For Scepter at the moment, though, doing a great job to knock down the Clefable as well. Some scores coming in. They need to break this pad ASAP, because the Metagross is back and it may be able to defend this pad away from the break. Blissey gets in 40 though, Tano. This is at least something for that team.
Yeah, they really needed that. I'm actually quite surprised Blissey managed to get that in. They did have everybody on the pad, but I thought the Gyro Ball, or at least the boosted, was going to be enough to stop the score. Really, really needed by Injury Elites there. It does mean that Tifa team can rip this Reggie Lecky, and if they do so desire, at least take a push down into that T2. But seeing the Shifu also rip that bottom Reggie, so Tifa team are just locking in every single objective in this game so far, and it's really making a difference for them in regards to levels and points. But it is nice to see India Elites really concentrating on picking up those little yellow dots that are on the map, keeping themselves at least in there with the levels.
This Regice is resetting. It seems like it's going to be the Venusaur on the side of India Elites to actually make a steal. I think back backing away is probably the smart thing to do, as the Slowbro is doing very well just to zone it out and make sure that this Urshifu will be able to capture the bottom Reggie for them. Looking at the levels though, actually, we have our first level 13 on the side of India Elite, so they've definitely done very well to come back in this game. And with 3 minutes to go, it still could be anyone's actual win here for this game number 1. But, you know, I stress over and over again, T4 team need to stick together because that's the whole point of the team. They don't have enough range to go up against the Venusaur. As this Slowbro is trying to defend this pad with 3 members, 4 members of India Elites are just going to be diving in here. Legion unites at 3 minutes. The slow beam goes off to just shut it down as well. But it seems like actually members of T4 team are just dropping like flies with the solar beam. The Gyarados as well, just pressing them down. Shifu unites on the Gyarados, but it's not going to be enough. I don't know whether pushing this is any way the strategy anymore, but they definitely got away with some very, very crucial knockouts, Kano. And I mean, they're just back in the game here with level 13 Venusaur on the horizon.
Look at, I mean, the Unite moves that had to be expended by Tifa team to defend that pad there were crazy, Fu. It's like, you are exactly right, Tifa team need to stick together in these team fights. That's what that comp is all about. But if you don't have all 3 of those all-rounders there to back up that Slowbro and the Clefable, you are in a tough situation. Umbreon nearly getting caught out here. We're 9 seconds away from the Rayquaza fight, and it seems like they're in a pretty strong position at Tifa team. Let's see what India Elites can do to get into this.
And I think the only problem is that Venusaur beam, right? Because that's the counter to to a team that likes to stick together. As we have an Engage on top, the Metagross is kind of caught out of this scenario at the moment. The Rayquaza is so low. Who's killed this? It's gonna be the Venusaur! And one with the beam outside of the screen there. I mean, that just got ripped so fast. There is a team called Flip It, isn't there? And I was like checking the teams whether it's one of these ones that we're spectating at the moment. But there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 goes to India Elites because someone thought it was a great idea to get that Rayquaza off the map, and it's going to be them to secure that at the end of the day. I mean, was that the ending that we thought we were going to anticipate, Tano? For me, I thought there was going to be more of a fight coming up from T4 team.
I did as well, mate, but I tell you what, I understand the rip. You know that you have a Venusaur on your team. You've got a Leafeon. Like, you're in a position where you can secure that quite well. They do have the Shifu over there, and the Aegis Slash with the Unite move is pretty good for the secure, but just go for the rip and trust Scepter to be able to secure that with the beam. It's a huge shout. They did decide to do so. It was very close up until that point, to be fair. So fair play to India Elites really coming out of that. And I do honestly feel like Tifa team were risking it without having any range on their team there, Fu, because it honestly did feel like they had to stick together as a team the entirety of that game coming into team fights. But you need to go and get XP on these Mons. It's a difficult situation to be in if you don't have an entire 5-stack there with you.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, I was really disappointed that the Slowbro didn't just unite the Venusaur there, because looking at the team comp, the only person that can actually secure is the Venusaur. The Leafeon wasn't playing Solar Blade as what I anticipated. It was playing Razor Leaf, which has a much worse secure potential than something like an Aegis Slash, right? If you're thinking about a team where you've got a Pokemon such as the Sword, that's Unite move is so good at securing, and if you're thinking of, you know, if the enemy team is ripping it per se, the Slowbro jumps onto the Venu, no Venu beam, and what are you going to secure with the Razor Leaf against the Aegis Slash Sword Unite? But the fact that the Venusaur could just beam it out of the top bush there, I guess was a little bit of a lucky position to be in. And I think if it's anything that T4 team is going to be adapting to this game number 2, it's definitely looking for the secure and stopping the enemy from securing with something like I guess any other Pokemon, right? Because Slowbro won't be available for them for this game number 2.
No, exactly. Going into this game number 2, they're not allowed to use any of the mons that they previously used, and we see that Gyarados Unite, that Gyarados ban coming in for India Elites there, because they don't want Tifa team to be taking it. They know that they can't play it, so they actually want to expend a ban on it. I don't know. It's not the kind of all-rounder that you expect a ban for, Fu. I know it can be quite strong, and it has a good Unite move, but there is other all-rounders such as that Blaziken that maybe justifies a ban a little bit more.
Yeah, because to have an effective Gyarados, you need to actually help it come online, and that's really easy to be exploited by the enemy team there. But it looks like they're happy to give away the Blaziken for a Trevenant and a Charizard prioritization here. So, I mean, it's not the worst. Charizard is insanely strong at the moment, and I think it's a great pick early on. The Mimikyu, though, comes out of the Banjel because, in swap of the Gyarados here, and the Blissey is going to be a great pairing to that Blaziken as well.
Well, I think we know who Lobo is going to be cheering for in this game, buddy. We finally have the Mimikyu out on the field. That's what we like to see. Blissey as well being quite a strong mon, capable of tanking quite a lot of damage. Shifu is getting picked up again on the side of India Elites, and we have that Hooper lock-in. So they're going to be really comfortable with the rotations that they can pull out of that Hooper. We do see a couple of people running that Trick Hooper right now, but I suspect we will see the Hyperspace Hole just with how much it can give to a team.
Yeah, I think Hyperspace Hole is so good for a team that's very tanky or all-rounder-esque because, instead of healing or, pocketing one person, it's so good to be able to heal a bunch of people that are already quite, I guess, tank in terms of its HP as well. A Gardevoir, which I haven't seen much, will be coming out with a Mamo as well. I'm a huge fan of Mamo at the moment in terms of its ability to really isolate enemy teammates for your team to really take down. Something I can envision here is Mamo going in, picking up something like an Urshifu, which needs it, the ability to actually knock people up with its Surging Strikes to stay in the playing field. But something like an Ice Fang to isolate it into a Blaze Kick, into a Mimikyu, Shadow Claw, or a combo from the Gardevoir could really take it off the map immediately as well. And it looks like India Elite's going to round off their team comp with an Espeon, which I think it's kind of an interesting pick. I think Espeon is a little bit mid at the moment in terms of its attacker tier list. But, for example, if the Mimi just jumps on you with a Shadow Sneak, Hooper's Portal's not going to be able to save you here, Tano. However, if, no one targets this little guy, there's a lot of point-and-click potential and a lot of damage able to be applied by the Espeon.
Yeah, it also has fantastic secure, right? With a Psybeam, you don't even have to hit the objective. You just need to hit someone next to it, realistically. So it is a pretty good secure. And I feel like if they do go for the stored power here, Fu, it at least gives it some kite ability, really, when it comes to the Blaziken and the Mimikyu. So you kind of need to try and use that to the best of your abilities. I kind of like picking the Espeon. It is a bit underrated at the moment, and it is not the kind of mon that you would expect to see coming into this comp. But India Elites must have some sort of plan, and let's see how they crack on coming into this next game.
Yeah, absolutely. So we got kind of a switch of the sides here. We've got India Elite on the orange team, Tifa team on the purple. Now, remember, Tifa team is one game down here, Tana, so they do need to win this game in order to stay in the losers bracket run. It seems like Hooper is going into the central area. We might see an invade here for Hooper on the side of India Elite.
Yeah, which is interesting. I was expecting it to come from Tifa team, knowing that Khufu was going to take the jungle. It's such a slow rotation, whereas Mimikyu isn't that bad. It's going to be interesting to see if this Hooper manages to get anything. It's going to be the kind of situation where they want to just waste time. It's taken the Chansey to come in to try and defend for the Mimikyu as well, leaving just that Torchic up in the top lane. The bottom lane, though, we have an Espeon evolving through. That means they're going to feel pretty strong here. The stored power isn't quite that strong just yet, but as soon as they get that Psybeam, it's going to be really powerful in this lane against that Rolls.
And it's always a great thing to see when you're a whole level higher than the opposition attacker there. That Espeon is on the verge of getting level 5. They might rotate top to just help this gank over here. Charmander just running out to save themselves from the grasp of that Mimikyu. So perfect Hooper portal there as we pan up top for these birds at 850. It seems like Water Bear is doing Water Bear things at the moment, just diving it in and getting those resets. I correct myself. It's actually going to be Dark Bear here, Tano, which I'm quite surprised. But, I understand in terms of the secure potential, that's going to be a great Pokemon to pick.
Yeah, it really is, especially if you pair the Wicked Blow with the Charizard Unite move. It's going to be so good in these team fights, buddy. I really like the Dark Bear pick there, and it does mean that they secure those moves that are going to help with the objectives. This Swinub is having a bit of a time down in this bottom lane, even though it is a very strong laner, but they've just got a lot of aggression from that Trevenant and the Hooper. We are going to get these mid-birds popping up right now. It is currently just the Trevenant there. They've got a bit of a presence in the bottom lane here from Tifa team. They want to try and get that Gardevoir evolved and online as soon as possible. They've at least got the Curlier there, whilst this Shifu wants to really handle this Combusken up in the top lane, and the eject button does save them from the damage coming in from Dark Bear there.
I kind of understand the situation here. We have a lot of Pokemon that require that level 7 on the side of Tifa Team to really make an impact here. The poor Chansey just evolved at the moment, so, you know, at least good job for that. Steals a berry, that's all they can do at the moment. Combustion really needs that level 8 as well to really get those move switches available. So I think for Tifa Team, they don't really want to find Engage at the moment. They need to find any sort of farm, any sort of stacks available for them just so that they can actually have a chance at the next team fight. Because if they're going to be diving in like the Combustion's doing at the moment into a group of 3 people, I mean, this game is going to be so hard in that late stages of it to actually combat something like a high-level Charizard, a high-level Shifu as well. So a little bit of an Engage, a pad push at the bottom here for Tifa Team. Getting some stacks, you know what? It's not too bad. Focus Man gets procced on the Palo Swine. It's okay. I think they get out of this situation here. It is going to be the fight for the basement Reggie, though.
Yeah, and the thing is, we have the dragon that isn't a dragon with Charizard being on the field now. They don't have their Unite move, but at least they have that extra bit of damage. Is Mamoswine going to go down there? They eject button away from the side beam coming into them. They've got some zoning going on with the Trevenant, which means India Elites are going to lock in that Regirock. That's a pretty good buff for them to have there, pushing Piloswine out of the way of the goal, meaning that they can score all of these points. Are they going to do the quick math? They're only going to get a free overcap, but at least that puts them in a nice position in that lead right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Having 2 pads up as Hooper compared to a team that doesn't have it with no pads up in the first tier is going to be so advantageous for this next bit. Play With Me goes off from Mimikyu to just wipe out this Espeon and get some levels there. It is going to be a great move there, but the Urshifu is going to go in with the Wicked Blow and the Unite move to just cancel out any of that experience to take it back for their team, and they're going to go for more as they're going to look for this KO on the Gardevoir. KO streak of 2 here, maybe a potential number 3. I mean, this is a complete turn of the tables from that first game, isn't it, Tano? Tifa Team is getting absolutely dominated by this Urshifu from the side of India Elite, and they need to really make sure that they have the levels for the next fight, because this Regieleki is looking like going on the side of India Elite. There's going to be pressure at the top path. They need to show all those wild Pokemons and make sure that they can actually defend any sort of siege going on in this top path.
Yeah, and I honestly think it's really important for that Mamoswine to really come in and get that Evo. They nearly took down the Trevenant then, but look at the healing they get from the Horn Leech there, Fu. They're pretty much back at that full health stage. They're really trying to concentrate on taking this Lecky, but they have got a lot of damage coming in from that as well. Trevenant does eventually go down. We've got the Blaziken and the Gardevoir just dropping a massive amount of damage onto it. Hooper is trying to survive. They have managed to do so, actually. I'm really surprised at that. Fair play to them. And it just means that India Elites are going to back out of that situation and grab all of those little yellow dots that have popped up on their side whilst they try and defend this goal from a nice push coming in from Tifa Team here.
Look at this, a little bit of pressure coming up top, but it's going to be neutralized by the Unbound coming in from the Hooper. They're just stunning everyone, and any sort of attempt from Tifa Team to actually make a play here. I mean, there's no Unite apart from Gardevoir that's actually back at the home pad at the moment. So, I mean, the chances of actually going in, or Mimikyu might have a Unite here to get some sort of pick. They don't need it to take off the Hooper with the Blaziken there. So, I guess some sort of levels are kind of coming back on the side of Tifa Team. Some points, perhaps. No, gets stopped by the Trevenant with the eject here, but the Trevenant absolutely gets knocked down by the Mimikyu. There's going to be a couple of little dunks at the bottom here. Unite move coming out from Urshifu. Mammoth Math to shut them down here. And, I guess people are just dropping down one by one. It seems like it's kind of a fair fight. Perhaps Urshifu goes down. Is this the start of something for Tifa Team, Tano, at the moment? Because they did pick off that Urshifu, which is level 12 on the side of the team.
Yeah, it's kind of enabled them to get in a good position level-wise here, Fu. If you look at it, the Mimikyu's hit that level 12. They're really not behind on levels at all. There's 15 points between them in this game right now. They're going to let that Registeel go to the side of India Elites. They do have that Lecky in the top lane, but I think they're just more concerned about getting these extra bits of level. 13 now coming into the Mimikyu. They know this is probably going to come down to a Rayquaza fight, and if you can get that experience and get yourself feeling quite tasty as you come into that final battle, it's going to make a huge difference to them.
Huge indeed, and it seems like it's just going to be Tifa Team looking at this Regieleki on the top as well. They did give that basement Reggie, so Reggie still will have the buffs for India Elites here. I mean, with a minute to go, the actual points disparity is quite close. 20 points differs both these teams. And so I guess technically it's 21, so India at least will know that they are, have a small lead, but, for us, we know how close this game is, and a bit of an interesting engage here from the Mamoswine. I don't know whether it's actually time to use any Unite move or try to get any picks at the moment, because then you will be dead for that start of Rayquaza, but they're not listening to us at all, are they, Tano? As the Mimikyu is going to try to go in against this Blaziken. Hooper gets knocked out by the Blaziken as well. So with 30 seconds remaining, Tano, I mean, this is all for this game number 2, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm really glad they disengaged there, Fu. I thought like they were going to really commit to trying to break that bottom pad, but when you have a Hooper there, I don't know. Also, leave it up, because that is an easy way to get some points in if you manage to have a good Rayquaza fight and need to go for getting the Ray. That's a hundo dunk that is really easy to dunk in. Leave that pad up. Just don't rotate into the bottom lane for the fight. But let's see what happens as that Rayquaza has just spawned.
Great bit of poke coming in from Gardevoir as well. Mamoswine has the high horsepower to dash out. Blaziken looking for a flank on top there, but Urshifu is just behind them. Hooper Portal just managed to get that Trevenant outside. I hope they don't TP back here. The Mamo is all over it at the moment. So a lot of zoning and map control coming out from Lemon over here, which is great to see. The Hooper just managed to get out, shed those to just make sure no damage is taken. Scepter on 1 HP as well. There is a lot of pressure coming out from T4 Team at the moment, and it's what they need as they are behind in this Rayquaza fight.
Yeah, we see the flank coming in from the Trevenant here. This is really interesting. Mimikyu is going to get spotted. Mamoswine just doing a lot of CC there. The Charizard Unite move is up. Blissey coming in to assist that Mamoswine with their own Unite move. The Hooper is really getting weak here. Are they going to be able to take it down? That Gardevoir Unite does say goodbye to the Hooper. Tifa Team are feeling pretty strong here right now, Fu. But I tell you what, that Mamoswine has managed to survive. An absolute slaughtering of damage going on to it. Shifu does manage to finish them off, but they are handling a Mimikyu right now. Scepter has the Psybeam. They have the stored power. They can try and get some kiting ability on. I can't believe this Shifu is still alive. Look how weak they are. It's incredible that the Blitz is trying to secure them, but they manage to get out of there. So we have 35 seconds left here, Fu. Nobody's locked in that Rayquaza. It is literally just a back cap away from winning this game. They need to make a decision, and they need to make it quick.
Yeah, it's going to come to the wire, but with Gardevoir there, maybe there's a potential to secure. Shifu goes in with a Wicker Blow. Can we pan back quickly onto the Rayquaza fight? It's going to be the Shifu with the Wicker Blow. Secure it for their team there. I mean, the Trevenant did a fantastic job to just risk it for the Biscuit to go for a score, just in case it was a little bit too late, as the time was ticking down. But I think with that score and the Hooper up top, Tano, it seems like India Elites are going to be taking this game number 2 as well. So, fantastic match from both of these teams. Like you said, it was just one little backup away, but both teams were so focused on that fight, especially the Urshifu against the Mimikyu there. I think both members were, kind of respected each other in that 1v1. Both got out of the fight on 1 HP, but it's going to be, the Urshifu at the end of the day with that Wicker Blow to secure the Rayquaza.
Yeah, really well played by both teams, and I must say, I love the Espeon pick there, Fu. It was capable of kiting quite a lot of the mons coming at it from Tifa Team, and they managed to drop the 73k damage, feeling quite comfortable with it. They've got some good secure as well. I think that worked really well for India Elites, but it did come down to the wire on that game, and they did manage to come out on top. So Tifa Team really took them to it, but India Elite showing why they are the elite players in this tournament right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And now something I was surprised about, now we can talk about it now, is that Lemon didn't actually choose to go Ice Fang here at all. They went the conventional, I guess, Icicle Crash and High Horsepower set, which I think is quite an interesting pick here, because Ice Fang is just so strong at the moment. And looking at the team, they can really stop Trevenant. They can stop something like a Charizard dive onto the Gardevoir as well. So I guess maybe it's comfort in terms of the move pick. What do you think about that, Tano, and that move set choice to go against India Elites here?
I'm with you. I think it is interesting. I'm so used to seeing Ice Fang on Mamoswine so much now, and they were going to be handling quite a lot of melee coming their way, realistically, because the Charizard was getting quite close with the moves that it had. Shifu were obviously doing the same, so I was quite surprised with it. I did feel like it worked well for them in regards to defending pads and also getting involved in the team fights. Interesting. I think Lemon did a really good job, but I still would have preferred the Ice Fang, I think, in that situation.
Yeah. I mean, I guess we're only casters, right? We don't really know what goes into the strategy for these teams here. But I guess just from a third-party observer angle, that's really what we think that maybe it could have made a difference there. At the end of the day, though, I think this is great momentum for India Elites. They have, obviously getting knocked out in the winners bracket, but able to capture this round 2 losers with a 2-0 definitely sets them up for a great position. Every team is eyeing for that top 5 here, ladies and gentlemen, going into this phase 2, because, obviously, getting first would be great, Tano. There's a huge prize pool for this entire tournament here. And just quickly checking the information at the moment, I think the winners of phase 2 will have a $50 USD for the top 2 teams. So definitely not bad for a little bit of Unite game on the weekends, right? So, I mean, that's going to be fantastic and definitely a prize that all these teams are looking to capture at the end of the day.
Yeah, especially when all you're doing realistically is practicing as a team against some really strong teams. Like, it's basically practice for you to come into the World Championship qualifiers. And, if you can get some money out of that, why not? It's a good position to be in. But we are going to move into the next game as soon as it's ready, chat. It's going to be Lobo and Fu casting it for you. I believe this is going to be it for me today for this current league. I've got to go do some casting elsewhere. We've got a lot of it happening today, but it has been an absolute pleasure casting on this India AEOS League. It has been really fun. I love watching these India teams compete. You do some really good stuff in this region, and it makes me very excited for the 2025 World Championship Series to see what you bring out. So I am going to hand over to Lobo and Fu, and we're going to get started on this next one.
Thank you so much, Tano. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was Tano. He's going to be casting another set of series now. So we're going to bring back Lobo here. I mean, Lobo, I bet you were excited last game. There was a Mimikyu there. Obviously not able to convert the W for their team, but always nice to see that Pokemon in the playing field.
Unfortunate for me that I did not see a Mimikyu score a W, but I got to give a quick shout out to my boy Spartan Tano. He is a busy man, doing all the castings all over the place. But Fu, it is you and me for the first time casting for this new season. First of all these grassroots tournaments going off. It must make you just as excited as me for what's going to happen in our own OC region, because we start early on in November.
Yeah, I mean, something I'm very excited about is how short the off-season is actually going to be. There's only quite a dead period between the end of Worlds, which is like mid-August, to, I guess, end of January, before the actual UCS season used to start. But now the fact that it starts end of November, Lobo, there's not a lot of time for these teams to get some practice, trial the members. And even more exciting is that the points for each team is going to be locked in to the team and not the players anymore. So hopefully there is less roster mania for any region, to be honest, that these rules apply to, so that people can really focus on, I guess, building the team up for success, going up into either the AEOS qualifiers or some of the monthly cups, or at the end of the day, winning regionals, which is what every team is aspiring to.
Yeah, absolutely. I really like that idea of giving the points to the team, because as supporters, as casters, we love singling out individual top players, but it is those teams, the team unity, the way the teams interact with one another. We're seeing it even today, the communication differences between the two teams, but that is what makes it. So maybe it's not forcing anybody's hand, but hopefully these teams are now starting together. They're being a little bit more, I think we talked about it around the World's time, where instead of just trying to create these power teams, you have teams that are friends, that just love playing the game together, that are going to come together and play this game. And hopefully that brings us a lot more enjoyment. We see more teams have fun with the way they play and everything else. But my friend, we've got India Elites for the third time on our screen. I got to cast them before, you got to cast them just then, but they are going up against Team Extreme. And now, you and I are not from this region, but we do get to cast some of these games. A lot of these regions, we got to do it during last season, and now especially what we thought might be a dead period with Pokemon Unite after Worlds. Definitely not the way with all of these grassroots leagues and tournaments coming up. It keeps us just as busy as the on-season does. Tell me your thoughts of the India region so far. What are you liking so much about this region, especially in some of the games that we've seen?
Yeah, I mean, as you said, different regions play very differently, and it's always great to spectate these games and really kind of learn how different they are from our region, right? Because if I remember, OC is quite interesting because we don't really have our own meta. We kind of look to other regions for inspiration, as we're so separated from the rest of, I guess, the competition geographically, right? And I think something India does really well is they really bring Pokemons that we don't actually see in some of the Japan or I guess North America teams. They like to do their own thing a lot of the times. I remember, when we were spectating some of the Japanese games, they used to love heavy divers or stuff like that. But then in that time, India still played a lot of mage heavy team comps as well. So I'm still trying to figure out what they're, I guess, trialing at the moment from these games that we've seen. And I think part of it is that Fearless Draft really takes that out away from these teams. They don't really get to try the same comp over and over again in these sets because they have to play, all these different Pokemons within this. But, the game number 1 is going to be starting between India Elite and Team Extreme here. So let's focus on what they're going to be banning and what they're going to be prioritizing here, Lobo.
Yeah, look, we've seen the Charizard, the Trevenant, the Blaziken, and the Leafeon get banned straight away. Gyarados goes in for that first pick, as well as Slowbro and Ceruledge on the other side. Team Extreme picking up that Slowbro-Ceruledge combination. Such a good combination because Slowbro Unite, probably one of the only things that can stop that really, really powerful Ceruledge Unite. But I do like the combination of Umbreon being picked up. Mean Look into any kind of Gyarados auto-attacking Dragon Breath. Even a Dragon Current into a Mean Look is just going to stop anyone, no matter how mobile they are. But this is interesting, Fu. We are possibly going to see a Scizor or a Scyther come into play.
Quite interesting. And I think from the games we're seeing today, it's really all about the all-rounders, right? And the tanky Pokemons here. And, no surprise, I see that potential Sizzle pick with the Ceruledge as well. I think Wiggly Slowbro is just so obnoxious to go into, whether you're getting taken up by the Surf CC or the Sing CC, and then you got Telekinesis that's available if you want to pick it. It really sets up a great front line for something like a Gardevoir, which our Team Extreme is going to lock in for them. And in response, we've got another Urshifu, very popular today as a pick for these teams, as well as Pikachu makes a comeback. A Curse Incense, which is what I like to see for Pikachu.
Yeah, look, I like the Pikachu build, but also what's really smart on Team Extreme side is that Slowbro Wigglytuff kind of takes the Volt Tackle away from the Pikachu. With how squishy that Pikachu is, you want it to just stay at range and stay away from the Sing, stay away from the Surf. So I guess eliminating possibly the Volt Tackle, unless Scepter decides to go and be a little bit braver with what it's going to do, because we have seen the Volt Tackle into the Thunder combination. So possibly the Pikachu just hoping for a full-on Mage build this time round. Urshifu, I'm still not sold on Urshifu at the moment, Fu. I still think Water Bear is still a little bit weaker compared to the other all-rounders that could have possibly been picked here. But if we are going for a Dark Bear, as we see possibly looking for a secure on the side of India Elites, because they are lacking that on the side. Gyarados, Dragon Breath, a decent secure, but when you hold it up against a possible Ceruledge secure, it just doesn't really play in. I like this. It's going to be a Gardevoir versus Pikachu in the Mage, and then we've got a full all-rounder battle in the front line. But this one is going to be interesting. India Elite have won their last... no, they have not won their last 2. They won their last match. Let's see if they can roll up onto this and secure the victory and make it 2 in a row.
Fingers crossed we get another fiery matchup here. Very interesting to have a Ceruledge or the Shardaket going into that bottom path here. And it's going to be possibly a double invade coming up from India Elite. I mean, they really want to shop in the opposition shopping center here, as the poor Ralts are going to have to deal with this. Seems like no one on Team Extreme is actually going to help the Ralts at all, as they're going to be pushing these paths, taking advantage that 2 members of India Elites are not even in the paths at the moment to get some stacks, to get some extra farm. And I think it's actually good, because once that Ceruledge comes online, Lobo, this might be over for that Pikachu in that bottom path.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Team Extreme is probably just thinking if they can get that Cerulege online, which it already is, that Gardevoir will come online a little bit later on. But, you know, Gardevoir still a very late bloomer. Slowbro managing to secure that with a beautiful water gun. Pikachu and Umbreon inside the lane. Umbreon, unfortunately, unable to get any of the farm heading on out. But Hooper also unable to get any of the buffs going through, which means Ralts did secure that blue buff, and it is going to take the red buff as well this time around. So Team Extreme doing a great job defending. Ralts did a great job not losing the buffs, but now we've got a Slowbro just having to take this this bottom lane by itself as Cerulege goes in and gets a KO on the little Magikarp, which still is going to be a struggle if they can't get it online in the next about 30 seconds, Fu.
Yeah, that's interesting. I wanted to point out because sending 2 members of your team to invade is great, but you do have a Magikarp lane, which really needs some help to come online. Pikachu takes down Sizzle there in that top part there, and it seems like they're going to be able to pick up another one on the Wiggly as well. So, I guess it's actually good news for them, isn't it? Because that Gyarados is online now from it seeming like a really impossible lane to get any levels on. Having that level 6 and a few attack weight stacks is going to be really good for them going into that first portion of this game as they're going to look to defend that top hat here. Cerulege looking to help out this Curlier to get those buffs, but it's going to be the Umbreon, was it, that managed to steal it away.
Yeah.
Luckily, getting that KO was going to be good. We're going to be able to see what build Pikachu is going to be on. Nope, they get KO'd instantly. No, they managed to get out, Lobo. How in the world did the Pikachu able to get out there? I think it was the Hooper Portal, wasn't it?
I think it was the Hooper Portal. We did see it pop a Thunder before it manages to get away, so we are just waiting to see what that extra move is going. Urshifu has gone that Dark Bear route. Unfortunately, Umbreon, like we saw, unable to get away. Did manage to get the buff. Didn't get away from the Cerulege, though. Cerulege is going to engage here with the Scizor. The Thunders are going to pop onto them. Big Umbreon Snarl to manage to get them away from the Hooper Portal. Cerulege is going to go onto the Pikachu. It does pop its Thunder, and it does manage to go down this time round, but Umbreon going down as well. Urshifu is going to try and pick up the Slowbro, but it does get sent back to the portal. Unfortunately, Scizor is going to try and move it on back, as now Pikachu is just doing a great job just zoning everybody out with these Thunders, Fu.
Yeah, I think picking the full Mage Pikachu build is so great here because it can really stun enemies at a safe distance here and also rip that objective. So Urshifu managed to do its job, getting that red eyes for them, taking down this Slowbro there, but gets a little bit tough here with all the CC going on, but managed to just dive into the back line with that Unite move, picks off a KO streak of 2. Pikachu picking up that Cerulege as well. I mean, things are going great for India Elites at the moment. They've broken top pad. The Gyarados is huge at the moment. They've broken bottom pad there. We score 40 at the base as well. I mean, the points differential is just so large in the favor of India Elite. We need a huge Cerulege Unite here to maybe bring it back. The Hooper Portal able to send both the Gyarados and the Umbreon to max HP once again, as the siege on this tier 2 pad is relentless here, Lobo. The Hooper Portals are just doing so well at the moment to make sure that they do get out the scenario. Now, let's hope they don't come back and send all the XP to the Sizzle, right? Oh.
Yeah, absolutely. that Umbreon coming back, probably not the best idea, but doing what a defender does and gets its team out. Gyarados managing to escape, Pikachu managing to go down, but the siege on the tier 2, telekinesis taking Gyarados completely out of it, but it manages to get back to that Hooper Portal. Brilliantly placed Hooper Portal. I would love to see what the communications are, but this Snarl Umbreon is doing a great job repositioning Team Extreme really to places where they don't want to be. Sizzle goes down once again. Wigglytuff has to pop its Unite and sing its way away, but Urshifu goes on with the eject Unite, and Umbreon manages to take down the Wigglytuff, assisting as well. This Hooper Highway, I think, is a big problem for Team Extreme, because we talked about it with Ravage. When you have a team that is so forceful and so powerful, especially with a frontliner like Gyarados, which is already at level 11, being able to go wherever it pleases is going to have to be something that Team Extreme jumps down. But Guardy is slowly getting online here. Those Psyshock's proving big damage. Umbreon does not care about the Sing Wigglytuff. It's going straight after that Gardevoir. Cerulege is about to go down here. Does get taken down by the Red Bear Urshifu. Sing is going to stop it, but again, beautiful punch to the face from Urshifu.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just waiting for Slowbro to make a play with this Unite move at the moment. Eject comes out for the Gyarados, gets slow beamed instantly. Maybe they're going to be able to pick up this Gyarados I guess those HP that they will be able to get for that Gardevoir as well. I mean, I love how Ceruledge is so aggressive at the moment, but I mean, when you're going to go up against something like an Urshifu that's 2 levels higher than you really need to make sure that you get the pick. And they do manage to pop that KO for that level 12 as well. So, I mean, this is actually quite a close game on paper now in terms of the levels. Points, obviously, it needs a little bit of work for Team Extreme here. But, I mean, I do see the vision that they have going into this later part of this game, as they will be a little bit more brawlier. The Wiggly Unite comes out to buddy up the Sizzle here, as they're going to be looking to take down this Reg Ice, while the Wiggly is going to be taking that, map control for them, zoning the Urshifu out. The Rings Unbound comes out for the Hooper, though. This could be anyone's objective at the bottom here. It is going to be on the side of Gyarados and for India Elite, and the Urshifu Unite gets cancelled. I don't even know how that happened, but the Sizzle goes down nonetheless. I mean, back at it again is the aggression from India Elites. And, there was a glimmer of hope there for Team Extreme, but it seems like it's just everyone's show on the side of India Elites there, as they're going to be able to take that blue buff, as well as unite that Ceruledge out of it. The Fairy Singularity goes down, but, I mean, this is kind of an interesting fight here for Team Extreme, right? Do they really want to take this, Lobo?
Yeah, absolutely. They don't really want to take all the levels here. Pikachu just providing the base assistance. Urshifu's Unite probably got it cancelled by the Moonblast. That's the only thing I can think about it once more time, but it used its Unite anyway a few seconds later to take down the Ceruledge with another eject into the Urshifu Unite, which was fantastic. But I think the unsung hero on the side of India Elite at the moment is this Pikachu. Beautiful Thunderbolts just being able to be popped everywhere, stunning anyone that it can, using that Thunderstorm Unite move wherever it can as well. There it goes. It waits for the Hooper Portal, and I think another unsung hero. Again, I keep saying unsung heroes. If everyone's an unsung hero, everyone's just a hero. On the side of India Elites, Hooper's doing a great job with these portals, but the level is looking really good. Gardevoir getting a KO on the Urshifu brought it straight up to level 13. Now the highest level on the team. Level 2 level 13s, 3 level 13s. My apologies. Level 11 Umbreon, level 12 Hooper. Hooper probably just looking for that any kind of experience for the Unite moves, because we've got 10 seconds Fu, and there's only one Unite move on the side of India Elites, whereas Team Extreme have their entire pool of Unite moves available to them. As that Regieleki is going to walk, is Gyarados going to go score? Probably not, but they are at the Ray fight, 200 points into this, and here we go, Fu.
I got a huge combo by the Pikachu with the Umbreon as well. Is going to be able to do some massive CC for them. Pikachu is the first one to drop for Team India Elite, and actually things are looking better for Team Extreme at the moment there, as some of the Slowbeam goes on to the Umbreon, and the Sizzle is just working on doing that Rayquaza. Ceruledge Unite to go through and knock out the Urshifu, though. That's 3 members down for India Elite. Now there is going to be a little bit low HP on the Ceruledge, but they do have Bitter Blade here. Gyarados actually stopping the aggression coming out from Extreme, though. Managed to pick up 2 players for them. But, I mean, Ceruledge going down to Rayquaza is bad for them, but the Sizzle might be able to rip this in time before Team India Elite comes back in. Rayquaza is literally on 1 HP. The Thunderstorm comes through, and it's going to be good enough for them to stop any chance of Extreme from taking that game. I mean, for a second there, Lobo, I was cheering very hard for Extreme after those 3 picks. But, like you said, the unsung hero scepter on that Pikachu able to get that MVP by not only knocking away some members, but also securing that Rayquaza.
Yeah, absolutely. Scepter held that Unite move very, very nicely. Waited until Rayquaza was just about to be taken out before he decided to launch that Unite move. Really great job there. Scepter doing a great job on the Pikachu in the last couple of games. But again, that Gyarados surviving with the Dragon Current, managing to pick out 2 members from the side of from the side of Team Extreme, and kept that Ray fight going for a lot longer than it should. But also Ceruledge kind of going down to the Rayquaza at the Ray pit. Not exactly what you want to see from a Ceruledge. That could have helped not only with the secure, but also help rip that Rayquaza a lot faster. So a bit of an unfortunate play, but game 1 does go to India Elite. So this is going to be a nice way to see how they come back into game 2. And let's not forget Fearless Draft, which means we are probably going to see a whole new look from both of these teams coming into the next game.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough ask for the Ceruledge there, because they were on 1 HP. They do have Bitter Blade to kind of heal a little bit. But if they were to come back, I think they may not have time to rip it. Maybe that was the mentality they had. Obviously, going down to Rayquaza, a little bit unfortunate, and the poor Sizzle has to try to rip it with a Slowbro there. But at the end of the day, I think Team Extreme for sure played the end game much better than the first 8 minutes that they had. Especially seeing how aggressive India Elites were at the start as well. But like you said, it's only game number 1. The whole strategy might really depend on game number 2 because they have access to Pokemon that the opposition will not have. Maybe they want to play something like a Gyarados or a Shifu as well, and obviously that Pikachu, Lobo, on that 123,000.
123.
I mean,
Scepter, I believe 13 kills, 123,000 damage. Really seeing the utility of Pikachu at the moment. You know what, Phil? I have a blue badge on Pikachu in my own game. Perhaps it's time to reignite my mage instincts and start going with a bit of Pikachu gameplay in ranked. Go from one iconic fake rat to the actual fake rat. But look, Pikachu has just been picked almost every single game. We talk about it over and over again. It's good utility movesets that are now being mixed together. I think that's the most important thing when it comes to Pikachu. The mage build's so strong, but now we're seeing Volt Tackle bringing in with Thunder. We're seeing Electro Ball being used with Thunderbolt as well, but we are not wasting any time at all heading on into the second game. India Elites up 1-0. Blaziken, Leafeon getting banned, and Gyarados getting banned for.
I mean, Gyarados is an expected ban considering how popular it's been for all these teams here. Yet another 3 all-rounders, in ban jail. Leafeon ban is quite interesting as well. I'm actually surprised to see that because, something like a Blaziken is expected, a Cerulege is expected, but banning Leafeon means that possibly for Shabam here for Team Extreme, they can pick this up for them, if I'm correct.
Yeah, look, we don't know the region too well, but these guys play each other very often, so we don't know what they're thinking behind the scenes for India Elite. They could have a Leafeon player. We know how devastating Leafeon can be. We saw it in the earlier games when it just gets online. It was level 15 before the 2-minute mark, and it just ran roughshod because it only needs one buff. It needs one buff in the central area, and then it can go and be a nuisance to whatever is in the central area, or it could go be a nuisance to whatever is in the top lane. But speaking of one evolution that is stuck in ban jail, and the evolution that we thought would be seen a lot more in this tournament is now being pulled out, the Sylveon, with a completely new look kit when it comes to Hyper Voice, and that buffed Draining Kiss this time around, Fu.
And also Expedia, apparently. I mean, they say Doc knows best, right? And it seems like, we talked about all this Expedia Pikachu, Expedia Mew. We're going to be able to see an Expedia Sylveon, if I'm correct in saying, which is honestly quite interesting because the only thing I can think about Sylveon actually doing is able to dive the backline, right? Able to do some damage. It doesn't have that much CC, if you think about it. There's a little bit of a slow from Hyper Voice. There's a bit of slow from Draining Kiss. But is it really worth to push down its scale potential and just, obviously it only needs level 4, but having that Expedia means that most of the time when you're farming with your members, you're actually just buffing them. So, I mean, we'll see what happens in this game, but that's really, really interesting and not a popular pick for item choice from what I know.
It's an interesting pick for me, I guess, just because it does get that level 4 scaling that they don't need to worry about its evolution. But like you said, you have more of an eye on that late game of Sylveon just trying to get to that level 12, level 13 is very interesting. But on the other side of the draft, Buzzswole coming in with that Leech Life buff to its cooldown is very, very good at the moment. It's a very big pain to deal with. So a lot of sustain along with the Clefable as well. Talonflame, a very interesting one. I don't know if we're going to see that Fly or the Brave Bird combination, but there are a few squishies in that backline with Scepter on the Gardevoir and Absol as well. Absol, a big damage dealer, but also very, very squishy once you're able to get your hands on it. So I'm really interested to see where this is coming from. Metagross is going to be forming that front line, and Shabam is going to take that Cramorant, which we saw get a lot of play towards the tail end of last season, Fu.
Yeah, and something that's quite different as well is India at least not opting for a conventional defender here. I think the Metagross job is probably going to be with the Sylveon as well to protect this Gardevoir, but it's nothing like what a Trevenant can do. It doesn't have the same sustain potential as something that a Yush is bringing to the table. Buzzle is another Pokemon that we've actually I've seen with Expedia, because now Leech Life is kind of like Volt Tackle, that if you're just using the Pokemon to isolate one member of the opposition team, it is actually okay to put Expedia on. But I'm so interested to see how the Sylveon pans out for this match. But game number 2, Lobo, between a Team Extreme and India Elites are going to be underway here.
Yeah, Absol going into the central area, Talonflame going into the central area for Team Extreme. I guess this is probably where the EXP share is going to come from the side of India Elites, because it is laning with that Gardevoir. So perhaps we didn't really take into consideration what Sylveon was actually going to be laning with, but possibly an interesting option is Sylveon, maybe not the best secure in a lane, but here we go. Buzzsaw almost getting caught out straight away, gets taken down by the Beldum and the Blissey combination. Clefairy just has to walk away. But again, as we look down, Absol here and Sylveon already gotten 7 points on the farm, so it is securing quite well. Dazzling Gleam and the Swift able to do whatever, and Gardevoir is just picking up that extra experience. So this could be what they were hoping for, just to get that Gardevoir online early. Talonflame heading on into the top lane. Absol notices the 3 inside the top lane. It's going to make its way up and going to try and flank for these 850 Altarias, Fu.
5 tank though, it's going to be great for India Elite at the moment. Buzzwell jumping in to try to secure some farm. Here comes a scramble with everyone using the moves on cooldown, but it seems like India Elites are going to come out on top with a pick on that Clefairy as well. Meanwhile, we're going to look at the bottom path here. That's what I was talking about. It seems like it's such a stretch to get that Sylveon online, right? To get level 4 after you could just easily do it without XP share, but it does come online here, and you know, I correct myself, the Curler is level 5 and almost level 6, so maybe it is a thing with the Hyper Voice that we know has synergy with special attack mages that are carrying, I guess, or in the position to carry there. So perhaps they know something we don't, Lobo, as the Hyper Voice is going to come out once again to just scoop up the KOs on the Cram and the Trevenant as well. Maybe that's something we can take away back to our region today, Lobo. This Executor Sylveon protecting this Gardevoir. Look at how ridiculous the Hyper Voice change is for Indian Elites at the moment. No one can actually get in, and it's just such a great zoning tool.
Yeah, absolutely. I love this. And Sylveon should have Draining Kiss online here as well, as the range of Hyper Voice now is just proving too much. And that Curler is just sitting behind it, providing it with side shots. I believe we saw Sylveon with the Spoon as well, which is probably assisting the side shock damage that's going on. Gardevoir is online before 720 Bs, Fu. That is crazy to me. Lane Gardevoir is online at 720 Bs, and the Hyper Voice combination plus side shock is just... Trevenant just got brutally destroyed with all that damage that it just took, but they still managing to score, and now Gardevoir is just going to find its way out. Metang is going to make its way down, but Absol is just going to take Team Extreme's central area farm all for itself.
Yeah, it's very hard for the Buzzwell as well, running into something like a Hyper Voice, because before you could really navigate it just by moving to the side, but now you have to, like I said, it seems like it's taking up the entire screen here with its range, so it's definitely very difficult for something like a Buzzwell to kind of get to that Gardevoir, and I think that's exactly what Doc is trying to do to protect this Gardevoir, because you don't really always need a tank to protect, by having that defense. You could always just turn into offense and really just deal that damage like the Clefable is suffering from at the moment. Buzzwell goes down once again. This Absol is just free to jump behind the enemy's back here to do that, high crit damage that it's so good at doing, to burst them down. And right now, India Elites are looking so dominant in this mid-game.
This Sylveon is the linchpin of this team here. It is supporting it's destroying the defense of the opposing teams. It's allowing space for the Absol to do whatever it wants. Metagross, we have barely ever seen, because it's just picking off any stragglers that go on. And Gardevoir, there's the Failure Singularity coming on out, plus the Blissey Unite, and that is a team wipe for everyone except the Trevenant. I don't know what Team Extreme are going to have to do here, but India Elites, especially with this Fearless draft, I feel like this is a team comp that we wouldn't have expected, that no other team would have expected, and they've just done a fantastic job doing the job here. But in terms of how Team Extreme can go, I think it counts on the Talonflame this time around to just stop the Gardevoir from doing the things that it's doing, and it's trying with that Brave Bird.
Yeah, I mean, as well, because the Sylveon has Curse Incense, so the Clefable is just really nerfed in this scenario, and the whole point of Team Extreme is that Buzzwole, Trevenant, and Clefable core that's moving through in a lot of the team fights. But the fact that Hyper Voice has such a large range now, it means that the entire space that Clefable takes up is all going to be covered by the Hyper Voice, and anyone that's in it is going to not have that healing ability as strong as before, right? And it just means that Absol can just run through and do that. I mean, I think we just saw Buzzwole go down like 3 times in the past 30 seconds there. Absol looking for a KO streak of 5 potentially, with 4 in its pocket at the moment. Do they even need this basement, Reggie? They seem to have just the ability to farm damage in some of these team fights though. But Metagross getting a little bit too cocky there to be able to get picked out. Buzzwole coming back in with a KO streak of 2 though. I mean, this is a little bit of a dangerous territory now for India Elites. They've got 3 members down. The Buzzwole is finally online here, nearly 11 here. Very Singularity is going to shut down any I guess attempt at scoring here, right? Trevenant gets a few dunks in. Buzzwole goes down once again. And I think for once, it seems like Extreme has the buffs from the Reggie here. The Blade Arena comes on to trap in the Trevenant, but it gets taken down so quickly for the Cram Unite to just pick up these KOs here. I mean, the Talonflame is trying to do its best, Lobo, but it is just getting wiped consistently.
Look, the Talonflame is hitting the right targets. I don't know if it was the best idea for the Buzzwole to go and try and score, probably helping out with eliminating that buff as quickly as possible. You don't want to fight a Metagross on pad. That was just unfortunate. Gardevoir coming back. And there, the Talonflame's going to go in once again, but there's the Hyper Voice to come back, and Absol comes in and just crits its way to take down City. Trevenant, we usually see Trevenant as one of the hardest mons to ever take down in this game, but it is just being picked apart by this Absol Sylveon Hyper Voice combination. I mean, what is the point of a fully bulky front line if all they're running into is damage after damage after damage? Beautiful Brave Bird. There goes Flame Sweep's going to come in. Gardevoir almost getting taken down here. Can they do anything? Beautiful eject to managing to get out. Just barely gets out though. And Absol coming to protect as well. It's very Singularity on the back foot, able to keep their team alive, Fu.
Yeah, this is a very tough scene for them to see if you're on Team Extreme at the moment. All the pads are broken, unfortunately, and the threat of a third Regieleki that could go to home pad as well. Like you said, Lobo, I mean, there is like tank available for Team Extreme, but the Hyper Voice Gardevoir combo just shreds through them like butter at the moment, right? And things are looking very, very tough for them as they're going to need to contest for this Regieleki, because if not, it might just go into pad and all the scores might go through. A Metagross taking out that Clefable means there's not going to be any sort of sustain now for them. Cramorant going down, that's a KO streak of 4 for India Elites at the moment. It's going to be a team wipe actually heading into this 2-minute mark. There is now 20 seconds available. They can do this in good time as well. I mean, if there's any other strategy available to Team Extreme, it's just to flip the Ray right now, because they do not have time to actually do a team fight. They need to score over 400 points here to win this game.
400 points, but they don't even have 400 points locked up on their points counter here. Sylveon's going to pop that Frolic. Blissey's going to try and unite as well. The Beyblade Arena is up on top of the Sylveon. That's the last thing you want with a Blissey buff. There's the Absol Unite. Cramorant's going to get caught out one more time, and it is only the Trevenant left, and it doesn't even look like India Elite are going to even try and rip the Ray, but Absol is going to go and dunk a 25 into the main core as Trevenant finally goes down, as Clefable is the only one back up, as well as Buzzwole. 540 to 87. There's still a minute and a half left. You know, this is a hard position to be in for their Team Extreme, because a team comp that we thought on paper was very questionable just turned out one of the best performances we've seen of the night, Fu. And it just goes to show, when you actually think about how well Team Unison and and Pokemon Choice go together, this is probably one of the games that, you know, I'm gonna have to point out, because this was incredible by Indie Elites.
Absolutely. And I think it also goes into some of the choices that Team Extreme actually makes. I mean, it's just very interesting to pick something like Brave Bird into a team that is so easily able to trap you in and punish you for being so close to its mages. For example, Fly and Flame Charge would have worked so much better, in my opinion, to dive into the Gardevoir and get out with Flame Charge, whereas with the AEOS set, Lobo, you're really just committing, right, when you go in for a Brave Bird. There is no way you can actually AEOS out of the fight, so if you're going to be diving into something like a Gardevoir with the ability for something like a Hyper Voice to just deal damage as soon as you land, and they're not able to get out of that scenario, something like a Arena Trap from the Metagross as well, I mean, that's just asking to be KO'd over and over again. And unfortunately, that's what happened. And I think India Elite showed us that they punish when players make choices like this. And at the end of the day, you don't even need Rayquaza, right, if you're going to be over 500 points in terms of the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, India Elite's also just rubbing it in a little bit towards the end there. Gardevoir unite onto your home pads. Not exactly what you want to see, but the score tells a complete story. 87 to 902. India Elite's taking a comfortable 2-0 victory for this one here. But again, the stats speak for themselves through 24 KOs on the side of the Absol. But Doc on the Sylveon with 44 assists. That Sylveon was involved in 44 takedowns. Between the Absol and the Gardevoir itself, they had 45 takedowns between them. Metagross, again, 11 to 21, mostly doing exactly what it wanted to do by itself. Again, a really good performance. Team Extreme, possibly Buzzwole, not probably the best combination here, and Talonflame. These are Pokemon that need to dive. Like you said, you don't want to be diving at a Sylveon with that Hyper Voice range at what it is at the moment.
Yeah, and I'm really interested to see actually the damage profile if we can get it up in a bit, because that is a lot of kill participation for sure, Lobo. And I think that just plays into how good the Sylveon was to just stick with his teammates and just really participate in all of the team fights possible as well. I mean, congratulations to India Elite, because they're going to be moving on to Losers Round 4, which I anticipate is going to be streamed tomorrow, as you know, we're going in for that top 5 positions here. But big shout out to Team Extreme as well for making it that far in the losers as well. I think they play fantastic in a tournament that requires so many Pokemon in terms of its mastery, right, from these players. It is going to be fearless draft. But we're going to be taking a quick break before we set up for the next round 3 losers bracket, a match between I would anticipate being Maxad ACL and is it QRS, if I'm correct. That's going to be another exciting match, because what I know is that QRS have won a few of the weekend 20s, if I'm correct.
Weekend Wars.
History. Yeah, Weekend Wars. So they're definitely very, very I guess good players in terms of how I guess familiar they're with the drafting system going into this tournament as well. So another fiery matchup. But go get some water, go to the bathroom if you need. Ladies and gents, get some popcorn. We'll be right back with that match with me and Ravage. I'll see you guys soon.
Because we said we'll be right back, we are back. It's me, Rabbit, with it's me, Foo. I'm sorry for your name is just too good for
It's
me on
too on.
YouTube.
It's too on. It's my bad. Branding issue. Branding issue.
Yeah, just go and subscribe to it's me, Foo YT. On the other side, we finally have a finals. Not the finals actually. It's round three of the losers bracket versus Maqsad ACL and Team QRS. So they have finally won. The round two is finally over. And after the absolute massacre that we saw on the previous match, so you experienced it firsthand. Uh, what's your thought going into this match?
Uh, Massacre, but it definitely was a very big domination from Team India Elites there. But I mean, like I said, I haven't really watched QRS too often in this tournament, but I know that they've definitely have gotten the victories in a lot of the war weekends. So I assume that they are very familiar with how to actually play, I guess, the Fearless draft. And now I'm just interested to see how Maxad actually responds to that, because I mean, these are not just new people coming into the game anymore, right? They're all veterans of this craft. They understand and play a variety of Pokemon. And the fact that, something like Cerulege has now been available in this tournament, I'm keen to see whether that stays in the ban jail or they're allowed to let it out in those tiny games where we get to see those type of Pokemon instead of something like your conventional Gyarados, Blaziken, Leafeon picks. So I mean, well, only time will tell, and I'm keen to see what they draft.
So there's something definitely to note of here because QRS has played so many weekend wars. They definitely know how to draft it along and they definitely know how to take the long route.
Yes.
They might not reveal all their cards on the first game, but by game two, you start seeing them having a better communication, playing around the Pokemon smarts. They start to identify the players who are making a difference in the game. Like it's generally one player who is taking the lead in the battle, who is charging on the opposition team, who's taking the calls. Once that player goes down, his POV goes down, it gets a little difficult for the other team. I'm talking about an IGL of a team. If he's back at base, then the team does get a little bit disrupted.
Yeah. So you're saying that there is one carry in a lot of these teams where, if they're taken down, the team fight gets a little bit easier for the other team because I guess the best player is taken down. Ah, okay. So it's you're saying that it's all like dive into that one player and make sure they go down by using all the unite moves. Is that what you're saying? Is that the strategy, or are you talking about more of keep your own carry safe away from the enemy team, who's probably going to be doing the same thing?
I wouldn't disagree to both of them. Let's say you see a Charizard on the opposite side. You just Slowbro Unite and dive on it. You take down the Charizard. You force a 5v4 battle. You probably have the game in your hands.
Right. I mean, if it was that simple, I think we'll all be playing some casting, right? But there's a reason I'm in the seat right now, Ravage, is because I don't play as well as these members do. And that's, I'm hoping after casting all these games that some of their mechanics and prowess of the game rubs on me, electronically.
You're just absorbing all the positive.
Exactly. I'm trying to absorb all the talent that's coming out from this team.
Okay, you're manifesting the Pikachu class in the rank games.
I mean, I'm definitely going to try out the XP share Sylveon. That's for sure. And I think if I can find, a carry mate of mine, we just do bot lane together, and I just get them so, I guess, big early game with the XP share. And I think that's something I've definitely learned from today. So, if there's any, I guess, indication of what these teams can do for me in terms of inspiration, I'm sure we'll see some, plenty of new ideas coming out from these two teams who are going to be spectating. I mean, let's just hypothesize what would be great bans for these teams. Are we going to see like the conventional 4 all-rounders, do you think, Ravage? Or are we going to think maybe even a Pikachu ban. Is that even possible right now for both these teams? Yeah.
So, in my opinion, if I'm
Mm.
going to ban something on the opposite side, let's say I ban the Cerulege first, or I ban the other fire diver, which is Blaziken first. I would tend to ban the second Pokemon as a support that can play against a Pokemon I'm not picking. So,
Right. Okay.
let's say I'm going to play a Blaziken, I would prefer banning a Clefable, so there's no gravity in play.
Mm.
Right. In the same way, if I'm planning to pick something like a Charizard, I would prefer banning a Slowbro. Now, what happens in these cases, if I don't ban the Charizard, the other team might ban it. But if I do ban the Clefable, I still have a lot of options open who can play without gravity. For example, a Zoroark, or for example, maybe Metagross. In the early game, it also dives in. And something like even a Zeraora, I have even seen Zeraora go in and do a lot of damage with this charge.
Mm.
So once I take out one option that can shut down one of the Pokemon, I can stick to my playstyle.
I mean, I think I'm going to play the devil's advocate here. I think it is a good
Mhm.
strategy,
Mhm.
but doesn't that open up for the other team to do the same thing instead of I'll give you an example. For example, you want to play Charizard, right? You're going to ban Slowbro, right? But doesn't it mean that if you ban Slowbro, the enemy team can play Pokemon that Slowbro is good against because you've banned it off the board, right? So they can pick obviously Cerulege, which also doesn't like a Slowbro. They can pick Mimikyu, which doesn't like a Slowbro either, right? Doesn't that open up those options, do you think? Or is it better to take Slowbro for yourself and ban like Cerulege instead? And then that way you have both Charizard, if possible, and Slowbro as well. Well, do you think that strategy is the way to go, or do you think it's banning the tank is the play here? That's something I want to toss up into the conversation.
That's a very good point. So, in this, it's a bias on my side. But if I have to pick, I would prefer my comfort first. If
Right.
my
Okay.
gameplay is not getting shut down by a Pokemon,
Yeah.
then I'm more free to play however I play.
Right.
Instead of
Okay.
looking at what the other team is going to do, I should
Yeah.
focus on what I am the best at. Right,
Okay.
that's the way to victory. Instead of making someone else lose, try to win yourself.
That's true. I mean, wise words as we go into this game number one. I mean, we're now going into this. Like I said, we are only casters here. These players definitely have the strategy in play. And guess what? Slowbro gets banned. So that is going to be one ticket for me here. And talking about supports that you've mentioned, Hooper is always going to be banned on the side of QRS. I mean, I'm excited because for once, these are bans that we haven't seen, at least from my end, in the games I've spectated today.
I haven't seen a lot of Slowbro bans over the weekend wars. Hoopa was something I was not expecting. Cerulege is an absolutely perfect choice because you don't want to keep all the OP Pokemon in play. Even if
That's
you
true.
keep Cerulege, you have to ban something like Charizard or something like Blaziken. And there goes the Blaziken. So now with Bucks and ACL, they have the first pick. They have the option to go for Charizard because they don't have to deal with a Slowbro. But they instant pick an Umbreon, and I have no clue what the teams are thinking at this point.
I mean, Prior Umbreon is very, very interesting here because,
Yes.
like you said, Pokemon such as Charizard, like Leafeon from Zula as well, are going to be available, and that's going to be an insane start for QRS. I don't know, from my point of view, whether it was worth giving these two very, very strong Pokemon out in, I guess, in swap for a Umbreon, but maybe they've got some sort of backup strategy planned, and maybe they just want Gyarados instead. I'm not too sure, but the Blissey is going to be a decent combo into that as well. So from the side of Maxside ACL, they've definitely locked in their support and tank as far, and it looks like the response here, Ravage, is going to be Trevenant and a Clefable here.
So I'm not completely against giving Charizard for Gyarados because Gyarados is a great late game insurance for Muxodatio. And with the Blissey on their side, they have probably one of the best healers in game. Mimikyu is here, and I'm so sad that every time Mimikyu has come into play, Lobo was not here yet.
I mean, it's just the way it goes sometimes, right? But speaking of Sylveon, though, definitely not an XP-share Sylveon at the moment, looking to rock that Hyper Voice with those items I see. So definitely going to be a great counter into something like a Trevenant Clefable bundle, right? That we've seen so often today. I'm sure it's going to be a little bit tougher now into the Leafeon, because normally Mystical Fire is such a great way to keep yourself sustained with your Draining Kiss against the Leafeon. But I'm sure Hyper Voice, with its insane range at the moment, is going to do just fair into that team as well. There's not a lot of potential Pokemons to actually dive for QRS here, because looking at this team, they actually all like to play together. There's no real long-range poke, right? And I think QRS is taking this opportunity to have poke from its own side by picking up that Mew as well.
Right, and looking at the comp for Maqsad ACL as well, you don't see anything at a very long range. Yes, there's Sylveon, but Sylveon is a mid-range Pokemon. It's still very vulnerable to the Solar Beam damage that's going to come from the Mew. So it's going to take some damage. Leafeon is just going to do Leafeon things. It's going to be level 4 and start invading the jungle. That's an obvious play here. What I'm not sure right now is, if you're taking Clefable and you're playing Gravity, that Sylveon can completely counterplay around it.
Yeah, I think the Clefable's there to potentially stop something like a Play Rough, right? Because Play Rough is so good from the Mimikyu against the Leafeon, and you can't actually survive that. And if you force it on Shadow Claw, it might make it easier for the Leafeon to actually win those matchups. But anyway, game number 1 for this round 3 losers is going to be underway here. So Maxat ACL is going to be on the purple team here with that Magikarp going out into that top path against QRS with a very conventional bottom path duo here, the little Phantom and the Mew here, Ravage.
I'm very curious about this Mimikyu's version here. So what Mimikyu needs to do is, it's a completely free range Pokemon. It just needs to dive on the Mew and just take Mew out. That's the entire reason for playing a diver like Mimikyu. You need to shut down that Mew. As soon as you shut down the Mew, the damage potential of QRS goes down very quickly, because everything else is gonna dive, and if something dies, Charizard loves to pick it up.
And I think Charizard's probably the other Pokemon that it's looking to shut down as well, because the Unite move is a little bit too strong. But, you know, Sylveon already online with his Hyper Voice, and no delay at all. That zoning provided, and the damage from the Sylveon is going to be a little bit too strong for the Phantom. Has to get away here, but Mew managing to actually eject a Electro Ball to get that KO. And, I mean, that's just going to be a little bit bad for Maxat here, right? So much damage potential on the Sylveon just wasted, because they're now running back in the bottom path here, trying to get back into their own lane. Meanwhile, Mimikyu doing what Mimikyu does best for the gank there to get a KO streak of 2. It is exactly what you said at the start, right? It's so aggressive to be able to pick off some squishy players here. I'm keen to see what moveset it actually picks here, Ravage.
I'm still banking on Play Rough. It's still one of the better movesets on Mimikyu, in my opinion. But we'll have to see how the game goes. Right now, Charizard needs to get that dunk. He needs to stack those up. He needs as much attack on his side as possible. But as I mentioned before, on the bottom lane as well, we saw a Mimikyu taking another knockout. The Mew goes down. Charmeleon goes down from Blissey. The eggs are too strong right now. The protein is coming in handy.
Yeah, definitely a great pick for them to make sure the Charizard doesn't come online too early on. But level 7 Mimikyu with Shadow Claw and Shadow Sneak available now, that's going to be very, very strong for their Maxat ACL there, as the Umbreon is looking to just get out of those potential stacks at the bottom path, able to get out of the Trevenant, which is also got their level 5 move as well. But all those wild Pokemons in the middle just went on the side of Maxat, so definitely on a points perspective, it is going to go in the way of that team as well. Hyper Voice is back. The Mew is selecting Beam, which is very interesting, Ravage, because Mew actually doesn't do a lot of damage on Beam early game until it gets that level 10, level 11 around. So I'm surprised it's not just perma on that Electro Ball coaching.
So right now, Mew is playing on Beam because doing the poke damage. As much as possible, Mew is trying to get them low so that the other Pokemon can pick them out. It's a very niche play, I would say, very niche to QRS itself, but it's not a bad play in my opinion. If you let's say the Sylveon or the Gyarados is about to dive on you, as soon as you hit a beam, even if you take like 10% of their SP, there is a little bit of hesitation in you before going in. Oh, all right, I'm already on low SP. Should I take this fight? There are two people out there.
Yeah,
So
that's it. But
yeah,
here comes the more of a push in that top part, though. While we're contemplating the Mew moveset, because it just goes in. I mean, it doesn't matter what move you're running in, right? If you can break that top pad, it's going to be great for QRS at the moment. As this Leafeon just managed to get out of the Mimikyu Shadow Sneak. Didn't actually manage to TP on them, which is quite surprising here coming out from the Mimikyu. But you know, Gopal needs to just get out of the way. They're not too healthy as a Trevenant at the moment.
Trevenant will get his health back. There's a lot of berries around. And looking at this, Maxaisia is actually gonna push them. And it's a good choice because a level 8 unites for 2 Pokemon on there. Mimikyu is already level 9. They have 3 unites online right now. If they wanna push, this is the time. But they need to make sure the Charizard doesn't come down the lane. Because once it does, this push will be completely neutralized. If they're going to push right now, it's a good time. They can use the unites. They can farm it again before the next objective. They just need to commit to something right now.
Yeah, I mean, for them, they've got that Zardionite like you talked about, so they're probably just running around looking to see whether they can get a back cap there, but Gyarados is also going to maybe defend that top. I don't actually know whether Gyarados sees both the Leafeon and the Charizard. This could be a free dunk on top here for QRS, which is a very smart macro rotation that they've just made there. A big pick on Mew as well means that they can potentially put some pressure on this basement pad there with a Clefable. Wonder Wish getting fly for the defense here. Goes down to Sylveon though, unfortunately, but Leafeon is there to stop any sort of siege going on. Bliss Assistant, she's going to be going on the Sylveon to knock out the Trevenant, but finally the Charizard comes through with the Cycling Command to just stop this pad from going down any further. It is on a beautiful set of 1 at the moment, so any overdunk is fantastic. Charizard gets 2, but gets instantly knocked out by the Gyarados Ravage here. What a scramble of just people using the Unite move to try to get some KOs. The Solar Beam comes through, the Boosted takes down the Blissey. The Dragon Current comes through, but gets isolated by the Trevenant though. I mean, who is actually winning this fight at the moment? On paper, the levels are so similar, Ravage. I mean, it's all for this basement, Reggie.
Right now, the fight is completely evened out. Every pick that you take is being counter-picked again. And the levels are perfectly matched at the moment. All the supporters... Oh, never mind. Yes, the defenders are now level 10. The support is level 9. The attackers are level 11 and 12. It's perfectly matched. It's a perfect position for both the team. There is a lead on the side of Maxer. And Gyarados finally takes down the objective, which was a Regirock with a defense buff. They're gonna push again. Mimikyu has his Unite up again. It's a 1 score. They need to overdunk it. They don't need to score any point that you see. 10 is not worth it, Umbreon. And he goes down. Charizard gets his Unite again, but Mimikyu shutting him down. And I don't think he'll survive. Blissey goes down, Team Mew. And Charizard now coming in for the push. Yes.
Yeah, I think that was a really good Mimikyu Unite there, just to make sure that no one else goes down to the Charizard. The Sylveon Fairy Frogs over just to defend and stay sustained in that fight. Here comes the Hyper Voice though. Look at that. No one can actually get out of the incredible range at the moment. Picks off the Mew. That is a beautiful fight and definitely very needed for Maxstat at the moment there, especially seeing that there's going to be a conversion of that Regieleki on top as well. They've really taken this mid-game into their own side. Having a level 13 Sylveon is going to be incredible for that late game as well. Don't forget, Calm Mind at level 12 gives you like 1 iframe, right? You get to nullify 1 bit of damage. So that is great going into Solar Beam, into Boosters, into Trevenant as well. I mean, they're in a great position here going into this last 3 minutes of the match.
The Sylveon is going to be a huge problem here for QRS. Because right now with the range, there's no way for you to get close to Sylveon without taking any damage from Hyper Voice. Its cooldown is low, its damage is high, and its range is now buffed. With that much of a range, you have no free spot to get closer to Sylveon.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard for sure. And you know, going into this 15 seconds before Raid begins, it's just a poke game now for the Mew, right? They're trying to do some sort of damage to fend off this aggression coming in from Maxstat. And I love where the Gyarados is at the moment, in that top bush, ready for a flank onto that Leafeon and Mew if possible.
Right, and with this, I believe they'll start the fight with Trevenant Unite. Once it goes down, Charizard can Unite and the Hyper Voice goes down. I have no clue what they're waiting for. They want to pick. They pick off the Umbreon. They are finally getting into it. Mew finally takes the KO. The fight is finally on. It's a 4v5 with all the Unites online. Charizard going in for the KO. With the Unite, the Seismic Toss comes in. Sylveon unites as well. And Mimikyu is just getting out of there. Gyarados is finally going down to Sylveon. And with the Blissey Unite, but I don't think it might survive. But Mew finally taking down the Blissey. Trevenant takes down Mimikyu. It might be a team wipe here for Maqsad ACL. QRS is looking in a really good spot here.
Yeah, it's all up to this Umbreon now to stall out this fight or maybe secure the Rayquaza Ravage. It is getting so low. The E4 boosted combo is able to knock out the Umbreon, and the Charizard is going to be able to get that secure. I mean, if it's anything, what I expected, I thought the Gyarados had a huge position to actually make some sort of impact, but it actually got knocked out, Ravage, before he could even use his Unite move. So definitely a better Rayquaza fight for QRS, which is really good to see considering how dominant Maxstad had on that mid game with that Hyper Voice as well. So, I mean, at the end of the day, Charizard Unite really just blew them away. I know it Unite the Sylveon with its Unite move to kind of stay sustained, but at the end of the day, when you have a Charizard that's not, you know, kind of like, I guess free to just do damage in the air, and then obviously you've got the ability for you to get those pokes like what you talked about. That is going to be a very good start for your Ray fight there. So, congratulations to QRS to possibly get this game number 1. It's not over yet, though. I don't want to eat my words at the moment, but they do have a 300-point lead. And with that Charizard Unite, that gets shut down by Mimikyu, it's going to be a little bit tough here to score any more points.
Yeah, it's finally, the game is done and dusted. And we can take a breather now because it has been a pretty close game. And I believe somehow it's turning out to be the theme of the day that any team who's leading up front ends up losing at Rayquaza. I don't know what's going on today, but every time we have seen this time and again. And I think Maqsad lost the team fight the moment Gyarados Unite did not go off. That was their best chance of dealing the most damage around. Yeah.
I agree as well, and I think they, like I said, they were in such a good position, but we might need to revisit that to see where it actually went wrong there, because honestly, I think for most of QRS, they didn't actually know where the Gyarados was the entire time, but they must have gotten picked up by something, maybe a tree isolation or something like that. But yeah, like you said, the instant that Mew got a pick at the start of that Ray fight, it just meant that you could just run into to the enemy team. 5v4, you've got that confidence as well. And that won the Ray fight. And, the Umbreon did its best at the end of the day, but, when you're not got the best move to secure the Mew or the Charizard really gets it really easily. And, at that time, if you're favored, you do go for the rip of the Rayquaza there. This is just the slimmest chance the Umbreon gets it, but, you got to take a chance at some time. Yeah.
Well, a foul play is a foul play at the end. However, I just saw the Gyarados actually came from the top to their side, the QRS side of the bush. Mew spots it, puts an Electro Ball on the Gyarados. Water flying, forward weak to electric, obviously a good choice. The Leafeon turns around, gangs up with Mew, takes on the Gyarados instantly. So that's when I think they lost the match. They had already, I believe they picked up Sylveon with the Charizard Unite.
Yeah.
They lost Sylveon, they lost Gyarados, their DPS was gone. It was just Blissey standing there, Umbreon was there, Mimikyu, yes, it had a chance, but with so much firepower still left on QRS side, it was a long shot. With that, we are in game 2. This time QRS has this first pick. So Maqsad can play around what Pokemon they're picking. So we'll have to see. Umbreon goes down finally.
I mean, it's interesting, right? Because remember, that was the game where they prioritized Umbreon for a and they swapped it for a Leafeon and a Charizard. So it looks like it's not going to happen here because both Umbreon and Charizard are going to be banned. But that's Slowbro. It seems like ever since we talked about it, Slowbro has just not seen the light of day here, and Cerulege is going to form the latter half of the bans for Maqsad ACL here. So I mean, let's see what Goku actually prioritizes here, because now they have the first pick, right? They get to set the scene for what they want to take for their team, and it's going to be Tush on that Blaziken there for their first pick.
Yeah, obviously, you did not plan Blaziken. It becomes an obvious choice. We'll have to see how Maqsad will play the Leafeon this time. Because on Curious side, it was pretty good. That's all I'm going to say. The turnaround to the Gyarados was the game-making play. Arjun here taking the Trevenant. It's a good defender. Mammothspine with the bulk, and it also has a lot of damage potential. Plus the freeze, the stun with Ice Fang, with Icicle Crash. Mammothspine is one of my favorite defenders right now. With Blissey, and never mind, I should stop speaking.
I think they heard you, Ravish, and said that, you know what, I'm going to play my own game, I'm going to do my own thing, I'm going to pick Crossler here, which I think it has a really good synergy with Blaziken, especially the fact that you can Blaze Kick and Overheat into one of the Crossler Wars, right? Which is going to be really good because it might be able to trap Leafeon if it's on cooldown for its moves as well. Now, back at it again is this Clef Metagross combo that we've seen so often today with the Trevenant as well. So I think Delphox is a must. It's either Delphox or Sylveon. They need to pick some sort of Pokemon with that ability to do a lot of anti-heal for a range. Sylveon is a fair pick here with the Crustle as well. I think they really need that anti-heal or Cursed Incense for those sustained Pokemons, because if not, can you imagine late game you have a level 13 level 13 Metagross and a level 13 Trevenant? It is going to be so hard to take down with just a Blaziken, right? Like there's just not enough firepower. I see that without something like a Sylveon to help out with. And rounding off Mexad's 5 is going to be Gardevoir, which honestly, there's just going to be so much more poke, right, coming in from Mexad ACL that I really would like to see that Sylveon pop off here to make sure that, you know, the tanks actually get shredded for them.
True, because what Maqsad is going to do, the Gardevoir is going to poke them with something like a Psychic or a Future Sight. Leafeon is just going to sit there in the bush. Once he sees the damage has been done, it will just slap them with the leaf on its head, and that's game for whatever Pokemon is getting caught. Right, and Metagross is there to basically prolong the fights as long as possible, because Gardevoir's damage keeps on increasing. It will keep on dealing damage from the back as long as it's alive. So,
Yeah.
Blaziken, even Crustle at this point has just one thing to do. Dive in, take the Gardevoir out. Keep it out of the scene. It can be done by Crustle, it can be done by Mimikyu, it can be done by Blaziken. I believe Sylveon will have to stick with most of the team for most of the time. But there are 3 Pokemons who can actually go into their team and shut down the backlane damage.
Yeah, and I think that Metagross Unite is also going to be great here to just isolate a bunch of people, because they don't really have a lot of dashes to get out here, especially if you're playing Hyper Voice Sylveon as well. So let's see how it goes here. We've got Curious on the purple team heading on to the top path with a little Torchic and Chansey. Looks like Chansey is just going to help out Mimikyu with that jungle or the central area just to make sure it comes online faster for this gank here. As the Beldum is just going to be relentless, already chasing down the wild Pokemons on the side of QRS here. Meanwhile, the opposite is happening with the Hyper Voice already online, just going to shred down the Phantom if they're not going to be careful here, as the Ralts is going to get a little bit more damage done. I mean, it's going to be a tough lane for this Ralts, I would have to say, going up against a level 4 evolution, right? Already having the Hyper Voice available, Ravage, but, you know, if the Trevenant can help it get level 5, it will be on par.
Well, that's the only problem with Gardevoir, I would say. With so much damage it has, so much damage potential it has, the only problem is that Gardevoir actually comes online pretty late in the game. Until you're level 7, you're not doing that much damage to the opposition. It's the same problem with Metang as well. You need that Pokemon to be as high level as possible. Leafeon is the only early game insurance that Maqsad ACL has right now. Metang is finally doing some work. But it seems like it's going to be a push with the Leafeon online with its damage potential in the early game. Clefable gets the knockout on the chicken, and it's a complete dunk on the top end. So this is what they need to do. They need to push the lane where Sylveon is present and just back off on the other side, because your Gardevoir or your Metang will not do enough damage in the early game. It's only Leafeon that's your carry. Once all the Pokemon comes online, you can just do whatever you want.
Yeah, I think it was a great idea for that push, and I think sending Sylveon up top to kind of defend was probably going to be a better play than staying in the bottom lane, especially seeing that it already had Hyper Voice up. But, you know, at the end of the day, it seems like definitely Mexad is going off with a great start at the moment with some, I guess, a level lead on that Leafeon as well, right? But it's all about how they play this next minute, because Leafeon going down to Sylveon is definitely not a good look, especially seeing how it is the highest level on their team. So that all the experience on the lead that you have is now fed back to the Sylveon, because it is now level 7 itself, and all these evolutions have their Unite move at level 8, so it could be the game changer in the next 30 seconds, right, for this basement Reggie fight.
It's definitely going to be the game changer. The birds are coming online right now at 7:20, and it's going to break out a good fight in the bottom lane, I believe, with the Trevenant's Horn Leech here. It doesn't have the Horn Leech yet, but anyways, with the Crystal's Rock Tomb, it's going to try to trap someone. It must have been the Gardevoir if it wanted to do something here. Wanted to push a fight on the top lane, however. With the Leafeon, there's a problem for the chicken going on there. Mimikyu goes down as well. And it seems like Lobo's Pokemon is not doing that well in the tournament right now.
I think it's hard, right, for Mimikyu at the moment. It does need those levels to go in. Blissey going down to Leafeon. Leafeon is now back at it again with level 9, so highest level on the map at the moment. Here, I mean, this is going to be a little bit tough, I think, for the Crustle to take this away from Gardevoir. The whole strategy I think Maxad can use is just protect that Gardevoir, because if it doesn't go down, it provides so much value to its team with its damage and its shred capacity as well. Because, you know, look at this. Great isolation by the Trevenant there. That combo is going to be so deadly if they can continue that with the Gardevoir as well, right? Gardevoir Unite now has such frequent ability to be used. Right, it's going to be so important to make sure they use it to the full value here. So Metagross, a little bit of a great fight for them against the Blaziken there. I mean, they have level 10 off that as well. Yet again, it is a great start for Mexad ACL. They just need to keep their level lead and, you know, make sure that they actually are in the driver's seat going to the last moments of the game.
We have been saying this all tournament all day long today, that the person who's leading just need to maintain their lead, and to some extent they actually do, but in the end it's all gonna come down to that one final fight. And if QRS, all they need to do is, they have lost both their tiers, they have a lot of farm on their ends. That's what we were discussing. You have a lot of experience on your end, farm it down, catch up to the levels. You only need one team fight to take the game away. Focus on that.
Absolutely. So with 5 minutes to go, right, on paper, Mexad does have the lead for points as well. They're in a great position here. I think what they need to do is controlled aggression, right? They need to try to starve the enemy of any farm possible. I'm not sure. Did you see the Mimikyu just standing there? I'm not sure what was going through their mind. But they get a good lock onto the Clefable, but it's just so hard to push into something like a Clef with its heals as well. Looks like Metagross is doing some damage on top. Bliss Assistant goes through to keep them sustained, to bait out the Fairy Frolic as well. But the Hyper Voice changes are in full show at the moment, with 3 members getting knocked out on the side of Maxad, and yet again a little bit of an interesting decision to fight that fight, right, Ravage? Because all that experience has now gone back on the side of QRS. They get some dunks in the top half as well. I mean, was it really worth giving all that up for a basement Regice? I would argue no.
Regice is not even worth that much of experience. It's not giving you that buff. It's only giving you a little bit of healing, which doesn't even count in team fight with so much damage coming out at you. So yes, that fight was not worth it. You have lost your advantage you had. You lost the command you had over the game with that, because you have given QRS the levels that they needed to actually force a fight down here to take down tier.
Oh my god, an instant shutdown of Leafeon's Unite with Play With Me here. Crustle is going to pop its Unite to really just make space for the team, as the Mimikyu is going to be dunking 33 with the Sylveon as well. Yet another interesting fight now for both these teams, really deep into the side of Maxat ACL on that bottom path there. And I think there are so many yellow dots, or wild Pokemon's able to be captured by QRS. They've got that, you know, glimpse of comeback. They need to just make sure that they are on par with the levels of Maxad and really, you know, take advantage of what they've done in those little fights that they've won and kind of come back into this fight. Because there's only 3 minutes to go, right? There's a minute to the final stretch. Are we really looking for something over here? Maybe get a pick and get out. Like, that's great for the Leafeon here. Get to KO 2, but pushing this is going to be very, very suspect.
It's not worth it. It's completely not worth it, because if they come they're 3-man down and they actually make it successful somehow, but they're gonna end up giving us some levels here. For some
this
reason,
could be a little bit.
yeah,
It's a little bit rough though, right? Yeah,
Alright,
they're backing away now. They've heard us, Ravid. So, excellent choice there. They did manage to break this, and I think part of it why they did it was for that potential third Reggie, right? Which is Metagross is kind of sussing out in that top path at the moment there. Most of Maxad is actually on the bottom path though, so I don't know whether the communication is to try to rip that top in those 13 seconds available. Seems like they're really converging on this basement Reggie, which is, I guess, a fair decision to make. They just need to get back to the Rayquaza pit and make sure that, they keep that lead that they have. They get a Regirock though, which is going to be fantastic for the Metagross and the Trevenant here.
So I'll be completely honest with you. So at this point, QRS completely knows that Muxa is gonna play aggressive. They have been playing aggressive the entire match. You see one Pokemon coming in front, you need to dive on that Pokemon before the team arrives to back it up. If you're not doing that, you're just letting your tiers go down one by one. It's not going to help your team. Look at that Leafeon. It's already level 14. The match is breaking out. The fight is breaking out in the center. A lot of sparkles was happening, but nothing in the end. So you just need to pick one Pokemon off the team and just take it down, force it into a 4v5, because in this way, if they keep on diving on you, if they start initiating the fight, you're not going to win this.
Absolutely, and I think some isolation is now happening with this Crustal Rock Tomb, just fending people of Maxat out of the Rayquaza pit. The Hyper Voice is just zoning and funneling people upwards there. Metagross Unite to set up the stage for them to just collapse with this Unite move. Fairy Singularity goes down to pick up the Crustal to play with me on the Clefable for some reason, so that's going to be very, very interesting, but two members of QRS are knocked down already. Sylveon, still very healthy though. This could be a Hyper Voice dream at the moment as they eject to get out of the way, but Metagross now showing it is the hero of the team. They knock out another one. No more Blaziken. I think they need to rip this Rayquaza at the moment. The best secure potential is out of the fight. It is Blissey, the Crustal to make a difference for this fight. They're going to be zoned out by this Trevenant. The Gardevoir doing the perfect Psyshock to secure that Rayquaza, and I mean, that is exactly the fight you want from Mexad, right? They lost the first game, but damn, did they come back flying in the second game.
But this is exactly what I was talking about. You cannot let Maqsad initiate the fight, because they will initiate it on their premises. They know their win conditions. You cannot let them initiate the fight. Once the Metagross comes in, it dives in with the Unite, circles a lot of people. The Guardian of Unite is supposed to come in. And once that's on, you're almost down 2 Pokemon. And that's what happened. You're letting Maqsad take the stage for themselves, set up the fight for themselves, for their teammates, and they're just running away with the knockouts and the tiers and everything in this game. It's an excellent show of communication and team play by Maqsad, I would say. And a little bit lack of communication, because at some point you had to understand that they're just gonna push it out. They are already a game down. They're under pressure. It's go big or go home time for them. They're gonna initiate the fights all the time.
Absolutely, and I think something that the Arjun did very well was to isolate the Crustal away from the team, and with the Metagross Unite, it was really able to zone it out. And as soon as you take down Crustal, the main bulk of the team is down, right? And having a great pick on the Blaziken as well, it just means that because Blaziken is the insurance policy, like you said, right? To secure the Rayquaza. As soon as that's down, it is now just green light to take down that Rayquaza, because then you've got the Gardevoir has such a better time, and it's also favored in a lot of those fights, right? And I think the Mimikyu uniting the Clefable was probably an unfortunate aim issue, because that really should be saved for the Leafeon or the Gardevoir, right? But it is just so hard, like you said, to get into the backline when there is something like a Trevenant and like a Clefable in your way. But let's get into game number 3. This is the first decisive game 3 I've actually casted today. I'm very excited. This is to move on to the next round of the losers, right? Which goes into tomorrow's broadcast. And yet again, no surprise at all, Slowbro and Blaziken banned for both of these teams.
Yeah, and I believe the bans are going to be pretty similar. Nobody wants to play Cerulets, nobody wants to play Charizard. And by the time they're picking their Pokemon, I'm going to highlight just one little fact. In the entire game, Crystal took 45,000 damage on itself. In the entire game, Blaziken took 48,000 damage on itself. If you're taking more damage than your defender, then there's something wrong that you're doing. You do not have to dive every time you see an opponent. You need to pick your fights. And with that, coming into game 3, I believe Eldegoss is probably one of the better choices because what else supporter is left? There was Hoopa. You could have played Hoopa, but nobody's going to play Hoopa here. Eldegoss is a good DPS and support character. The Cramorant is a good choice. You have early secure with Cramorant. There's Umbreon on your side because you haven't played Umbreon yet. It's one of the better defenders on the game right now. Now,
Yeah.
what I want to see is that with 14 Pokemon's banned in this game, what are you gonna pick?
Yeah, I'm surprised. I know it is fearless, Ravage, but prioritizing Eldegoss is very interesting. But maybe they are just thinking that they need to secure that top path A-press, right? Like you say, it's either Hoopa or Eldegoss are the only, I guess, a more offensive early game support Pokemon. So I guess that there is some sort of method on behind the madness for first picking Eldegoss. But I think Buzzwole Crustle is a solid option. Buzzwole picking before you actually know what the carry is on the enemy team is quite interesting because there's a lot of chance that they're just going to pick a Pokemon that can be either outranging Buzzwole or are not really affected by the Buzzwole matchup. So I definitely I don't agree with an early Buzzwole pick, but they, like I said, they have their own strategy for it. And it seems like the support is actually going to be a comfy here to pair up with Tush on the Gyarados. So a little bit of a raid boss scenario I can see coming out from Kyurem.
Definitely raid boss vibes coming from that Gyarados right now. It might even be the red Gyarados we have seen in anime so many times. But yeah, I think we have been discussing this behind the camera as well. Buzzwole is something you pick to counter pick an opponent. It's not the card you show the force your opponent. Okay, they're gonna play Buzzwole. We just need to keep our distance. That's it. There's nothing Buzzwole can do on a distance, and you can see they have the Espeon now, which I have the card for. I'll show it later. But they have the Espeon now. It deals quite a lot of damage from a distance. They have the Cramorant who can stay hidden in the bushes and some decent amount of damage, I would say. And the Gyarados is dead. That's her carry. That's her late game insurance, as I was speaking. But the problem is that with the Pikachu and the Zoroark, a Thunder Discharge is so much damage at once that it's hard for any Pokemon to survive even with the Comfy.
Yeah, the Zeraora is really a great pick into their team, and I'm very surprised that they actually ended up with Espeon as the last pick. Because if I'm an attacker or a Pokemon playing that damage role, and I see that the enemy team has picked Zeraora, it seems so hard to convince myself that Espeon is a great matchup against that. Because what I can really think about is at the moment Zeraora just Volt switching in, using its Unite move discharge, whatever combo it wants, to just one-shot the Espeon. And the Espeon has literally zero outplay potential. It has one store power move that it can kite a little bit, but the discharge area is not kiteable by something like an Espeon. So I would probably like to see some other Pokemon to actually handle this Zeraora, because at the same time, all I can see is a Gyarados that might be good into it, but apart from that, the rest of the team really just explode from any sort of, Plasma Gale coming out from the Unite move or any of the Discharge Volt Switch combo you can have, right? So I really need to, I really hope that Kyurem convinces myself that the Espeon is great.
Well, in the end, I would say it's somewhere about the comfort. He might be more comfortable playing an Espeon on the bottom lane than something like, I don't think they have played Mew or maybe Delphox. Delphox could have been a good pick here. With Fire Spin, you can just keep the Pokemon at the back. And I don't think Buzzwole does anything to Delphox if you keep your distance. Anyways, keeping that aside, the game has already started. What you need right now is, Zero is already level 5, so it's going to gank on top. And I think there's one objective that Zero needs to carry. Do not let that Gyarados evolve for as late as possible.
Yeah, And I think something that Espeon can actually do here is after getting this KO to really rotate up top to help this Magic Cup comfy lane. Because that for me is just so weak against something like a Glossy Fur Buzzwole, right? But it seems like they've just chosen the option to just make sure that they dominate that bottom path. Which is fair enough because the Cramorant is up top now to try to fend off any sort of aggression coming in. But that Zeraora already having access to that Volt Switch means that the dive potential is quite heavy already. So, looking back in the bottom path as well, Dwebble just trying to get out of the situation at the moment, but the store power is going to be a little bit too, I guess, strong, right? You just click a button and everything goes kapoosh as the Umbreon is going to get a little bit more stacks. But yet again, like I talked about, this Espeon is going to have trouble going up against this Zeraora because of its ability to discharge Volt Switch.
Right, that's the point with the Speedster. If you're playing a Speedster, you just need to get in, get the knockout, and get out. And that's Zeraora's... Like, it's the original Speedster. It's been there since day one of Unite. And we have been seeing these strategies with Zeraora for the longest time ever. It just dives in, takes a knockout, gets out. That's the Zeraora gameplay. That's how all the Speedsters have evolved. So if someone has been playing this Pokemon for a long time, which I believe they have been because it seemed like a comfort pick when you had so many different options, they're gonna just massacre the team. However, the Zeraora goes down right now, which is interesting. Now that they're going on a jungle invade, QRS is not looking in a bad position right now, even though I believe that early game domination might come from ACL. The aggression is still there, but they're not converting it as much as well as before.
No, the Cramorant is massive this game, Ravage. I mean, level 8 Cram from I guess a jumping perspective is expected, but having that, you know, the dive and the Hurricane combo against the Zeraora is actually working very well for them. Buzzwole's going to eject to try to make that pick on the Gyarados, and I mean, that's really paid off, right? That suddenly you got 3 people dunking the top path there, and a poor Comfy without a host, and it's can't really do much at all, can it? Meanwhile, the most of QRS is now pivoting to the bottom there to go up against the Pikachu and the Eldegoss as they fight for this Regice here, but the Electro Ball not managing to actually land on the basement Reggie, which means that QRS is going to have that buff as well. I mean, if it's any time to be aggressive and have a lead, it is going to be this game number 3, and I think QRS is very happy with their progress so far.
Obviously, it's game number 3. It's the first time we're watching a game number 3. It's go big or go home time. The final game of the day, and it turns out to be something like this. I'm really happy about this. Crystal just doing Crystal things, trap someone and do a little bit of damage. Cramorant right now is just pushing the team back so well. I did not expect that to see from a Cramorant. You have a Gyarados, you have an Umbreon, and Cramorant is doing your job. That is amazing to see. Gyarados will probably get the dunk here. Regieleki has been secured for QRS, for Muxer ACL, and Cramorant has already gone back up to defense. This Cramorant is all over the place right now. Wherever you go, you'll find a Cramorant, and with the Cramorant, you'll find something that you need to tackle with the Unite from Espeon. That was a great initiation of the fight. Buzzwole does come, but it does not save the day for Muxer ACL. Finally, Zeraora with the Unite. Espeon getting the 3 kills. We were doubting this pick, but right now it's doing the most damage to Muxer.
Yeah, I mean, the Psychic Soleil into the Dragon Current of the Gyarados was just beautiful to watch, but I think them going for a little bit more to try to get a dunk was probably a little bit too greedy, and that actually fed some sort of experience back to the Zeraora with that Espeon pick. But, you know, like we've been saying all game, there's just no outplay potential if you get locked on from the Unite move by the Zeraora, unless you eject out of the way in time. But even then, it just seems to be so hard here. However, it doesn't really matter if 3 of your members is going to be taking down Zeraora one by one every single time, which is exactly what the team is doing at the moment. So, I mean, like I said, it's kind of a little bit of a messy fight that we've watched in the past 5 minutes. But, you know, on paper, it is still QRS in the lead here.
Definitely, QRS needs to maintain this lead that we also have been saying all game. But yeah, they need to maintain this lead because right now, if you try to give them any more levels, you're gonna be on the lead. Pikachu finally secures the Regirock here. The fight is coming on QRS side. Buzzwole diving onto that Cramorant. They have identified the problem in this game. Also, the Unite comes in from Pikachu. And it's gonna be a very messy fight here. I have no clue what's going on, but I can see 4 people from Muxer going down. Zeraora barely escaping with his life. He says, I'm not gonna come in here. And the levels are back in favor for QRS.
Yeah, so something that Espeon's doing fantastically is using its Unite move in synergy with the other members of its team. I feel like communication is just so good for this team at the moment. And Kramer able to get a 40 in with the side of Buzzwell there. The Dragon Current once again is going to be able to knock out Buzzwell as well. I mean, it's a little bit of a trickle scenario now, right? For Maxad, they seem to be just caught out all the time, and a lot of QRS members are just bunching together, which is really what you want to see when you have something like a comfy Gyarados. So, 195 to 86 there, a little bit pressure in that top path, but it seems like QRS is now maintaining their presence in the central area here, looking to starve any sort of farm away from Maxad, which is, I think, the right thing to do. Considering, this is game number 3. They want to win this comfortably or set themselves up in a comfortable position for this Rayquaza fight.
The Comfy coming in clutch for Umbreon there couldn't save the Espeon, however. The fight, that thing is Curious taking the fight to Muxid all the time, and with the confidence they have in their Pokemon right now, level 13 Espeon, level 13 Gyarados, they are actually taking a pick and coming back. So right now, if you would have gave a look at the center area, Espeon and Umbreon just pushed their jungle, took a knockout of Crustle, came back, traded Espeon to Pikachu, and then Comfy saved the Umbreon. So it was like a trade for them, but they're just not giving Crustle the levels. Because we know Crustle at a high level is very bulky. Again, taking down the Crustle, and with that bulk, it can actually soak in a lot of damage from the team.
Absolutely. Speaking of damage, though, this Registeel buff is definitely not a good look for Maxad if QRS managed to secure this. It looks like they will. There's going to be no contest on the side of Maxad ACL. So I think that they rather trade it in for some sort of presence in the Rayquaza pit. As we head into the final Rayquaza of the day, Ravage, let's see what these teams do.
With all the Unites available to all the Pokemons right now, this is going to be the final battle. I want it to be an epic legendary battle that we can remember. And with that, I don't know who's going to initiate the fight. Rayquaza has strategically been poked, so he's going to start dealing damage to someone outside its circle. But right now, Gyarados has some vision. Comfy's there with him, so I believe it's going to be the... Yeah, Zeraora starts the fight, but Gyarados is just not interested. So QRS is waiting for them to come to them, and Buzzwell finally takes the Gyarados. It has been a massacre. Gyarados goes down without... no, he has used the Unite, but then again, the fight has been initiated by Muxid ACL, and what an initiation it was. Once Gyarados goes down, your firepower is down, Umbreon is left, Cramorant is left, but with slivering HP, I don't think they can come back in this fight right now. They need to wait for their teammates. All the Unites have been committed, and Muxid, what a comeback. Rayquaza has been secured by the Buzzwole. All day we have been saying it's just one battle that you need to win, and Muxid finally did it. The final battle of the game. You win it. You scored it. You got the Rayquaza. It's a surrender. We have the winner finally. What a game. What a game.
What an incredible chain of events from that Buzzwole grab there. I mean, the Gyarados Comfy, one of the raid bosses we talked about, didn't even get a chance to breathe. It got grabbed into the stun, into the Unite from Buzzwole as well. I mean, as soon as the Comfy Gyarados went down, Ravage, I knew it was absolutely over. Because what is an Espeon, Cramorant, and an Umbreon going to do to the flying force that, the Pikachu and the Zeraora can deal at a range and up close as well? I mean, big shout to Max at ACL there, right? They were behind the entire game, but coming out to the Rayquaza fight, like you said, they knew they just needed to make one good play to get two members out, and suddenly the game and now the match is theirs. They're going to be moving on to round 4 tomorrow.
Definitely, and they certainly deserve it. See how they have kept the Gyarados so in check in this game. It has only dealt 27,000 damage. The Umbreon has dealt more damage than a Gyarados. And that's supposed to be the only firepower you have in this game. The only OP Pokemon that we talk about. The overpowered one. The final raid boss. And it has dealt the least damage in game. So, I would actually... I'm not saying that QRS played bad. But the way Muxid played around that Gyarados is amazing. They have avoided the fights. Yes, they lost a lot of fights. But they have avoided a lot of fights and they have avoided going down to Gyarados a lot. So right now you can see I have paused the screen on stream to check that Beast actually took 9 knockouts in the game who was playing the Espeon, and that's the maximum knockouts anyone has taken. Zeraora got 2, Crystal got 1, the Eldegoss got 0, Buzzwole just got 1 knockout the entire game. That was
But that was enough.
That was
was
the
enough.
Gyarados
You know
in the
what I mean?
final one. Yep, that's the game. So it's amazing to think how you just need to win one fight. It's there's no point of engaging every time, which QRS was doing, which I have been saying a lot. Do you really need to push that jungle after you're so much in the lead? Do you really need to take that trade? Yes, you took the crystal down, you kept its level low, but you got traded instead. Was it really worth it? You're already in the lead. Maintain your lead.
That's true. That's true. And I mean, it really like in our region, there's a saying: if when there is a Ray, there is a way. And definitely, Mexide ACL showed us that there is a way to win that game. Considering how underleveled they were, in the first few minutes of the game. I think, like you said, the Buzzwole doesn't matter if they didn't do too much in terms of KOs most of the game. They were able to, provide that crowd control right onto those two members, and then it won them the game. So that is going to be all the matches we have for everyone today. I'm going to give a quick bracket review or recap for the teams that actually qualified for tomorrow. Remember, we've got 16 teams. We're looking for the top 5 to qualify for phase 3 of this tournament. But at the end of the day, if you do win phase 2, you do have access to that prize money as well. So a big shout out to these teams that have qualified to tomorrow. There's Flip It, Villism, Bad Mash 5, Macta Believers in the winners bracket. So they're going to be playing in round 3 of the winners tomorrow. And then obviously we've spectated the run from India Elites, which have now gotten to round number 4. And they're going to be playing, whoever loses from the winners bracket tomorrow. And on the other side of the losers, we've got Max had ACL, which, a fantastic performance in those 3 games that we just watched. So that is going to be, I guess, some exciting teams, right, Ravage, going to tomorrow. Do you have any, I guess, idea or predictions for tomorrow from these teams that you watched today?
So there's 2 things that I have in mind. IND Elite, you watched their entire run. They have been on the aggressive end of the spectrum from start to beginning. If someone needs to take them down, they need to make sure you don't let that early lead happen.
Yeah.
If you let them take the game control in the early game, they just steamroll you. That's a snowball of a game. It's an avalanche after that. Don't let that snowball happen. With Maqsad ACL, there's one thing I'm pretty sure of. This team is pretty calm. When they lost the early encounters, a lot of team gets disrupted. A lot of team lose their motivation. They lose their confidence. How are we gonna get back? They only had one motive in the final fight. They committed to it, and what a commit it was. I'm really rooting for Maqsad 5 to see more games for them because I see a lot of potential in this team. So I will be really rooting for them in the lower bracket. On the top, let's see what happens. They haven't lost a round yet, so I'm not rooting for any one of them yet. Come down to the loser bracket, the actual destruction is happening here.
So I mean, wise words coming in from you, Ravage. I hope the teams are listening. But I'm definitely very excited for tomorrow. But let's wrap up and do some thank yous for today's stream. I hope everyone at home enjoyed this event. Big shout out to INGAGE for, I guess, hosting this entire India AEOS League. I mean, like I said, I'm always a big fan of grassroots tournaments. I think they do so much for the community, especially in a region like India where there are so many Unite enthusiasts, so many people that love playing this game, right? Big shout out to all the casters today. Obviously, Ravage, we had Lobo and Spartan Tano before as well. So fantastic, I guess, casting. And I think we'll see everyone hopefully tomorrow to cast the final sets as well, right? Shout out to Nala Gamer for producing today's stream. And obviously Zen and all the mods for, I guess, organizing and making sure that the stream runs really smoothly at the moment, right? Have I missed out anyone today? And obviously, I think big shout out to Zenith, which I think organizes the entire thing as well, right?
You missed yourself.
I mean, thank you to myself for turning up today. It's actually a decent time for OC. I'm very excited always to cast India events because the time difference isn't too bad. In some other regions, right? Obviously, it could be like a 4 a.m. core time, but India's always fantastic. It's like dinner time. You know, I have a bit of food and I just get back into some Unite action. So I hope everyone enjoyed it. Ravage, do you have any lasting words to say? But that's going to be from me today. I think I really enjoyed this match.
So the last thing that I want to say is that I really enjoyed casting with all three of you. And for the viewers, if you thought today was interesting, just wait until you see tomorrow. It's gonna get even more deadlier because now it's the matter of the prize pool. Till now, teams have been playing to survive. Now they're out for blood. Now they're there to win. So if you think today was interesting, turn your TVs on or your computers on and stream in tomorrow because it's gonna be even better. We will be here. You will catch me, you will catch Spartan, you will catch Loba, you will catch Fu. We will all be here to tell you the story. And until then, this is Ravage and this is Fu signing out.
Well, yep, that's all from us. See you guys tomorrow. I hope you guys have a great time.